entra no principal, né?
Deixa sempre no mudo o seu microfone e o seu vídeo.
Já está no mudo aqui, já tô. Ué.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the International Association of Port Development, Iaports, it is with honor to welcome you to the first day of our virtual investment round. We're so happy to have you all here with us. Iaports was founded with a clear mission to bring the global port sector together, to bridge the gap for investment, and to accelerate the transition toward port decarbonization, and to create a platform where stakeholders can gain clarity and predictability about what comes next in global port development. So why are we doing this?
You need to unmute yourself, we cannot hear.
Can you hear us? Why are we doing this? Because today's port sector faces both an enormous challenge and an unprecedented opportunity. To reach net zero, the maritime industry will require between 1.4 and 1.9 trillion US dollars in investment by 2050, and nearly 90% of this need is for new clean fuel infrastructure in ports.
Raquel, você está no mudo.
Eu estou no mudo no Zoom, mas não é para eu estar no mudo na sala. Can you hear us before I continue? Ainda não estão ouvindo. Agora tem um eco.
Você tem que dar mudo
Eu
no
estou
seu...
no mudo.
No seu microfone também.
Pera.
Você tem que mutar.
E agora? Vocês me escutam? Agora ok. Excelente. Obrigada. Recomeço? Continua? Tá ótimo. Tá ótimo. So let's go back to why are we doing this? Because this initiative is so important for us, and there's a reason why we're doing this online. Okay, it's because the port sector today faces both enormous challenges and an unprecedented opportunity. To reach net zero, the maritime industry will require between 1.4 and 1.9 trillion dollars in investment by 2050, and nearly 90% of this is needed for new clean fuel infrastructure in ports. At the same time, global energy efforts demand 4 to 5 trillion US dollars every year until 2030 to get the world on track for net zero. This means ports are no longer just gateways for trade. They're at the very heart of the climate transition. There are encouraging signals. Last year, multilateral development banks mobilized a record of $137 billion in climate finance, and private climate finance is also rising, but this is still far from enough. The challenge is to channel these flows into bankable, scalable port projects that can transform the sector. UNCTAD has been very clear. Investment in port infrastructure is urgent if we are to secure resilience, reduce bottlenecks, and keep trade flowing efficiently. With maritime trade volumes expected to grow substantially, potentially doubling by 2050, the question is not if we need to invest, but how quickly and how strategically we can do it. This is why we're here, to provide a transparent, global, and accessible platform where port authorities, investors, operators, and innovators can connect without the barriers of geography, time zones, or travel budgets. This is the strength of going virtual. No excuses, just connections. So over the next few hours, you will hear perspectives from 6 regions of the world: Asia, the Middle East, Europe, Africa, Latin America, and North America, with confirmed speakers for shaping the next wave of global port investment. Today, our focus is on global investment overview, how leading ports, players, and financial institutions are positioning themselves, and what opportunities are emerging across the world. In addition to today's global investment overview, the next 2 days will bring over 30 port players into 6 exclusive matchmaking rounds. I'm really looking forward to that. Focused on port infrastructure and net zero projects. The Net Zero Track is a new Iaports initiative launched with COP30 as our backdrop to move sustainability from vision to investment reality. Finally, I'm very proud to share that on September 18th, Iaports celebrates its first year. With 15 active members already, and now an open membership season, we invite all of you, port authorities, operators, investors, and technology providers to join us in growing this international movement to advance port development. Thank you for being here. Let us begin this important journey together. And now, to officially open the program, I am delighted to invite our special guests for their opening speeches. Each will share a short introduction about themselves and their perspectives. First, I would like to welcome Francisco Martins, President of the Board of Directors of Iaports, for their opening words. The floor is yours, Francisco. Thank you for being here with us. Francisco, a gente não está te escutando. Só um minutinho que você está mudo.
Não.
Agora. Opa, agora está com eco. O áudio dele está ok? Tá ótimo.
Só a gente não ouve.
Então pode ir, Francisco. Pode seguir.
It's a pleasure.
Não adianta, gente. A gente tem que ter os fonezinhos de ouvido aqui para ouvir ele falar, senão ele não vai funcionar.
Você está com fone de ouvido ou não? Eu não trouxe o meu.
Eu trouxe.
Tá nele, né? Deixa eu ver se eu tenho um na minha câmera.
You can go.
Você tá escutando? Preciso de um fone de ouvido para poder escutar ele. Ai, pra fora.
Coloca no seu computador. A transmissão dele tá ok.
Tá ok, né? Ótimo.
You can go, Francisco.
que mutar o microfone de vocês lá
O
na
nosso tá
sala.
mutado.
Não, o user tá aberto.
Eu fechei o user.
Tá aberto.
Tá, vou. Tem um fone também. Já tem? O meu user tá fechado. Tem alguém, então tem uma outra pessoa com user. Tem outra pessoa com user, mas o meu tá fechado. O de vocês tá mutado também.
Pode. Tércio, pode fazer uma fala maior, tá? Pode fazer uma fala maior, porque é 9h40 e o Rafa não entrou. Se o Rafa entrar, eu te dou um toque.
Tá.
Tá. Se ele entrar, eu falo pra você finalizar a fala, pra ele poder falar 5 minutos, tá? Senão você fala tá 9h40. Obrigada, Francisco. Thank you, Francisco. Thank you so much for your welcoming words with us today. It's a pleasure to have you here, an honor to have you as the president of our board. You've been a tremendous leader for all of us, and we really appreciate your contribution in the association. So now I would like to introduce Mr. Casemiro Terço Carvalho, port specialist, Iaports board member, and member of Iaports Investment Committee. Casemiro, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Raquel, and welcome everyone, all the attendees for this day of discussions about port projects, investment, financial instruments. I'm very pleasure to be here and discuss with my colleague Rafael about all the presentations in this day. So today we have a long agenda covering all parts of the world, and I'm glad that we can discuss greenfield projects, brownfield projects, financial instruments, financial FDI as a great instrument to development countries, and bringing a little of our experience in this market. So today we are facing a very important time to port sector. In the middle of this trade war, in the middle of new positioning of some countries, such as our country Brazil and all the Latin America, our sector port projects have a huge challenge and a huge role to develop business and offer to the economies strategy, efficiency, and a good environment to develop business. So Iaports is a main institution here in Brazil now with this international profile to develop this kind of activity. So the main issue of the institution is develop the discussion, investments, and bringing our community together to making not only relationship, but in the end of the day, develop business. So consulting companies, engineering companies, port authorities, private terminals, shipping services, all the port community will get together this proposal. So I'm very glad to be here and share this time with Raquel and Rafael to discuss all this long agenda. Is a huge challenge to create commentaries over all these issues, but it will be a challenge, and that we've shared together this time. So I think I don't know if you can describe the agenda.
Yes.
Yes. So in this first part of the morning, we have the new developed bank, important bank that is investing in port projects. Mauricio Xavier will share with us all the main products of the bank and the challenge to Americas. After Rafael Costello from K-Line will share with us about the car carrier market after the COVID. We have a new environment to this type of operation, mainly because our economies became a little bit fragile, and the rural operation are facing a new challenge in today. After the Lumic port, Alex will share with us this project. We have the opportunity to receive here in São Paulo the Malaysian mission, and we have the opportunity to be together and understand better this great project, quite similar to Port of Açu here in Brazil. So they are, Alex will bring this project, a very greenfield project to develop a new area in Malaysia. And after we have Peter. Peter is an innovation officer of Abu Dhabi Ports, and he'll bring some strategies of Abu Dhabi. They are really facing a new moment in the business, developing and acquiring new projects in port all over the world. We are in touch with this strategy. After a lunch break, we will have South Africa opportunity with Biswell Mutal, and he is the infrastructure investment officer, and he will bring some infrastructure investments opportunities in South Africa. Disney is an old colleague here in Brazil, and he is working in DEMI today, mainly in the concession business of navigation channel here in Brazil. I don't know if everyone knows, but we are in a new moment to develop concessions in navigation channel. In October we will have auction of Paranaguá channel, and there is very competitive company to win this concession. Let's see on the stock market the movements next month. From Portugal, Thiago Antunes from Port of Setúbal. He will bring us some opportunities which is the status of Port of Setúbal expansion. Marty is an old colleague as well. She works. She has worked here in Port of Açu, and we have some funny conversations about the biggest startup in port issues in Brazil, and Port of Açu are developing a lot of business quite similar to Lumuk, and now Marty is back to Belgium, and she will bring us about the global operations of Port of Antwerp. For me, I'm very happy to have her here with us. And then in the end of this afternoon, we have the projects of Suzano. Suzano is one of the biggest pulp and paper industry in Brazil. Very verticalized operation and example of vertical integration between the industry and the port operation. After Flávio Ferreira will bring the projects of expansion in Port of Rio Grande in the south part of Brazil. Oh, sorry. Before that, we have our colleague Gabriel Vieira, that is the director of operations, and bring what Port of Paranaguá is working hardly to increase the operation in the port, with a huge new asset receiving rail transportation cargo, especially of course for grains, and increasing the capacity and the level of servicing of Port of Paranaguá. And then in Mexico, we have a huge problem in Mexico, because today is the day of independence of Mexico, and unfortunately our friend Adrian will not participate in this afternoon. And then from Chile, we have the new projects in Angusa with Andres, that is the chief development officer, and then Panama, we have investments from information that Mauricio Suarez will bring to us. And to finish this long day of presentation, we have some colleagues from the North America, from Port of Montreal, and from IFC, information about opportunities in the financial instruments that will develop port industry and port projects in not only in the Americas, but in all over the world. And to finish our journey of presentation, we have Port of Miami with us, Andy Hacker, that spent some time with us here in Brazil. Will be very pleasure to have him here in this day of long journey of projects and investment presentations. That is very important. All this presentation, we have 2 long days, and with match meeting with investors and investee to develop a business in the world, not only in America, but understanding that our relationship is among all the ports in the world and economies. That is the real reason of our existence. So I have a little passage. A long time ago, when I made my first instruction course in APAC in Antwerp, the coordinator of the course tried to have some joke with the students in the attendees of this course, and he asked us in that time if I would like to give just one word to represent all the port issues, port operations, and everyone start to say logistics, economy, cargo, efficiency, and he bring us just one word, jobs. So our job is develop jobs in our economies, in each economies that each director or manager will bring us this information. So every time that you see these projects, you must see that behind this we are developing a huge quantity of jobs and employment power to the all economy. So I will deliver the word to Raquel, and let's start this morning of this day, long day of discussions. Raquel.
Thank you, Terça, so much for the introduction and for presenting the agenda for us. As you see, we have a long day with presentations from all over the world. Everything related to port investment and financial organizations. So to start our program, it's with great honor that we invite Mauricio Xavier from New Development Bank, the Bank of the BRICS, to actually do his presentation about the bank's offer for port investors. And you will see that within development banks, there is a very rich offer for ports that are looking for financing opportunities to actually advance their port infrastructure to a more competitive landscape. Thank you, Mauricio, for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours. Eu não consigo. Alguém precisa dar poder para ele poder compartilhar a tela. Ah, oi.
Yes.
Yes. aparecendo? Mas tá no eco.
In terms of strategic focus, this is where we start getting a little bit more into the port sector. So the bank has elected 6 focus areas, and one of them is transportation. And transportation, of course, includes ports, toll roads, highways, urban transportation. So one of our key sectors is transportation, and ports is an important part of this. And when we look at projects, we also look at cross-cutting considerations, which means that we prefer projects in which you can have inclusiveness, so where you can generate income and jobs, where you can include technology integration, which is also very important when you are developing a port, and if you can also contribute for climate change, disaster, and resilience, which is also critical nowadays for new ports. You have to think of all the climate-related risks when developing a new port project. Just to give an overview of our portfolio, we have so far in our 10 years of existence approved 105 projects, which total around $35 billion of financing. And these are split between the countries. So as you can see, India and China, they are the countries with the largest part in our portfolio, and here we are, Brazil. It's around 17% of the overall project portfolio of the bank. When you look at different sectors, you can see that transportation is also a very important segment here. It's actually the largest one, so here we have many different transportation projects, and the bank finances both governments, so this is the sovereign guaranteed loan, so loans for governments or governmental institutions, and we also finance private sector companies. So if you are a port authority owned by the government, our financing would go in this segment. If you are a private port terminal, then we would be talking about a non-sovereign financing loan. And currency, most of our loans are in dollars, and we are beginning now to diversify our currency. So RMB, so Chinese currency, is the second largest one. We already have some financings in euro and in African currency. We unfortunately still don't have Brazilian reais financing, but it's something that we are working on for the next. Okay, great. So this is our portfolio in Brazil. Here are all the projects we have financed, both private sector and public sector. One of our first projects is Vale. Vale is a mining company in Brazil, and we have financed their transportation assets in the north of the country, including port infrastructure. We also have some financings here and investments in equity funds, so Pátria, in which we invest in a toll road in the state of São Paulo, Hidrovias do Brasil, which is a waterway transportation company. So as you can see, we have a diversified portfolio in Brazil, totaling almost $6 billion. So how do we implement these financings? What products does the bank offer? And as a sponsor or as a government interested in working with NDB, what can we actually do? So for the sovereign clients, so if you are a sovereign guaranteed entity, so if you are part of a government or a state, we offer loans, so long-term loans to federal government, state, municipalities, and state-owned companies. We have offered some emergency loans in the case of COVID, so this was back when we had the COVID crisis. And we can also offer technical assistance and guarantees. This is under development. If we are talking about a private client or a private company, we can offer corporate and project finance loans. We can also offer loans to banks, so financial intermediaries. We can finance in Brazil. We have financings to Banco do Brasil, BNDES, BRDE. We can invest in equity funds, and we are also capable of offering guarantees. This is a new project. It's still under development, but we will be able to offer this soon. For our non-sovereign guaranteed products, what exactly does NDB finance? So in all our financings, we have to finance CapEx, which means that new investments must be presented for us to finance. We cannot finance working capital, we cannot finance trade facilities. Our role is to finance investments and CapEx. Yes, we can finance part of the CapEx that has already been executed, but mostly our loans, they are used to finance new investments in the country. Another important element when we are looking at a financing from NDB, we can finance the maximum of 25% of the project capex. Why? NDB does not want to push or to remove other potential lenders from projects. So we limit our participation up to 25% so that other lenders can participate in the same project. We do co-financing, so we can work with local lenders, international lenders, capital markets. Our loans, for private sector, they vary from $50 million to $300 million. So, for example, if you want to borrow $50 million from us, your capex, your project has to be of $200 million. So that $50 million represents 25% of the overall investment. We offer dollar loans and Chinese currency loans to private sector clients. The more traditional ones are the US dollar ones, but now many clients outside China are also borrowing in Chinese currency. Why? The costs are very attractive, and we can offer long-term financing in Chinese currency, which is not available, at least in Brazil, from any other financial institutions. Another important element is that we can customize our amortization schedule, grace period, so we can tailor the financing to the specific project needs. On the other hand, this is something that sometimes some clients are not so familiar with, but we cannot do our loans in local law. Usually we use either UK law or New York law. Why? Because we are an international organization, so we tend to use legal regimes that are considered neutral among the different countries in which we operate. When we evaluate a project, we look at different aspects during the due diligence process. So it goes from the technical aspects all the way to the legal analysis, risk, economic. So it's a pretty comprehensive analysis. This is done during the preparation phase until we approve the loan. Then after we sign the loan, disburse, we have the monitoring stage where the bank will evaluate if the project is being implemented as originally planned. And then once the project is completed, we have our project completion evaluation so that we can ensure that the results that were expected from that project in terms of job creation, economic development, sometimes even reductions of emissions have been achieved with our funds. So yes, we are here to finance private sector projects, but those projects, they must also contribute to the economy of our member countries. When we look specifically at part financing, so now getting into a little bit more detail of what we look when we look at a project in this sector, some tips, some advice that we always see that is very positive for these types of projects is that start discussing the potential financing structure as early as possible in the life of the project. Why? Because institutions like NDB or other multilateral banks, they have a very long analysis period and approval process, so it's better if you can start early on talking to such organizations. Sometimes it's helpful if you can engage a financial advisor. Those usually try to coordinate the different lenders in the same project. And why? Because it's important that the different financings, they have characteristics that enable them to work together. Otherwise, you may have one financing with a different amortization schedule than the other, or that will request different guarantees. And this will become an issue when you have to close the overall capital structure of the project. Additionally, if you are in Brazil and you are working in a project where you're going to have local funding from BNDES or from the capital markets, usually those are in local law. So there's also necessary to understand and evaluate how to work together between Brazilian law contracts and UK or New York law loans. And finally, it's also very important as a sponsor to monitor each step of the lender's credit approval process. Why? You want to ensure that the lenders are approving similar characteristics, or at least characteristics that allows them to work together when you have to close the overall capital structure of that specific project. Here just a sample of some specific part financing elements that we look into. Of course, demand is very important, which is also affected by international and local factors. The construction risk is also critical, as we need to make sure that the construction complies with all the local environmental regulation. The operation aspects of the port is also very important to make sure that you can be operating at international standards, as most of your clients will be from abroad. Currency risk is also very important. Interest rate risk, so you have to make sure that you hedge this type of exposure. And finally, the funding of such projects. Usually they are multi-sourcing or multi-currency loans, so it's important for you to have the overall picture being coordinated to make sure that everybody can work together in the same project. Just as I reached the end of my presentation, here are two examples of port projects that we have financed. The first one is a project in Brazil. This was financed to Vale, a mining company. They have a north corridor where they export iron ore all the way to China. And in this specific project, we financed the railway system and a new port terminal so that they could double their export capacity in that specific area. This loan was one of NDB's first loans in Brazil, so it was approved in 2019. It totals $300 million, so that's at the top of the range that I mentioned earlier, and the borrower was Vale. This project has already been concluded, so we finished the overall project at the end of last year. So now we will be able to prepare the final completion report to demonstrate the benefits generated by this project. The second example here that I have is a project in China. And this one is an interesting project as well, because it was not just for a port terminal. This project consists on a complex system involving ports, railway, and also some connection between the highway and the port. So this project was financed in China. This totals around 2 billion RMB, which is around, I would say, 400 million reais. And this has the guarantee of, it's a sovereign loan. So it has guarantee from the People's Republic of China. So these are two examples. The first one here from Vale, it's a private sector loan. And the second one is a public sector loan. So this shows how two real examples of port-related projects financed by NDB. So in conclusion, I would say that Brazil's port sector is quite attractive. There is a very good entry point for investors now. As we know, Brazil is trying to diversify its international trade, so ports will be critical for this. We have a very resilient agribusiness sector, which is also oriented towards international commerce and can be very important in moments of economic downturn. It's a very resilient sector. And as we know, private capital is required for us to expand Brazil's infrastructure base. We cannot rely only on public capital. There are many constraints, so private sector, we will have to jump in to expand our port systems. Risk mitigation. So usually it's very important to team up with local players and local sponsors who are already on the ground, who have seen many different situations, economic scenarios, so that you can properly mitigate your risks. And as an important sector, try to find banks that are suitable to your specific project. Start your dialogue with financial institutions early on so that you can have a successful financing when the project needs the funds to start its construction. Thank you very much. I hope this was a very interesting, let's say, first presentation on NDB. For those of you who want to reach out to us, this is our contact in Brazil. And I'm available for questions or emails later on or during the day. Thank you very much, and this is my presentation. Muito obrigado. I'm gonna stop sharing here.
Mauricio, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Mauricio, thank you so much.
Mauricio, thank you so much.
Thank you so
Mauricio,
much.
thank you so much.
We have to take this off so we don't want to hear ourselves. I hope that it's okay. Mauricio, thank you so much for the presentation. We're very honored to have NDB as a consistent partner for Iaports. We strongly believe that there's a match for every project that actually needs investment. So hearing your presentation, having your outline, the offer for NDB, for NDB is actually great for our port. It's on our mission to having a more transparent world in terms of financing and the availability of finance for port leaders. We're really honored to have you as a partner with us. So I think we can move next to Japan now and hear from Asia as we continue our global ports overview. That it's my pleasure to welcome Rafael Costello, car carrier general manager at K-Line, who will present on K-Line's global operations and share perspectives on logistics, fleet strategy, and how shipping companies are adapting for efficiency and decarbonization. Costello, thank you so much for having us with us today. And the floor is yours.
Hello, Raquel, how are you doing? It's actually my pleasure. I was hearing with some echo. I don't know. Can you hear me well? Just say hello. Can you hear me well? Yes? Okay. Then here we go. Nice to see you, Tester, again. A good friend for a long time. So good to see everybody. So let me try to share my screen and then we go more. We do this. So, Raquel, can you see my screen? Everything's perfect?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Rafael Cristello, and I'm from K-Line. It's actually a pleasure to be here today to discuss a very important topic. Let's say the crucial connection between global shipping and port development. So my idea today is to share some insights from K-Line vision and investment in these connections. Okay, I cannot, let me see. Okay, I'm not seeing you, so just in case, please say something if you have questions or need to stop something, because I'm sharing my notebook, the full screen. Okay, hold on. Okay, so talking about K-Line, and for those who may not be familiar with us, K-Line or Kawasaki Kishinkasha, it's a global shipping giant, which I'm glad to be working here for more than 23 years. And the company have a century. We celebrated over 100 years. And we operate over 450 ships of different types around the world. As you can see, we have car carriers, specialized vehicles, what we call like a floating parking lot that carry cars. We have big numbers of ships of dry bulk vessels, more than 200 of those. We also investing recently a lot in LNG and energy carrier containers. Of course, we have joined with the other two Japanese carriers, and we created 2017 the ONE. So we are one of the main shareholders for the ONE. And finally, we also operated terminal operations. One important point I always say is that our strength lies not only in the ships, but also in the total logistics service, including sea, land, and air, which allow us to offer our client a real global network. So that's our company. Raquel, should I just moving on, right? I mean, please stop anytime or anybody has any questions, and then please stop. But this is, again, just a quick introduction of our company, K-Line. So here we go for the specific topic of this presentation is that we believe that port terminals are not just infrastructure. I keep saying that terminals is not just infrastructure. They are the gateway to connect economies and people around the world. So at K-Line, we invest heavily in our terminals, especially in Japan, because when Raquel invited me to represent Asia, it was perfect because our terminals in Japan are receiving a lot of investments to ensure that we can operate with maximum efficiency. We actually use the state-of-the-art information system and the latest automated equipment in our terminals. And we have a lot of KPIs to measure performance for the operations in the terminal. And we are very proud to say that we are on the top of the list of the performance in each terminal. So we have terminals in Japan, in Singapore, in Australia. So I will show later the location of the main terminals, but we're investing a lot in terminals. Let me move oops, I think I move on. Okay. So this slide, I mean, to give a clear picture of the process, right? I mean, from very basic level, the container flow, this is a joke I also like to say here, is like, it's a kind of a well-coordinated dance, right? I mean, either from the export, since the container entering into the gate of the terminal, and then goes loading into the vessel using the cranes. I mean, it's a well-coordinated dance. But the most important is our systems should ensure that every little container there is safely handled and also stored in the correct place in the right time and minimizing the handling for each one. So this is extremely complex operation. It looks like, as I said, a very coordinated dance, but it's an extremely complex operation involving a lot of artificial intelligence and systems and to coordinate everything. So for the next slide, I'd like to talk a little bit more, if Raquel allows me, is that this is the magic of our service, is that our expertise, because everybody says, well, K-Line is a global giant in shipping industry. Well, but our expertise goes much far beyond the port itself. The terminals and the vessels are just a part of a large and much more complex logistics ecosystem, right? So as a K-Line, we want to combine the full logistics solutions for our customers, which includes, again, air, inland, and sea transportation. And part of this is warehousing, land transportation, custom clearance. So we are here to be a real partner for our customers, understand their needs, and provide the full logistics for them. We believe, and especially I believe a lot in this, is that this integrated approach we do to our customers allow us to manage their entire supply chain. And this is a key factor for the sustainability for our company in the future, which means we need to provide the door-to-door solutions and let the customers to focus on what they do better, which is their product. So I keep saying to them, we carry your product in a safe way, in a fast way, in the most efficient, and please take care what you know how to do the best way is your project. Regardless if the customer need a ship, a vessel, or a plane, we are here to serve. That's what we keep saying to each customer. Well, and this is my preference is automobile logistics. I'm a fan for cars. Raquel knows me well, and I work in the car carrier. So I want to say that as a great example for the integrated logistics, it's our car carrier business, which is the key part of our operation. We operated about 90 specialized car carrier because we are the pioneer for the car carrier. In 1970, we start loading Toyotas from Japan to USA in a car carrier, what we call Holon, Holof, or Ho-Ho vessels. And today we have more than 90. And I always say that it's not only car carrier at this moment, it's a car and truck carrier. We load trucks, we load big parts, we load generators. For example, recently we signed a contract with aircraft carriers, so we are loading airplanes inside the vessel as long as it comes in and out with wheels. If we put in a Mafi or something on top of the wheels, like a boat on the wheels, and then you can load and discharge, provide the most efficient way. The interesting part of this is that recently we are investing a lot in port terminals for cars as well. You can see in this picture one of our terminals in Australia. In Australia, we actually receive the cars in the port. We make all the PDI, which means that we put the manual, the stickers, and we put all the necessary equipment in the car at the port. And then we have our own trucks. As you can see in the picture, this is our own trucks. And then we deliver it to the dealers directly. And we are doing the same process in Singapore, in Chile, in Brazil. So we are trying to add value to the total logistics for the cars. Just to explain, I'm not sure if everybody's familiar on the car transportation globally, but basically, the car maker, or what we call OEM, they try to produce certain few numbers of cars in each plant because of, imagine the logistics of the supply chain behind that thing. So the number of different bumper or seat you have to buy if you produce 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 cars in the same plant. So as economy of scale, the OEMs tends to produce 1 or 2 models in each plant. So for example, we have one customer in Europe, are one of the biggest car maker in Germany. They only produce the SUVs in Europe. And this same car maker produce the sedan in US. So we have dedicated vessels bringing the big SUVs from Europe to US, and then discharge there, and then we help them to do the PDI and everything, and then we load the sedans that the same company produce in US, and then go back to Europe. The same things happen in Brazil. So for example, basically all the pickups you see in the streets in Brazil, they are produced in Argentina, while Brazil produce basically small passenger cars. And then Mexico, on the other hand, because the neighborhood, which is US, like big cars and big trucks, they produce big trucks. So many vessels of car carriers pick up the pickups in Argentina, discharge in Brazil, Colombia, Central America, and then load the small passenger cars in Brazil, go to Mexico, and all the way opposite way. So that's the core of the business. And the important part here is K-Line is investing a lot in terminals, not only on the vessels itself, but also in terminals to provide add value to our customers, because we believe that we need to let the customer to produce the cars, and we can do better in a scale basis, in a global network, the transportation for these cars and add value to the service. Raquel, just in case everything's okay, or can you listen? Everybody's listening well? Everything's okay? Somebody say hello to me. Okay, oops. So again, we do not only transport cars, but we offer full package of value-added service, including temporary storage in the port, inland distribution, and even what we call pre-delivery inspection, which basically is named PDI. Since I'm responsible for the Asia topic, and I put here the map of our locations of the terminals and also logistic facility in Asia side. So as you can see, Australia is one of our big hub. Singapore is the other one. Singapore, I mean, everybody understands it's the geographical location is perfect. So basically we have a big terminal there for cars, and 80 or 90% of the cargo operated in Singapore is for transshipment. So can you imagine Santos? I want to say transshipment in Santos should be maybe 5%. In Singapore, it's like 80 or 90%. So basically it's a hub. It's a complex logistic hub in Singapore. Of course, we also have a container terminal and port terminal in Japan as well. And so basically this is the main location. And China is increasing a lot. And also personally, we believe a lot in India, especially in the car market. India is now, the car in India, it's increasing a lot, the market. For those who knows, like China market is about 30 million unit vehicles, which means 1/3 of the global sales is only in China. It's unbelievable. And in China, half of the vehicles already EV vehicles. And talking about car carriers specifically, the business now is under big challenging if we consider that there is autonomous car, electric cars, and all this geopolitical dispute. So it's been very challenging now for us to understand the ecosystem for the car business. Oops. Mm-hmm. Okay, talk about the future port investment, which is one of the topic of this great event, which I'm glad to join. Basically, I want to say to everybody in K-Line that's listening to us, and also to partners and stakeholders, that as a global company that we are, we have a big responsibility to protect our planet, right? I mean, that's what I want to say. This is our responsibility. We are a global company, right? So that's why sustainability is the core of our long-term strategy. So sustainability is everything for us. So as I put there in this slide, our environment vision 2050 set an ambitious achievement of a net zero GHG emission by 2050. So we actually use ISO 14001 to certify our system about the terminals. So our terminals are heavily focused on sustainability. This is something very important we want to say, which basically sustainability doesn't mean actually more cost. We have a lot of examples that we could be more sustainable in terms of investments, which we actually have cost savings. So people tend to say that to be sustainable, to be green means more costly, and I heavily disagree on that. So for example, we had some, I remember that in Japan, there was one terminal that we were carrying some bags or plastic bags, and then we changed by recycle bags, which we can use more than one time. So we are not buying those bags anymore. So we actually save money to be green and to be less waste and this kind of things. So basically, when we speak to our investors or shareholders, we mainly focus our investments in cleaner fuel and more efficient vessels, and also greener port operation. That's something we keep repeating to the investors every time we talk. Or we want to be cleaner. It's just my private opinion. I believe that there is a big question mark now, which is the correct fuel energy for the ships in the world for the future 50 years. As K-Line, we investing a lot in LNG, which is a natural gas, of course, which reduce about 30% of the emission versus normal fuel, IFO, for example. But again, 30% is not our goal. As I said, the goal is zero. So basically, there was a joke internally. We think that the LNG vessels is a kind of a pager, right? Before we had the mobile, everybody knew that the pager was temporary, right? Because the mobile was coming. So we call kind of a pager because we know that maybe it's not the future energy, but actually is that a temporary energy which reduce. We also investing a lot in a kind of a kite that goes on front of the vessel to use the wing as propulsion, and also reduce 30% more. We purchased one spin-off of the Airbus company named AirSeas. It's so interesting. I highly recommend everybody to enter in the Google and type AirSeas or kite service, kite AirSea on K-Line. It's literally a kite that I was learning from the French company when I was there recently, and they told me, Rafa, we need to put the kite on in 3 seconds only, and the kite should go back in less than 3 seconds, because more than 3 seconds it touched the water and then the vessel passed on top of it. So, but basically we are already using that. That's not a movie or PowerPoint. We are actually using that, and we keep investing in like a sustainable practice a lot in our terminals, because we believe, as I said, this is the only way to build a stronger and more reliable future for our globe. So since we are a global carrier, we have to invest on these things. Okay, again, everything's okay, going well?
Yes.
Okay, so let me, again, guys, if anybody has any questions, please be free to make. Well, since I understand the time is limited here, I wish to keep talking about shipping industry, which is my lifetime here. And but let me go to the closing. One is basically as I said, we believe that investing in advanced technology and comprehensive logistics and sustainable practice. I want to say this is the 3 pillars we think is the future for our company and our globe, which means technology, comprehensive logistics, add value to the customers, and also sustainable practice. We can build a stronger and more, let's say, reliable future for our globe and trade. So basically, that's what I wish to say. Since presenting, let's quick reviews. Like since I have little more time. So basically, we are K-Line. We have 450 ships, but we investing a lot in terminals and add value to the service. We investing a lot in technology and efficiency in our port terminals. We have our own port terminals in Japan, as I said, Australia, Singapore, and other ports. And basically, we are focused on customers. I was watching very carefully the previous presentation from my colleague about port investment. So maybe I have to contact you soon about that. I want to learn about a little bit more about. I agree with you when you said it's not only public money, it's also private, should be here. So the flow is like a dance, and securing using system to inform which container should be in each position is the key for that. Again, we are providing total logistics. Our strength is not only on the ships, but actually on the providing full solution. And also, for example, if the customers type in our web page, they can see where is the cargo, and the real-time tracking is quite important now. It's just like when you order Uber, you want to know where is the car, because we try to be anxious to see where is my cargo in something. So you can actually see this type of ideas and solution and end-to-end solutions covering everything. That's what we invest in. Again, for example, we implemented in Chile. Chile is an open market for cars, that we receive the car in the port. We actually clean the car. We do everything. We bought trucks in Chile and we deliver the cars to the dealers, same as we do in Australia, and also in Brazil. We're investing a lot on such kind of solutions. If you type on Google K-Line, we were the pioneer. We created the first port automated hub for vehicles in Brazil. There was no hub port in Brazil for vehicles. We created in Suape. So you can see there were a lot of news in the mass media. So K-Line, and we have a Brazilian company named Nexus also. So we created such solution to add value to the customers. And then once again, we do not only transport cars, we offer the full package and add value service, including storage and port facility and inland distribution for the cars. These are our main locations. And finally, the core of my speech would be, we have a big responsibility to protect our planet, and let's spread this among us, like top management in each global company. We need to have a sustainability vision with a clear goal and target how we can reach net zero GHG emission by some target you created. Just to conclude, Raquel, I mean, this is kind of important. I was talking with some big producers or car producers and also part producers in an event in Asia recently, and then they said to me that one of their targets is that they will only invite service providers or vendors like us to participate in their global bid if they clearly understand that this company have environment, clear investment in the green energy in long term, which means that now is not only a matter of sustainability mind or using clear fuels or efficient vessels. If you're not in this strategy, you will not be invited to participate in the global negotiations with the big companies. So now it's a matter of being able to participate. This makes me happy, actually, because this is important. So we need to keep promoted sustainable practice among us by setting targets, by using part of your budget, by give example to your employees. Okay? So I think that's it, Raquel. I hope you enjoyed, and then everybody learned a little bit more. If anybody has a question, I still have like 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Do you hear?
Thank you for the words, Guilherme. I appreciate it.
There is an echo?
Raquel, are you there?
Yes. Eu vou me desmontar aqui. Eles têm que abrir essa aba. Hi. Hi.
Now I can hear you. Yeah, now it's perfect.
Now you
Okay.
can hear
I
me?
hope you learned a little bit. And
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for the
Thank you
presentation.
so much for the presentation. Thank you so much for the presentation.
I have a burning question for you though. Like when you mentioned green fuels, there's a big discussion on which green fuels. Which ones are you transitioning your fleet to?
LNG is a short-term solution. Can you listen to me, Raquel? No?
Yes.
You lost me?
Yes, no, we can listen you.
You listen me. Okay. Okay, so then good. Thank you. So again, I believe that LNG in short term is a very good solution. But of course, to give there are pros and cons. So for example, this vessel, you can see a car carrier vessel behind me. This vessel can carry 7,500 cars, small passenger cars. But once you put the LNG tank on top of this vessel, you lose the space for 500 cars. So very similar to our cars, when you put a tank into the trunk, you cannot carry any back. So that's pros and cons. And of course, to fuel, bunker or IFO, it's much easier. LNG, we need to invest. I've been in Santos recently with the port authorities asking them, let's try to invest in LNG ships. So for fueling, so LNG, I think is it's a very good solution in short term, but I believe maybe hydrogen or ammonia should be in a long term to achieve net zero. We are also, as K-Line, using a lot of green methanol. We make a lot of tests, and this is working well in green methanol. So this, I want to say green methanol and also bi-fuel and LNG, they are reality. So we can see some containers vessels already LNG. I believe any of new ships will be LNG. I don't think the top 10 ocean carriers in the world, which we are included, nobody will order conventional fuel ships from now on. I hope not. I hope everybody's investing in a green energy for the future.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You're making not such a good face, Cristela. Do you see echo? Do you hear echo? Okay, awesome. So thank you so much for your time. Guys, we did not open for questions in between by our participants that are here on the Zoom with us today. So if you would like to keep interacting with any of our speakers, please reach out to them directly within their email contacts, which they're sharing in the end of the presentation. And if you're here on the Zoom, you can message them and actually have them share contacts with you, okay, if they're available. So we really appreciate those who pre-registered to be able to interact here with us internally on Zoom. I'm very happy. So thank you, Cristelo, for your presentation. It was really amazing to have you collaborate here with us today. And now we're actually moving on to Malaysia. So our journey in Asia continues with Malaysia. We will hear from Alex Staring, Chief Business Development Officer at Lumut Maritime Industrial City, who will highlight the LUMIC project and its vision for integrated maritime industrial development. So Alex, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being here with us today from, I think you're really in Malaysia today, but please let us know where you are, and the floor is yours. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Raquel. So, first of all, thank you for the invitation, for the organizers, much appreciated. And I'm not in Malaysia as we speak, but I'm in Europe as we speak, in Belgium, doing some further business development here. And hello to everybody in the East, good evening, good afternoon to everybody in Europe, and in the West, good morning, and thanks for joining this session. I will explain you a bit more about LUMIC, which stands for Lumut Maritime Industrial City, and what it entails and what it is. Maybe first of all, if we can put on the presentation. Can everybody see it? Yes, yes, there we go. Thank you. So first of all, and you will see a bit further on the location a bit better on the map, but it's in short, Lumut Maritime Industrials is located on the Straits of Malacca, in between Port Kelang, which I think most of you are familiar with, which is a bit more north of Singapore, and then Penang, which is also a smaller port, but quite popular also for tourism in Malaysia. Next slide, please. So who we are and how did the project, the Lumut Maritime Industrial City, came to life. Next slide. It's been driven by the European Union and by the state of Perak. So LUMIC, in fact, the master plan development has been funded by the European Union as a global gateway initiative. A global gateway initiative is something that stands for, towards sustainable business, future developments, infrastructure, where European participants will play a role in, together with the national country and the countries in the East. A little bit, I would say, towards the Road and Belt Initiative of China, which was recently in Hong Kong there, a summit. It's a bit similar that the European Union is doing with the partners all over. On the peninsula, there are 11 states. You have in Borneo also still the project for further development in this region. Next slide, please. Well, Lumut, or Lumut Maritime Industrial City, is not a greenfield. It's quite more. There is an existing port today, and next slide, please. So the port today, what it serves, and it stands for Lumut Maritime Terminal. It has existing operations in the dry bulk. There's a lot of export of limestone, one of the big commodities that's being harvested in Perak. Clinker, cement, also liquid bulk export of fatty acids, and a lot of other break bulk items. Also still a lot of import of coal. Next door is the coal-fired energy installation for the state of Perak, which provides in fact 30% of the electricity of Peninsular Malaysia. So we're still importing around 13.5 million tons of coal. And I can also announce that going forward, there is the intention that Petronas, the national energy company of Malaysia, will build their third regasification terminal within the Lumut Maritime Industrial City going forward. Next door, maybe from more familiar to you, there is Vale, the biggest iron ore producer in the world, that also has their terminal within the region, within the area here, where all the iron ore exports from Brazil are collected or mixed up, and then can give a good provision within the Eastern Hemisphere. There's an existing industrial park, so it's not only a port, but there's a whole industrial park around it that has also commodities and factories to provide provisions there. We have existing maritime services. There is a mooring layup, there is ship to pick up on my previous on the previous presentation. There's definitely also big intention for building a hub for the tank storage for green fuels for the future. Initially, of course, LNG as a transitional fuel, and later up for green ammonia, and already now also for green methanol there. And then tug services is in there. So it's very much beyond the green field. Let's move on now to where we are and what the project entails. Next slide. So we are located in the heart of Southeast Asia. It's probably the only, I would say, abundance of land available at one of the most strategic locations in the East. We all know that Singapore is extremely congested. There needs to be land reclamation from the water. Port Kelang, to a similar extent, is quite full, and Penang as well. And so we here within Lumik, we have 20,000 acres going forward to develop over the next 20 to 25 years in order to create a hub in a place where we next door, 2.5 to 3 days sailing from the two biggest populated countries in the world, either India and China, and at the same time being able to provide a supply base for the ASEAN market. Next slide. It's a gateway to the world. So within the region, big populations: Indonesia 300 million, Thailand 120, the Philippines, and then needless to say, over a billion in India and China. So extremely well located, with an abundance of land on a riverside port and on a deep water access. Next slide. In here you can see where we are, and you have the existing infrastructure, which stands for LMT1, Lumut Maritime Terminal 1, which is the break bulk part of the terminal. We have Lumut Maritime Terminal 2, where the regasification terminal will be completed. And we have LMT3, still a small plot of land available. We have Lekki Bulk Terminal, LBT, which is the coal import terminal for the coal-fired plant. And then, as you can see, you have the river access, which is currently 12.5 meters draft, which will be dredged up to 14.5 meters over the next 2 years. that will happen. And then already see you also have a deep water access for development, because that is called Lumik 6, Lumut Maritime Industrial City, a big plot of land where we have availability to build terminals for vessels up to 30 meters draft, if that would ever exist, but there's a 30-meter draft access along that spot in there. These are very well protected waters. We have the Pula Pancor in front of it, easy access to get there, and then a lot of hinterland, which is quite well connected to the other parts of Malaysia, so to say. Next slide. And that is the plots here where you can see them. We call them Lumik 1 up to Lumik 6 and Lumik 7. Lumik 7 being the transshipment zone, Lumik 6, which we saw on the previous map, which is a deep water access, and then Lumik 1 up to Lumik 5, which is the river-based port. The first two projects which are now working is the Lumut Maritime Industrial City 1, A and B, which is a spillover of the Lumut Maritime Terminal 1, and also Lumik 3, which is a big plot of land where we are looking for green vessel recycling facility going forward to invest there. So we're currently talking to some investors in that space to make a hub for green vessel recycling. As we all know, this is a massive business that is going to come upon us. Steel of a ship is for 99% recycled. When you use recycled steel to make new steel, you can produce twice the amount of steel and probably half your CO2 emissions by doing this. So the circular economy is a big part of the investments we are looking here for Lumik 3. Lumik 1, under the master plan, has really been identified as a multi-purpose terminal where we do a bit of break bulk, tank storage for the green fuels I already mentioned, some small feeder containers, and some ancillary businesses that can be built up there. So it's a huge opportunity for companies still looking at space of land which will go over for the next 25 years, where they can expand on, and which is located, I think, in a quite dense populated part of our world, where the consumer base will only grow and the middle class will only grow going forward. So as a strategic hub.
Recording in progress.
Do you see it now?
Yeah, but then the next one also, please. Next.
Right.
The highlights. Perfect. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Perfect. So these are the highlights of the Lumut Maritime Industrial City. It's abundant land at competitive pricing. Needless to say, nowhere near to the cost of land in Singapore, and roughly half price what you have to pay in Port Kelang and in Penang for this thing. It's fully supported by the federal and by the state government agencies. It is the state you will deal directly when you lease the land in this place. So we are there fully to support you with all the administrative process, to get all the permits and licenses in place to build your terminal. We have green technology incentives provided by the state, tax incentives. There's a pioneer status investment tax allowance that can be discussed. There's a skilled workforce based in Malaysia, and we have, needless to say, connectivity with the LNG pipelines, with Petronas, and stable water and electricity supply, which is already available at this land space. I think this more or less sums up what are the possibilities next to the geographical location and the friendly investment climate that is there in Malaysia. So I thank the audience for listening, and I'm open to any questions you may have. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Alex? Okay, I have you. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was awesome to actually see your project, to see Lumic development. Sorry, keep listening to myself. To see Lumic City project actually under development. We really appreciate your participation and your collaboration here. We really hope that we can foster more investors to this industrial area, and actually we see a lot of future into port industries initiatives, and we strongly believe that the initiatives in Asia will actually bring growth to the region and help leverage port competitiveness. So we really appreciate your participation today. If any of our participants here would like to get in touch with Alex and learn more about his project, please reach out to him. And I understand that he shared his contacts here on the Zoom call as well. So thank you for your time, Alex. It was a pleasure having you.
I think in the East, at least, this is a fantastic opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So now to reflect on these perspectives, we now invite our port specialists, Mr. Casemiro Tercio and Mr. Rafael Dias Balart, for strategic insights and commentary as we wrapped up our Asia block that covered leaders from Malaysia, Japan, and China.
Ele sabe que tem que entrar?
Sim, sim, sim. Ele sabe, ele sabe.
So, everyone hear me? With echo or without echo? So, teste, 1, 2, 3. Yes, don't see you, Rafael, but yeah.
And right man at AAPA for about 6 or 7 years. Just a little bit of background on who I am. I was the Latin American coordinator for the American Association of Port Authorities for 15 years, from 2009 to 2023. Since I retired in 2023, I've been basically consulting for infrastructure projects, many of which have had to do with the port industry. And I want to mention that during the time at AAPA, Raquel was my agent for Brazil, doing a magnificent work. She was able to bring on board a lot of Brazilian ports, including the Port of Santos, which you were presiding, Tercio, so beautifully for so many years, and Raquel was really a fantastic help in making sure that the Latin American delegation of the American Association of Port Authorities thrived during those years. As I was saying, my role today is more of a consulting role in the infrastructure world, a lot having to do with ports, and I'm very much involved in a very interesting project in Panama called ATPA Logistics SA. ATPA basically stands for Atlantic Pacific Logistics. And what we're doing there is creating a corridor between a Pacific-based terminal and an Atlantic-based terminal that will ultimately be connected via rail to the railroad that the government of Panama is building between Panama City, Colon, in the center of the country, by the canal, Panama Canal, to the Costa Rican boundary. So it will be a multi-purpose port, multi-purpose dual terminal port, both Atlantic and Pacific coast, and obviously it's not that we're going to compete with the Panama Canal, but we'll be giving options to the traffic that goes through the Panama Canal. As you're all aware, the Panamanian Canal has had a lot of issues in the past, with water levels in Gatun Lake not being sufficient to increase the level of water in the canal, and that has affected traffic. There's the whole issue with the tariffs that the Panama Canal charges. So we will be some sort of alternative, if you will, to the canal. In addition to that project, which is a very, very interesting project, and thank God, progressing well, I've been involved in in putting together a fund, which we call the Maritime Innovation Fund here in the United States. And basically that fund is going to take advantage of not take advantage, but look into the problems that have been created by the Jones Act in the United States, and siga recto. So we're looking at the discrepancies, the inefficiencies that have been created by the Jones Act in the United States, and seeing how we can create an investment vehicle to take advantage of those deficiencies. Anyway, that's very much in the beginning stages, but I'm working on that as well, and then my consulting work includes other areas that in some ways relates to ports. For example, in Santa Marta, we just began a smart cities initiative, and so that is part of the smart community systems that port systems that are needed by many of our ports around the world, and so that's what's been keeping me busy, and I really appreciate the opportunity to listen to all of these presentations, collaborate with Raquel, with Tercio, very dear friends of mine, and I'm at your disposal here in Miami, Florida, which, you know, as it is called the capital of Latin America, but I like to refer to Miami more as the Latin American city closest to the United States. Aquí a la derecha. So at your disposal, and you know, any questions that you may have, please let me know.
Rafa, thank you for your kind introduction. I guess what we really could bring on to this session is so Rafa actually mentioned the project that he's working in Panama, and of course it is to connect Asia with the Americas and Europe through the Panama Canal. So looking at the 3 previous presentations that we had, Tercio, what insights can you actually connect within Rafa's initiative and Rafa's strategic agenda? Rafa is going to actually interact with us in the other sessions, but let's focus on the Asia insights for this first block.
So, first of all, we must split the presentations in NDB as a funder of these types of projects. So, and I have a long conversation with Mauricio in the past, early, maybe 3-4 weeks ago. And NDB is very worried about to increase your portfolio of investments in port projects. So there is an opportunity to any port authority or port terminal to achieve him and bring opportunities to the bank invest. One thing that is important is this opportunity to have investments in renminbi. That is not normal in international banks, development banks. So if you have a huge relationship with China, maybe it's an opportunity to achieve this type of product. So let's focus on Lumuk and all the K-line operation, not restricted in the RoRo operation, but K-line as a shareholder of one, that is a shipping line that is increasing your operation in South America. In the end of the day, we are talking about how to integrate Asia and the concept of One Belt, One Road initiative, and we can put together the concept of China plus one. So when China developed the relationship between your economy with the East, all the Americas and Africa, using shipping lines, considering your investment in ports outside China, and the same movement that the Western are investing in differentiate the relationship with Asia using ports such as the example of Lumuk. So Malaysia could be a gateway to connect Asia economies to America's economies. So when you consider the influence of the ship line increasing your operation with all of the world, and the Iaports is supporting this idea. And you have initiative as Lumuk with industrial zones, and it's quite interesting because Abu Dhabi, that will be the next presentation, they have a huge operation in free zones as well to connect the Middle East. So we can make some sites such as maybe in the future we have some important ports to connect with the interland, regional interland, such as we have in Abu Dhabi with Kizad, connecting the Middle East with Americas and Asia. Lumuk in Malaysia, develop an industrial zone with the same purpose. And we have here in Brazil, for example, Porto Fosu or Port of Santos, connecting the interland, the whole economy of Brazil with other ports. So this project model, this business model, maybe will be a reference in a few years. So this is an insight to Santos. Let's start the free zone to develop industrial activity. So it's very important to connect the local activity in the port with the interland, but this local activity have some relationship with the shipping services. So Cristello bring us some examples about the rural operation. He brought us an example, share connecting two car suppliers, bringing one type of car from one country to another one and bringing back another type of car, so SUVs and sedan cars. This is the best example to rural operation, but never time is not ever time that you have this type of solutions. Here in Brazil, you have some connection with Argentina, changing some types of cars. So Brazil trade with Argentina some types of car, and the same factory bring another type of car. So this is a condition to keep the balance in the shipping services and with industrial local economies. What I want to consider in this approach is our friend from Africa, Mubarak, is very important from Kenya. It's very important to develop in Africa, for example, the same concept of industrial and port operation together with a point of view to create a regional influence, a regional connection with the interland. I worked in a project in Angola 2 years ago to develop a railway corridor between Angola and Congo to export mining products from Congo to the west side of Africa as a second option with the east side of Africa. So how to develop industrial port areas, connecting the opportunities, considering the ship line influence in this port is very important because the east side of Africa, the logistic costs is so higher because you don't have a lot of ship line support this area. So how to develop this? We can bring the examples of Emirates. So Dubai ports start this movement, having a worldwide network to connect your operation and have this kind of influence. Today, Abu Dhabi ports, they are creating this new challenge, improving your influence in the Middle East and Asia, and now with some opportunities to have your activity in the Americas and in Europe as well. So this is a big subject that we can share with our audience and provoke everyone to think these issues and understand how each one here can provide and can apply these concepts in your tasks.
Tercio, thank you so much for your insights, and it's really interesting to see how much multi-cargo and integrated logistics can actually leverage on how to improve the global supply chain, right? So when we look at port industry projects, and then we look at ports that actually offer an integrated logistics solution into the the hinterland, then it's really important to actually see how we can actually leverage this. And again, just bringing financing players into the region makes it all happen. So I guess this is where we are right now, and we're really happy to move forward with the program now.
Yes.
And hear from the United Arab Emirates. So as we finish this strategic insights from our commentators for today, from Rafael Dias Balart and also Casemiro Tercio Carvalho, we move on to start our next region of the world, which is in the Middle East, and we have two really special players with us today. So to start from the Middle East, we would like to welcome Peter Egbers, Vice President of the International Office at Iaports, who will share with us Iaports' global operations and their international expansion strategy. So Peter, thank you so much for being with us today. We're really honored to have you participate on this agenda, and the floor is yours.
Please put your
Wait a minute, you're on mute.
You're muted. Yes, go on.
I still can't hear you. No. The studio, can you help Peter, please? No.
So
log out and I log in again on the Zoom call to be able to actually Still not. No. Peter, do you mind logging out and in again? And we'll have you back in a second. Yeah. Okay, so I will remove you from the room, okay, and have you rejoin, please. Okay, let's go. We're waiting for Peter to actually reconnect. I guess I would like to share with you, I've recently been to the UAE myself, and it's really interesting to see how this country actually developed this infrastructure in the past 40 years, right? So when you look at the vision for the country to actually become a connector between the regions, it's quite strategic how the investments have been made and how they're really positioning their ports at the core center of that strategy, right? So when you actually look at the Gulf countries and just analyzing how they want to be more internationally connected, it's really interesting to see how they're gradually becoming their hub into becoming a relevant and an essential player in the sector worldwide for the port sector. Peter, I see you're back. Can we try?
No.
I can't hear you, but maybe everyone can. Guys, if you can hear Peter, please raise your hands here on the Zoom call.
Yes.
You can rate, you can, okay, fantastic. Okay, awesome. Peter, so now without further ado, we're looking forward to hearing your presentation about the Iaports.
Audio delays. I'm just dialing in from my phone. So is it possible for someone, Julia, can you project the presentation on this group?
Sure she can.
Is right now in a very interesting phase of its existence. It was created in 2006 as a trade facilitator, initially focused on the UAE, but gradually, most recently since 2022, which is also the year that I joined the company, we have embarked on an international expansion mode. Just before I start going into the slides, I think it's good to mention to everyone that we are a group of 5 different businesses. So different than what our name suggests, we are not only involved in ports, but we are much wider than just ports. I'll get to that into a bit, but it's good to realize that we're a group of 5 clusters: ports, logistics, shipping, industrial zones, economic cities, and our last cluster is digital. If we move to the first slide, that goes a bit into the strategy of our growth, the international expansion. It can be roughly divided into 3 different stages. The first stage we reached in 2022, which is to consolidate our position in Abu Dhabi and the UAE as a prime operator of infrastructure assets and logistics assets. At that time, in 2022, our management and the shareholder, which is ADQ, realized that we pretty much achieved what we could have achieved within the UAE, and that it was time to look into other regions. So to grow the group along the 5 clusters outside the UAE, and we started looking initially into Africa and then Middle East, and from that we moved eastwards into Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and most recently we started to look into the Europe and Latin region as well. And so, as I said, this is a journey. So the end state, phase 3 of our growth strategy, should be that the group becomes a truly global integrated supply chain provider for our customers. So that is what we are working towards too. If you look at the outputs of the strategy, which we have clearly set and agreed with the management and the shareholder, is that we need to obviously maximize our financial profile. We should look for portfolio synergies, especially since we are involved in 5 different business units. We should see where the synergies sit if we pursue certain projects internationally. When we are looking for international projects, we're looking or we're focusing primarily on the key trade corridors for our customers. This in order to realize maximum customer stickiness And also we try to develop certain unique supply chain solutions in targeted sectors of, again, our customers. A few of them are mentioned here. Healthcare is one of them, automotive is one of them, chemicals and plastics, food. All of these sectors we put a lot of emphasis on. If we move to the next slide, it shows a little bit about our structure. Again, Abu Dhabi Ports Group is not only involved in port operations. It's 5 clusters that we are involved in, ports being one of them. Today we operate 34 terminals around the globe. The most prominent one is the Khalifa Port in Abu Dhabi itself, where we have 3 JVs, in which Abu Dhabi Ports also owns a shareholding. These JVs are with MSC, COSCO, and CMA. So these are container terminals. We also operate in Fujairah, a container terminal. Then if you look more regionally, we have cruise operations in Jordan and Egypt. And outside the region, on a more global level, we operate ports in, for instance, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Tanzania, Angola, Congo-Brazzaville, and a few terminals also in Europe. These terminals handle different types of cargo commodities, so we're not only focusing on, for instance, containers, but we're very diversified, so we handle any type of cargo. For instance, bulk, general cargo, liquid, Ro-Ro is a pretty large segment, and passengers as well. Moving to the second business unit, economic cities and industrial zones. The most prominent and well-known brand here is the Kizat Group. The Kizat Group operates 12 economic zones in the UAE, and very soon we have already signed a 50 years agreement with the Egyptian government to develop a new economic zone industrial hub in East Port Said in Egypt. The third cluster is what we call Noatem Maritime. It's the maritime and shipping cluster. We provide different types of services. We have a fleet of 270 ships today. These are cargo ships, again, container ships, liquid ships, dry bulk ships. And we have services today from Abu Dhabi going into the Far East, China, as well as from Abu Dhabi into East Africa and into the Mediterranean. And very soon we will start some services also in West Africa. In the same cluster, there's also other services like shipbuilding, dry docking, agencies, and maritime services, and smaller, let's say, non-cargo ships that we operate, like tugboats and pilotage boats. Our fourth cluster, branded as Noatem Logistics, is our logistics cluster. We offer intermodal logistic services and solutions to our customers. That can be air transportation, land transportation, or sea transportation. It can be warehousing and freight forwarding services. This cluster really got its global scale and size with the acquisition of Noatem. It gave us presence in 26 countries with 142 offices today. Lastly is a very interesting cluster, which we put a lot of emphasis on these days, which is what we call our digital cluster. Our digital cluster also operates under a number of brands that are shown on this slide. But what it really does, it has a in-house team of software developers. I believe the total number of developers is around 700 developers that both sit in Abu Dhabi as well as in Vietnam, that develop all kinds of digital solutions for our 4 clusters to make trade more efficient by developing digital solutions like a port community system, like an online trading platform. And again, we think there's still a lot of efficiencies that can be gained in our industry by digitizing trade and logistics. We're not only offering these services to our internal colleagues and clusters, we're also offering these services externally. So for instance, in Jordan, in Aqaba port, there is a port community system implemented that has been developed by our colleagues within the digital cluster. In Africa, in Congo Brazzaville, we want to implement a similar system for the Port Authority in Congo Brazzaville. So what you see here, I think, is a very unique proposition, because if you combine those 5 clusters, you basically can cover the full supply chain for your customers, whether it's ports, whether it's warehousing, whether it's inland transportation, whether it's shipping. Everything we have in-house and we can offer to our customers. So we try to combine as much as we can those 4 clusters, also when we go internationally into Africa, into LATAM, into the Middle East. We try to bring all those clusters with us as well. So we offer that full package to our partners wherever we go. So if we move to the next slide, there are some operational highlights of each of those clusters. For instance, if we look at the ports cluster, you'll see that we are close to 12 million TEU capacity in our ports portfolio. Today, we handle around, on an annual basis, close to 7 million TEUs. In terms of general cargo volumes, we're close to handling 60 million tons, and we handle approximately 1.5 million RoRo units annually. Economic cities and free zones, we have leased out to over 2,000 customers or users 72 square kilometers of land. We have also, on all of these economic zones, or in these economic zones, we offer also staff accommodation that is measured in number of beds. We have 724,000 square meters of warehousing that is leased out. In terms of shipping, as I mentioned, we have 52 container vessels, 34 bulk and RoRo multi-purpose vessels, and we have acquired different feedering companies. And with that, we have today, we operate 26 feeder services, both going east into Asia, as well going west from Abu Dhabi into the Mediterranean. In terms of logistics, which is branded as Noatum Logistics, we are currently present in 38 countries. And you see here some of the operational metrics. For instance, we handle close to 400,000 TEUs as ocean freight volumes and 43,000 as air freight volumes on an annual basis. If we move to the next slide, we captured our global businesses in a map. Again, the different colors are the different clusters that I talked about. So ports, economic city, free zone, logistics, digital, and maritime. You'll see the services, again, the ship services going into the various ports, into, again, Far East, as well as into the Mediterranean, East Africa. And obviously, for historic reasons, there's a strong presence in the GCC, in the Gulf region. But as I said, right now, and this is only since 2022, we really embarked on an international expansion journey. And there's still a lot of work to be done. But if we move to the next slide, the next one after this one, this is the ideal end state of our international journey as a group. So again, we want to become a truly integrated global supply chain provider for our customers, with presence of our 5 clusters in all the continents, and then connect as much as we can our assets and projects with each other. So this is just for illustration purposes, but this is the end state that we as a group are working towards to. If we move to the next slide, please. Yes. Here again, it showed what Abu Dhabi Ports was in 2020, which was it was a port logistics operator, but just active inside the UAE, no presence outside the UAE. Then in 2022, when the decision was taken to grow outside the UAE, we initially focused on Africa and the Middle East, being the surrounding regions from Abu Dhabi. And we started engaging with government stakeholders, private partners to develop a pipeline of projects, again, across those 5 clusters. And we started securing our first projects from 22 and onwards. And as we had good momentum, we started to also expand our geographic scope by adding new regions to, let's say, the initial scope. So we expanded into the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, as well as Europe. And at the right bottom corner, it shows again the end state where Abu Dhabi Ports wants to become a truly global player in the areas of shipping, ports, logistics, and industrial zones. So we're still on our journey. I think we have good momentum. We have secured multiple projects in some I will show a bit later, but in the various regions, it's both organic as well as inorganic growth that we are pursuing. And again, we're working towards the right bottom corner, the image over there, where we are ever present in all of the continents. If we move to the next slide, there are a few examples of projects that we have secured so far. Safaga in Egypt, which is a multi-purpose terminal. We signed a 30 years concession in March 23. We will be investing in the superstructure of this new terminal. We expect to invest $200 million over the next 3 years. And we start operation mid next year, 26. In Karachi, Pakistan, we signed 2 concessions. We signed a 50 years concession in June 23 for the container terminal. And we also, in Karachi, signed another concession for bulk and general cargo operations for a concession term of 25 years, both against a investment program. So for instance, in Karachi, can you hear me? We signed a dredging contract recently with Van Oort, one of the dredgers, to deepen the berth pockets and to also expand the quay wall. Similarly, we will also invest in capex for the bulk and general cargo terminal, again in Karachi. If we move to Africa, to good projects, I think one is in Angola, the other one is in Congo Brazzaville. In Angola, we have taken over the Unicargas terminal. So we have started operating there since the start of this year. It's a 20 plus 10 years concession where we will invest significantly in the upgrade of the terminal. So also here we will deepen the berth. So a lot of dredging work will be required, as well as investments in STS cranes, which are currently not present in Luanda. The expectation here is that we will invest $250 million in this project. Point Noir, Congo Brazzaville, a 30 years greenfield concession that needs to be developed from scratch. Here, the expected investment over the lifetime of the concession is $500 million. As I said, we will bring our digital solutions to this project as well. In the investment scope, we have also included a 10-hectare logistics area that Abu Dhabi Ports will develop. if we move to the next slide, that's the acquisition of Noatum Group. Noatum is a global integrated logistics platform that is active in logistics, maritime, so port, ship agencies, as well as operating a portfolio of various multi-purpose terminals in Spain and also in a few other locations. So what I'm trying to explain here is that we are pursuing both organic as well as inorganic growth through our acquisitions, because that gives us quite rapidly that scale and size on a global level that we are looking for. Lastly is the Kizat project in East Port Said. It's on the last slide, where we have signed a 50 years usufruct agreement with the General Authority for the Suez Canal and Economic Zone, SE Zone, to develop a new industrial zone. The size of it is 20 square kilometers, and that should really start acting as soon as it is finished as a new export platform that is strategically located between the US market, the EU market, Europe, as well as the African market. Also here we have, with the help of our internal Kizat team and external consultants, we have targeted certain industries and sectors, which are mentioned at the left bottom corner. We are currently, the team is visiting different regions to attract potential customers and users for this new project. And Abu Dhabi Ports has already started developing the site, and we hope to secure the first customers very soon. There's strong appetite and interest in this new project. And with that, I have mentioned all the slides. I hope the story about our international expansion, the growth journey that we embarked on is kind of clear. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think on the very first slide, there's also my email address should anyone have questions at a later time. But also just maybe in this context for this conference, as I said, we've recently embarked also on this international growth journey, which in the first 3 years was focused on Africa, Middle East, and the regions maybe more on the east side of Abu Dhabi. Now we will be expanding more to the west side of Abu Dhabi, meaning Europe and LATAM will get specific attention in terms of new projects. We have some logistics presence today in LATAM, in Argentina, Peru, Chile, and Colombia. We're very ambitious to also start investing in ports in LATAM, and we welcome any suggestions or partnership proposals. We are very open-minded. We would also prefer going into new countries and new regions to partner with strong local partners who understand the local dynamics, because we're still a newcomer and we need to partner with others.
Peter?
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Okay. Peter, thank you so much for the presentation. Better. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was brilliant to hear your expansion vision and to understand that Latin America is next for Iaports. So yeah, we're really excited to keep interacting with you. I don't think we mentioned this, but both Terça and I are actually based in Santos, Brazil, where the largest part of Latin America is based. So we're really looking forward to actually keep interacting with you and just understanding on a broader vision where is next. I think that for the audience here, this was a truly valuable presentation. So we really appreciate your time and the fact that you were here with us. And yes, if any of our stakeholders here participating on the call would like to reach out to Peter, I think he made pretty clear that they're on an expansion view. So really looking forward to what's next for Iaports. Thank you so much, Peter. Bye. Okay, so now as we move on to our next presenter of the day, is still from the Middle East. We're hearing from Israel. And we would like to welcome Roy Avrahami, Chief Innovation Officer of the Port of Ashdod, who will present the port's innovation strategy and how Ashdod is positioning itself as a leader for new port technologies. Roy, thank you so much for joining us today. It's great to see you again. I know you're just back from a trip in Japan, so just trying to readjust the time zone. So we really appreciate to have you here with us. And the floor is yours. Tell us what Ashdod Port is doing.
Ami, I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at Ashdod Port. And just let me to share with you like a really briefly presentation about our innovation initiative. So can you see my screen? It's okay?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we are Ashdod Port. Ashdod Port is a governmental port, 100% owned by the government. And actually, we used to be the commercial gate to Israel. And we used to be very profitable because first we are good, but second of all, 80% of all the goods commodities transferred by sea, and 99% of all the goods commodities actually who come to Israel, they transfer by sea because we are island economy. But then something amazing happened, and the magic word who called competition come to our sea. So as you can see, we are here at the Ashdod Port, and our neighbors call TIL, T-I-L, and as you know, TIL have a small sister who call MSC, the biggest shipping company around the world. If this not enough, so we have Adani Group that just buy Haifa ports, and then we have SAPG that they have a small sister as well who call Costco. So we understand that we are actually in big competition. So our strategy was to shifting from being the biggest port in Israel to the smartest port in Israel. But actually, what does it mean to be the smartest port in Israel? It means that with all the respect to the competition, there are three things that nobody can take from us. First, we are sitting on critical infrastructure. 2,500 square meters front of the sea, including all the cranes. That could be amazing sandbox to startups. Then we have the know-how of operating ports, because unlike many ports around the world, we are dealing with many kinds of materials. We're dealing with container, general cargo, vehicle, cruises, and so on. So we have the know-how of operating ports. And the third thing is the access to the Startup Nation ecosystem. So actually what we do, we're looking for other ports around the world and global drivers, because we want to make sure that our steps have the biggest impact exactly where they are needed. So how it's actually work? So if you can see, we just start from bottom up. So right here, we just start to interview all of our workers, from the worker on the pier until the VP, and we ask them one question: where do you think that actually technology could help you? With this information, we go to the global ecosystem, to the startups, and we come to this process very humble and modest, and just tell them, listen, we don't know what is the answer, please help us to solve it. Then they're coming to us, to the innovation initiative, and we check which one of them can complete POC, a proof of concept, in a period of 3 months until 6 months maximum. And then the most important step is in our implementation in our field. We do so with our innovation agent. It's actually a worker of the board that actually take the hand in hand with the startup and have them complete the POC. If the POC succeed, then the board become a client. We buy the product. And if it doesn't, so the board become a design partner. We try to understand with the startup what was wrong. And if it doesn't work again, so we go back to the ecosystem. So as you can see, it's like a learning cycle. It's like a perpetual motion learning cycle that we actually learn about our needs, and our needs become clearer to ourselves. So we start to work at 2021, and until now, 107 startups complete POC in our field in many kinds of area. So we have Industry 4.0, safety and security, energy, drones, cyber, and so on. So in this point, many people are curious, okay, just tell us one kind of pain points that the port could have and how you solved it. So I'm sure that for each one of you had this experience to rent a car for a rental car company, right? And when you did so, you get a form and with the description of the car, and you are supposed to put like a small X if all the places that you saw damage or scratch and so on. But let's admit, when you were in your way back to the car rental company, you were a little bit worried because you was not sure what this small X mean. So let me tell you that in our port we have the same problem, because we are dealing with 50% of all the vehicles who come to Israel, and sometimes there is a damage, and it's very hard to improve if the damages happen on boarding or unloading. So what we do, it's what we know to do the best. We just pay. You pay for our clients because we don't want any issue with them. But then we thought, what if we can actually screen each car and know exactly the condition of the vehicle when we are unloading that? And then we found spin frame. Here you can see actually a frame with the ro-ro ship that unloads 3,050 cars, and then we actually screen each one of them and know exactly the condition of the car when we are unloading the vehicle. So this is nice. Let's say that we are saved around $2 million for the port, but it's not a big budget for the port. But then something amazing happened, because then the Israeli shipping company wanted to buy the system for themselves. And Tesla prepared to pay $1 for each screen because they want to give a better service to their own clients. So then we understand that we're sitting on something much bigger than we thought, and we establish our CVC, our company venture capital. We actually have a fund of $55 million that we are invest in equity in the startups. But we are not seeing ourselves as an equity player. We're seeing ourselves as a strategic player. Why? Because we are one-stop shop for any startup. And why we are one-stop shop? Because, let's face it, first, we are a sandbox. Then, we are a design partner. Then, we are clients. Then, we are investor. And then, we bring another investor, another VC to invest with us, because we are reduce the risk of the investment. We are not invest based on a nice presentation and shaking hand in the air. We actually know these people, check the technology, check the stuff, check the KPI, and so on. But the most important step is actually to help the startup to scale around the world. And we do so by establish innovation embassy in ports around the world. Innovation embassy, it means that I can export and import technology from all around the world that focus in supply chain. So actually, we already signed with the port of Thessaloniki. We already signed the agreement with the port of Barcelona. We are talking with the port of Hamburg and the port of Rotterdam. We already signed agreement with the port authority in New York and New Jersey. the Port of New Orleans in LA, and Santos in Brazil. We are just signed agreement with the Port of Jurong in Singapore and the Port of Busan. And of course, we are still talking with DP World, but now we just try to see how to figure out our relationship. So as you can see, we try to speak with many ports around the world. But in this process, we found something amazing. And the most important thing, that in the end, it's all about people. In the end, there is a people who actually involved about do the implementation of technology in ports around the world. We want to be in contact with them. We want to know them, and we want to be friends of them just to see how we can do the implementation of technology around the world. So to summarize everything, what we're looking for. So first of all, we're looking for startups. We're looking for solutions. We're looking for collaboration with ports around the world, and this is why we are here. We're looking for to be a beta site of many kinds of technology, and actually we want to collaboration with many VCs around the world because we want to create a whole ecosystem that could be a one-stop shop for any startup and just make this whole supply chain more efficient and better. So thank you very much about this opportunity. If you have any question, you're more than welcome just to contact me, or if we have some time, so whatever you prefer. And thank you very much.
Roy, thank you so much for the presentation. I told you this before, I think it's the best storytelling I'm seeing from a port leader in the world. So yeah, I think you do a fantastic job with the presentation, and thank you so much for sharing your view. Guys, if any of you would like to interact with Roy, please feel free to reach out to Port of Ashdod, as Roy manages the innovation initiative. Yeah, you can always interact with the port leaders that we're having here on our program today. Thank you, Roy.
With all of you, so please don't, just contact us and let's start this collaboration. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, so bye. Thank you. So now we're moving on with our strategic insights from port specialists, and we're going to hear from Tercio on the presentations from the Middle East. I think, again, like there's a lot of synergy going on in the Middle East in terms of vision, in terms of wanting to leverage digital trends and technology within the operations. We saw from Iaports, they have a whole vertical dedicated to digital and...
Estamos mesmo?
The screen is still black. Okay, wait. Okay, yeah, we're back on.
We are back. So I don't know. Everyone listen me?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, perfect. So let's back to my side. So I don't know if everyone listened from the first part, but the question is about the strategy of both companies. So in the Middle East, you have a limitation about internet. So how to do business in the port sector, understanding that port is not just put cargo inside a vessel or import or export goods in a port operation, but how to develop business into understanding all the supply chain. And Abu Dhabi ports and Ashdod really understand to develop the business abroad, Middle East, understand how to influence, how to not conquer, but how I can develop business in each country and in each continent. So both companies focus on digital, of course, and the Abu Dhabi develop a very smart and huge strategy with 5 verticals in port operation, understand all the supply chain. So quite similar to DP World when we talk just about the port operation. So Abu Dhabi have another step, looking to the shipping and port services. So today, Dubai ports, they have terminals all over the world. Here in Latin America, we have a position in Santos, in Peru, in Dominican Republic. That's very important to consider this as a strategic port in Caucedo. So Abu Dhabi Port is create this strategy from the 20s, looking to how I want to be in 7 years, in 10 years, and this how to expand your operation all over the world, and creating these 5 verticals. You can develop in any part of the world, any strategy, any business, but all of them is focused on the supply chain. In the other side, Israel, with the example of Ashdod port, understand that the digital is a big issue to develop. So I can deploy one solution and apply this solution in any part of the world. In a dry port, in a maritime port or inland port, using technology and applying in your own port as a sandbox. So if I got this, all these insights from our colleague, is I invest in startups all over the world, and when you do this movement, you invest to prospecting good ideas and good solutions, invest and deploy the solution in your own port, developing a solution to scale this solution on supply chain. And this idea of take photos from car, in rural operation, damage in cars is quite crazy, a huge problem in a terminal. So, and I have some colleagues that work in the whole operation, and they every time I ask them, we can't automate today's process. Everyone tell me that is impossible. The human eye is better than a computer to identify little damages in the car. I don't know, because in container today you have a solution to understanding damage, but it's a quite different the precision of to identify this damage. So they are developing this idea. Maybe I want to be successful with this challenge, and if they solve this problem, I think every terminal will acquire this kind of solution. So it's a great idea to develop your port as a sandbox, such as Ashdod port are developing, and that port is a great strategy to expand your operation, invest in port. And one thing is quite interesting. Abu Dhabi, the philosophy of Abu Dhabi ports is, I want to make business, I want to be partner with anyone in the world. So I do not want to acquire 100% of the asset, but let be a partnership. Let's have partnership in all countries. And of course, today, the global supply chain, of course, we must considering the nearshoring and anti-globalization movements such as US are doing today. All of this, I think, in the end of the day, is there are waves of economy protection with each country. But in the end of the day, when you're talking about port and shipping, of course, it's a global a global operation. And this strategy of Abu Dhabi ports is very interesting and very smart. And I think is 2 steps forwards when you compare to DP World. So today DP World are investing hardly a lot of money in freight forwarding services. So understanding that the freight forward is on where you're beginning your relationship with the exporter and its importer. And the freight forward we define in relationship with the shipping and ports, where and how is the way of this cargo. So DP World have a huge smart decision makers, and developing this is another step. So everyone are fighting with 2-3 steps forward to innovate, to bring in more smart process, smart ideas and solutions to our market. And it's good to have Peter and Roy here with us in this day, and sharing the ambitions, because all of this is ambitions. And then I love ambitious projects such as the both colleagues that share with us all these opinions. So this is amazing. So I deliver back to you, Raquel, to share what your impressions about both, and very interesting because Emirates and Israel, they have some agreements, commercial agreements, and it's quite interesting that the movements of both companies are in the same way.
Yes, exactly. So it's great to see what the Abraham Accords actually enabled, and to see how this direct communication is actually fostering new opportunities that before were unseen, right? So connecting the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf is something quite brilliant, right? Both inland or by water. If we still have to go around the Arab Peninsula to do this connections, then it's still worth it. But I guess what I wanted to share is that, I mean, the whole day is about investment in the port sector, right? So, and we've seen different strategies here on how diversification strategies in terms of investments are being applied in the real world, right? So we saw port industry projects, we saw innovation projects, we saw shipping lines actually investing in a green transition, we saw port optimization initiatives, and we definitely saw how global players are actually participating in the whole of the global port supply chain, right? So in different stakeholders, like you mentioned, like more players are deciding, where else do I want to be involved? How do I want to invest? Do I want it to be organic growth or inorganic growth? Do I want to do an M&A or do I want to do a greenfield? Do I want to bid on a concession? Do I want to invest in a startup and see what's next? So again, the whole port industry has become even more dynamic and more diversified as port leaders actually move on within their investment strategies. And I think that this also goes into de-risking the headquarters operations, right? So when you look at investments, you say, okay, this is my condition in my home market. If I want to keep growing, where do I go next? What do I do next? What regions add value or have synergies with what I do? And that way I can also diversify and de-risk. So I guess in the past, and I'll take an example from the UAE largest players, right? When we have AD Ports and DP World interacting in the global arena, once they made that decision of actually invest internationally, there was a whole menu of opportunities that opened to them and actually added value to the headquarter operations. So it's not just about acquisitions like international acquisitions and just growth and whatever region I'm going next. And of course, MENA was a natural region for Iaports to actually look as the next expansion frontier, right? And then now looking at Latin America, but just looking at how those regions actually play a role in the global port supply chain, and looking at other players too, right? So there are Chinese players, there are American players, there are European players, like everybody is trying to actually add another layer of operation, being diversification of operations and just looking where is next for them. So there is another wave of growth, right? So we're not just looking at port authorities now as just I'm participating in this part of the world, this is my main operation, I can't move anywhere else, to a situation on, yes, I can. Yes, I can expand myself and I can do this differently. And then again, just looking at Port of Ashdod as a public port, for instance, where it's not going anywhere. it's there. Like the asset is there. So how else they can use international strategy and international agendas to become internationally connected, even though the asset is not going to go anywhere, like it's still going to be geographically placed there, but that doesn't mean that they cannot catalyze other initiatives, and there is another growth wave coming on just because of this strategy and diversification of sectors, right, that they're operating.
But there's one thing is very important, Raquel, is about optimization. So Costello started his presentation talking about all the different types of operation in shipping, and quite interesting because the K line for Brazilian ports is a natural car shipping car railroad operator, shipping operator. But if you know one, that is the biggest shipping line for containers operation in Japan, the three competitors in the car market, in the railroad market, the K-Line, MOL, and NIK, the three other competitor, the three other shareholder of the same company in the container operation. So this is an example that we have that we can bring in the case of, for example, Abu Dhabi port. So they want to develop the operation in port, in shipping, in port services, and digital. So I can have a partnership with my competitor, understanding that this partnership will bring me a strategic position and will feed my core business. I can give some example in dry bulk, agri-dry bulk operators, traders in Brazil. The competitors, they are shareholders in the same terminal, port terminal. Cargill and Dreyfus, they are partnered in the most efficient terminal in Brazil that can have a turnover of more than 60 times in warehouse grain storage. So these are examples that you can make business with your competitor, understanding of course the boundary conditions of this partnership, but focus on optimizing, acquiring international influence. So this talk with the Abu Dhabi strategy, DP World strategy, the case of K-Line as well, when K-Line is a shareholder of one. So we understand that all the supply chain, the complexity of our sector, develop opportunities to everyone. So, but one word is very important in this market. You must be competitive, and competitive is looking to your customer and offer the best level of services to them, even how much you charge for the service.
Exactly. So thank you, Terça, for the insights and for sharing your view with our audience. Ladies and gentlemen, what an inspiring morning we had. We open our journey with a truly global perspective on investments, starting with financial institutions and then hearing directly from Asia and the Middle East. We also heard strategic reflections from our part specialists, giving us valuable context on how these global initiatives connect to a bigger picture. This morning program reminded us that the port sector is not only regional, but truly interconnected. From innovation to logistics efficiency to global financing, the themes raised today highlight both opportunities and the responsibilities we share as an international community. So we will now take a short break for lunch in Brazil. Now it's 12 p.m. sharp. And we will use this time to refresh and to network here, okay? If you want to stay on the Zoom call, if you want to interact with yourself, you can. We're gonna go to a lunch break, and we will resume promptly at 1 p.m. São Paulo time, so in another 60 minutes. Opening with South America and Africa, followed by Europe and the Americas. So this afternoon promises to be as rich as the morning, and we continue on building this global panorama for our port investments. Thank you, and we'll see you back here in 60 minutes. Bye. This morning, we actually traveled to Asia and the Middle East, hearing about financial flows, global shipping operations, industrial city developments, and innovation strategies, complemented by reflections from our specialists. It was a powerful start, highlighting how different regions are tackling the same challenges of efficiency, sustainability, and investment in ports. Now we move into the second half of our day, opening with Europe and then traveling to the Americas. The afternoon will showcase perspectives for both private and public port players, logistics operators, and leading investors. Together, these voices will add to the global puzzle, giving us a complete picture on how capital and strategy are shaping the future of port development worldwide. So without further delay, I would like to please welcome Disney Barroca Neto, Executive Director at DEMI Group, who will share DEMI's global operations and their vision for expansion. Disney, thank you so much for being here with us. The floor is yours.
It's important, to congratulate you for the initiative. I think it's quite important, to have this opportunity to discuss with the public and to show a little bit about our market here. So let me check if I'll be able to share my presentation. I think so. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you again. Let me introduce myself first. So my name is Disney Barroca. I'm the local director for Dragabras in Brazil. And Dragabras, it's our local DEMI entity in Brazil. So it's a 100% DEMI group. So the idea today is to explain a little bit about our company, also to highlight some projects during our presence in Brazil, and maybe also to say something about the dredging market and the dredging challenges in the Latin America region. So this is the intention for today. Okay. First about DEMI, there is one curiosity about the name itself, because actually DEMI, it's an acronym. DEMI means dredging, environmental, marine engineering. So this is the first, important highlight on the company, because of course, in general, when you look for the history, DEMI, it's of course a dredging company, but especially nowadays, it's much more than this. And I will highlight each type of sector we work today. But even before, I think it's good to think about, the dredging, the format of the dredging market in the world. So as most part of, we have 4 or 5 big dredging companies in the world, and 4 of them are, from the low countries. So all of them are, starting the operations in the 1850s or something like this, and actually make a lot of sense, because as we are from the low countries, so from the beginning, we start to think in new technologies, to create land for the low countries and also to defend the land, from the oceans and all this type of challenge. So in the case of DEMI, we have almost 150 years of history. The main part of this time, we're working in dredging. But actually, when you look for the company today, we have a different profile. So as I said, DEMI, dredging, environmental marine engineering. So in the part of dredging, we can see here dredging together with infrastructure, which means, the building of ports, airports, the case of airports, and we have a land reclamation involved, artificial islands, submerged tunnels, this type of activity. But our dredging, our infra activities today are more focused in the European region. So we don't have infra works outside of Europe now. And of course, in dredging, we work worldwide. And why we work worldwide? It's because actually we need to work worldwide. So dredging, it's a quite capital extensive market. So when you look for this type of dredgers, the big ones, you are looking for something between 100 and 300 million euros, to pay this type of equipment. Of course, you need to keep them busy almost all the time. So we are talking about, a level of occupancy between 80 and 85% during the year. So actually for the dredging, we all need to work worldwide to guarantee this type of figure. And today, the dredging in the demi world represent 40-ish% of the turnover of the company. So today you are talking about 4.1 billion euros per year. So 43% it's related dredging. But actually this is not anymore the main activities in terms of turnover due to, of course, the offshore wind. So offshore wind, it's a quite new sector. So if you look for the past, we will find the first projects maybe 20 years ago, but today it's a quite busy market in the world, and in the company represents 45% of the total turnover. And of course, for the offshore market, due the same reasons of the dredging market, we need to keep the vessels working worldwide, to keep them busy, because they are also quite expensive. So here in the photo, the left side, we are looking for Orion, which is our new vessel start working maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and it's already completely busy, maybe for the next 10 or 15 years. And for the environmental part of the company, it's also something that we work mainly in Europe. But actually, when we think about Brazil, we had also experience in Brazil during the BTP construction maybe 15 years ago. I believe a lot of people already heard from Ricardo, the former BTP CEO, about the complexity to clean the BTP area, because in the past was mainly garbage. So the company responsible for this, the main part of this process was DEC, which is the environmental company by DEMI. And the last activity here, it's about concession. So we have a separate company to invest in port projects. This is DEMI concession, and now we have 2 port concessions, one in the port of Duco, and second one in the port La Nouvelle in France, which is the first port private concession in France. 7 or 8 participations in offshore wind parks not around the world, but around Europe, and also a lot of developments with hydrogen and also with submarine mining. So this is all the activities all the activities that DEMI work around the world. And of course, as you can see here in my presentation, the DEMI logo, it's a green one. And this is because, in all type of activities, the idea, is to improve, our role against, the main issues in the world related, of course, to the offshore, environmental. So in the dredging, but also in the land reclamation, the idea is to provide solution, to keep the port efficient, and also, to protect the land and create new spaces for the communities. This is the dredging part. I said something already about offshore. This is something, that the main part of the sectors in Brazil related to ports and also energy are looking forward, to the future of this market in Brazil. We are also, following, because as EPC contractors for this type of projects, it looks that Brazil could be, a quite huge market. And actually, this is the case of United States today. So Orion, it's busy United States for 3 years in a row. And I'm a Brazilian guy. I love to live here. So I really hope so that, at some point during the next 10 years, we will also keep our vessels busy here in the region, because the potential it's quite huge. So environmental, I said something already, and the concession we have here the highlights about offshore, infra, green hydrogen, and also the ports. Now talking very briefly about the DEMI projects in Brazil. So we start to work as Dragabras here since 2018, and 2018 was when the Brazilian market accept foreign companies to work here. But actually, if you look for the DEMI presence in Brazil, we need to think about 900s. So in 903 or 904, we were responsible for the development and the construction of the port of Rio Grande. Of course, at that time was not DEMI, the name, it was the name of our stakeholders, Akemers and Van Haren. But here, I have I bring a highlight of the recent participation here in Brazil and also in Peru, because in Peru, we also work as Dragabras, our local company. So we are talking about 40 million cubic meters in experience, and in the map, we can see the footprint. In the north, it's the Vale Terminal, and then you have Espírito Santo, Rio de Janeiro, Port of Santos, Imbituba, São Francisco do Sul, and the port of Rio Grande itself. So I don't know if I still have time. It was 20 minutes. I don't know. Raquel, I'm fine already.
Minutes. Hi. You have another 10 minutes.
Be good, to use this time maybe to talk about the Brazilian dredging market, and to talk about this, maybe it'd be good to put two highlights on the table. The first one, it's about the location of the country itself for the dredging market and the dredging world. So as I said, to work with dredging, you need to work worldwide with your vessels, and and doing this, you need to think about the dredging market in that perspective. So think about the world, and when you think about dredging in the world, the Europe, of course, it's a quite busy continent. Asia, as you can imagine, it's something quite busy with the port side, but also in the land reclamation side. So as you can imagine, all the projects in the Middle East about the new islands, about the new neighborhoods and etc. And we do this. The Asia market is quite busy. Also, Africa, it's a quite busy continent in the dredging world. So when you think about this, to work in Latin America, actually, it's quite a challenge, because if you work in Africa, you can take the opportunities of the dredgers and also of the close projects in the European region, in the Middle East region, in the Asia region. It's not the case of Latin America. So if you need to perform work here, you need to work here. So it's not possible to take some opportunity of some dredging passing by, especially because also United States, it's a quite huge market, but United States, it's a closed market for the dredging world to do with the Jones Acts, so it's not possible to work there. So it's Latin America, it's quite challenging. But when you think about Latin America, you mainly are thinking in Brazil, actually, because Brazil, it's of course huge. We are talking about 37 public ports, more than 100 private ports. It's a huge country. And when you think about the dredging world, every year you are talking about I don't know, something between $150 million and $200 million every year for the maintenance dredging of the port. This is quite sizable, and of course, every 2 or 3 years we have some initial project for capital dredging when the private terminals are be developing, or when you have some additional capital dredging to be performed to the public ports, which is the case now. For example, the big projects in the port of the big project in the port of São Francisco do Sul. It's quite sizable, and of course, if you think about the region again, Argentina, it's a quite huge project with, of course, only the waterway, but in terms of volume and the presence of dredging, this is something quite significant. So this is the just to put in perspective the Brazilian and the market of the region when you look about the dredging market as a whole. And of course, if you talk something about the dredging market in Brazil today, you need to think not in Brazil but in Latin America. You need to think also on the concessions opportunities. So as you know, Paranaguá will be the first one. So the auction will be next month, and it looks that it's a potential very good and clever solution for the Brazilian bottlenecks in terms of dredging, because especially for the public ports, all the users need to pay to use the access channel, but sometimes the port authority it's not the best entity to handle with the money and also to management manage the money to provide to the users the solutions in terms of dredging, But Paranaguá, to be frank, it was a quite challenging modeling. As you know, Desta, I work in the port sector since, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years already. And in the port methodology point of view, it was the first project that the government include a fee as an input for the project. And in general, the fee it's always an output when you first need to identify the VPL, and then you include a fee for the project. But Paranaguá was quite different. And with this, it's a concession project, a clever project, but it's quite challenging, to fit in the financial wise to the participation of the companies. Let's see. I hope the best, and I think this is my presentation for today. So I'm completely at your disposal if you have some doubts or if you want to talk about some point that I present today. And thank you very much again, Raquel and Décio, for this opportunity.
Tá. É que ele acabou. Hi. Hi. Disney, thank you so much for the presentation. Tá com eco de novo? Just a second. I can't hear you. Como é que eu faço para escutar ele falar?
Você põe
Eu boto o fone e aí eu escuto o Disney? Fala Disney.
Isso. Enfia tudo.
Ok. Eu continuo escutando o eco. O meu eco. Okay. So now let's see if I can actually hear you. Great. You can hear me? Awesome. So Disney, thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's really special for us to hear from a company that has diversified its section of work from the traditional dredging, as you're globally known. So I guess just understanding where you see next, that's really powerful. I guess considering we have like 5 more minutes, and I just wanted to see if I can explore with you, considering the 4 pillars that Demi actually is working on, where do you see the next frontier for expansion?
The main point, it's about actually the environmental challenges for the future. So for sure, the earned energy, it's something with a huge importance, and we truly believe that during not during the next 10 years, but maybe in the next 50 years, this is going to be quite important. So doing this, we spend a lot of money in capex with no new equipment, to deal with this type of challenge. And actually 3 or 4 months ago, we also acquired a new company in Norway, Hafram, also to be able to include more vessels in our fleet, and then to be able actually to deal with this market. But even though, Raquel, it's quite impressive, because if you look for specialized magazines for the offshore wind, you see that the demand is much more than the available vessels to deal with this. And again, when you think about Brazil, this is also quite something challenging, because if Brazil decides to enter in this market, the market's already there, the project is already there. So at some point, this is going to be something quite difficult and quite challenging for the countries, to have actually the company able to build this type of projects. So offshore, for sure, it's something completely huge, but actually even more than that. Because today, we have a huge, we are talking about scale, hydrogen project in the port of Duqm. This is something absolutely complicated, because, as you know, there is no scale hydrogen market in the world today, but we are put a lot of effort, to develop this one, especially because Demi is in the both sides of the chain. Demis is part of the importation coalizão, I don't know, coalizão de importação de hidrogênio in Belgium, and is also part of this project, the port of Duqm. So the idea is to connect both, to understand, and we believe that this market in the future will be huge. And maybe the third thing today, it's still in the P&D level. It's about mine submarine. So we have a project, since, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 years ago. Now we are spending money, to develop and understand the technology. But at some point, we also believe that this type of market will be huge in the world, because when you talk about mining, submarine mining, you are talking about metais raros, this type of thing that, of course, today it's already possible to see that this is going to be quite huge. This is going to be something quite huge in the future. So offshore hydrogen and mining, I think this will be something that will drive our future. But of course, the dredging will be always there, because dredging it's a daily and important activity for the company, because it's part of our blood. And of course, the market dredge will be always there. So you keep investing and being an important player in this market too.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Disney, we're gonna say goodbye to you right now, but yeah, we really appreciate your contribution. Thank you for being here with us. If anyone that is on the Zoom on the YouTube watching us and would like to connect with Disney, he shared his email address, and you can keep in touch with him. So we know that there are lots of exactly. You're unique in your own way, always. Bye. Okay, guys, we're going to keep our focus in Europe, but now moving on to Portugal. So we would like to welcome Thiago Fernandes to our agenda today. Thiago, thank you so much for being here with us. Thiago is the director of the Department of Port Business and Logistics at the Port of Setúbal in Portugal, and he will present the port expansion projects. Thiago, thank you so much for being here with us today. We really appreciate your time, and the floor is yours. Go ahead with your presentation.
Investment round. It's a pleasure for us. I will share the vision also for Lisbon and it's Setúbal, because we have the same board, so I will talk a little bit about the both ports. I don't know if you already are seeing the presentation.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yes? I can't see anything.
Just put your.
You can see perfectly the presentation, right?
Yeah.
Sharing the future development plans for the ports of Lisbon and Setúbal, based on the National Portos 5+ plan launched by the Portuguese government last month. In terms of agenda, I will talk a little bit about the two ports, also our strategic pillars, then the actions for Lisbon and Setúbal, and then the conclusions and the expected outcomes. In terms of Port of Lisbon, as you know, the Port of Lisbon is the port of the capital of Portugal. It's one of the Iberian's most strategical maritime hubs, serving as a vital link between the Mediterranean and the Northern Europe. It also plays a key role in international trade routes connecting Europe, Africa, and the Americas. The port's operation occur in the both banks of the Tagus River. In the North Bank, we have general cargo, containerized goods, and solid bulk, also a cruise terminal. And in the South Bank, it's more dedicated to liquid and solid agri-bulk cargo. As you can see, the stats in 2024, we handled 12 million tons with the. It's a balanced traffic, more or less, in terms of the most cargoes operated in Lisbon. Mainly it's containers and solid bulk. It's a large area, as you can see, with 32,000 hectares, with 14 cargo terminals, 2 cruise terminals, 1 shipyard, and also 1 military base. In terms of Setúbal, Port of Setúbal is a rising force in Portugal's maritime industrial landscape, located just 45 kilometers south of Lisbon. It benefits from a 24-hour open sea entries and is integrated into one of the country's most important industrial and logistic zones, with large capacity of growth. Setúbal also offers specialized terminals for all types of cargo, as well as shipyards, facilities for cruise and recreational vessels. Its strategical location, excellent maritime conditions, and regional tourism appeal make a natural stop on the Atlantic for Mediterranean cruise routes. In 2024, it handled more or less 6.5 million tons and we operated 1,600 vessels. It also has a large jurisdiction area with 17,000 acres, with 11 cargo terminals, 1 cruise terminal, also 1 large shipyard, one of the greatest of Europe, and also a small military base, which our Navy uses for innovation. In terms of strategic pillars, for the base of this one is as I mentioned before, the Portos 5+ plan is a national strategy launched by the Portuguese government to modernize and transform 5 key commercial ports in Portugal: Lisbon, Setúbal, Leixões, Aveiro, and Sines, between 25 and 35, the next 10 years. It's focused on Lisbon and Setúbal. They are central due to their strategic locations and the economic importance for the Iberian market. It's also aligned with the European Union goals. The strategy supports the European Union green and digital transitions for sustainable and competitive maritime transport. Its economic and logistical integration are reintegrating the port infrastructure into national priorities, strengths Portugal's economic and, of course, the logistical framework. In terms of goals for this plan, the Portos 5+ is a visionary strategic transforming Portugal's maritime infrastructure, focus on innovation and sustainability. The plan phases strategic investments, public-private collaboration to enhance port efficiency and resilience. Mostly, it aims to reposition Lisbon and Setúbal as central nodes in the European logistical and global trade networks. The Ports 5+ plan serves as a blueprint for modernizing ports and shaping the future maritime policy in Portugal. The plan also supports Portugal's alignment with European Union goals for a greener, more digital, and of course, resilient maritime transport system. In terms of strategic pillars, the Ports 5+ plan is built mostly in 5 strategic pillars that guide the modernization and transformation of Portugal's main commercial ports. The first one, investment and growth, with significant public and private investment to expand port capacity and support long-term economic development. Also, decarbonization and sustainability with the implementation of green technologies, including, of course, the onshore power supply, LNG terminals, and the electrification of port equipment to reduce the carbon emissions. One of the key strategic pillars are also the intermodality and connectivity, improved integration with rail and road networks to enhance logistics efficiency and inland cargo movement. And last but not least, the digitalization and automation, adopting of smart port systems, digital platforms, AI-driven logistics to optimize operation and increase competitiveness in our ports. And of course, the integration and security, the strengthening of urban port relations. We are both city ports and this is very important for us to raise the relationship between the port and the city, updating legal frameworks and enhancing safety and security across our port operations. In terms of investments, the Port 5 Plus plan offers a highly attractive environment for investors through a combination of long-term vision, strategic positioning, and public-private collaboration. The key benefits include long-term concessions, public-private partnerships, opportunities to co-develop, of course, infrastructure with public oversight and shared risk, high growth potential. Ports are targeted for expansion and are expected to see significant increases in cargo and in passenger volumes. We also will have sustainability incentives, access to EU-aligned green transitions, funding, and support for clean energy infrastructure. The digital innovation with participation in the digital transformation of port logistics, including smart systems and automation. And of course, we have a strategic location and the investment in ports that serve as gateways between Europe, Africa, and the Americas. This plan will position investors at the heart of Portugal's maritime modernization with strong alignment to European transport and climate goals. Let's see now for Lisbon specifically. The Lisbon strategic actions include the reorganization of terminals area for better logistics, mostly in the oriental zone of Lisbon, the launching of the Silotagos strategy to enhance grain logistics. Silotagos is an agro-bulk terminal. We also must improve the urban port integration for public accessibility. We will implementing smart systems and automation for sustainability. Mostly it's a digital twin that covers all the ports. In terms of Setúbal, no, you can see the Setúbal PowerPoint? No.
No, we see the conclusion.
It's my image stops.
Setúbal tá bonito.
Aí, agora vai. Isso. Now yes.
The short time it's spending the rural terminal and general cargo terminals. Also launching a public tender for the Mediterranean shipyard, one of the Europe's biggest shipyard. We will enhancing the rail access to improve cargo flow. We have a large model split already, but we want to improve this model split with rail. We also will electrifying equipment and joining energy communities because, as you know, we have sun in Portugal, so we must get the energy from that. In terms of conclusions, the expected outcomes for 2035, we want more 20% increase in passenger traffic in Lisbon for almost 1 million. We want 30% increase in cargo volume also in Lisbon, 55% increase in cargo volume in Setúbal, and 80% reduction in CO2 emissions. And of course, we also want in the both ports the full digitalization of ports operation with the smart digital program that I spoke before. In terms of resume and for the new and for the investors, we can resume these actions in Lisbon and Setúbal in these tenders. We will have for Lisbon an agro-bulk terminal of Trafaria. It has a terminal with 3 million tons capacity. The investment will be more or less 100 million euros. Also, the tender for the container terminal in Santa Apollonia, mostly for short sea shipping. It has 700 TEU capacity, an investment of more or less 100 million euros. Near this terminal, we also have the concession of the multi-purpose terminal of Santa Apollonia with 1 million ton capacity, investment almost 100 million euros, and the liquid bulk terminal in Barreiro, in the south bank of Lisbon, with the capacity of 1.2 million tons, and the investment will be more or less 50 million euros. In terms of Setúbal, the Ro-Ro terminal, it's our driver for the next year. It's to launch this tender. It will be a private investment of 60 million euros. And it's our plan for the next year. In terms of 27, we will launch the concession for the multi-purpose terminal of Mitrena. It's a terminal with 5 million tons capacity and an investment of 80 million euros. The Mitrena shipyard, as I told you before, will be a huge investment of 300 million euros, private also. It's one of the biggest shipyards in Europe. It will be a very good tender with a lot of participation, we hope. And for a large period, 2035, also a project cargo terminal focus on energy. It will be an investment of 100 million euros. And basically, is this? I think I don't have much more time. Thank you for your attention. We are very excited about this information in our ports, and we are welcome collaboration to build a sustainable and competitive marine future with you, investors, that want to share our vision in terms of Lisbon and Setúbal.
Thiago? Thank you so much for your presentation. Tá tudo bem? Tá. It was great to hear from you and understand that there are lots going on in your ports. We see that this transition to port decarbonization, and there's a lot of efforts in the ports. I understand that you probably have only a couple of minutes with us. Yeah, eu não ouvi ele. Yeah, he has to leave. So I really appreciate your time to be here with us today, and we'll send out questions from the audience to carry on with the conversation.
In meetings, but if you have any question, please contact me. You have our emails and our mobile phones. You can share it with the audience, please. And it's always a pleasure for us. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the partnership. Thank you. Bye. Now, this is great, right? We see the ports making all the efforts to actually do a transition for a decarbonized future, and also increasing their capacity while reducing their port investment, right? While reducing their carbon emissions. So again, like, this is just a brilliant way to actually advance the agenda. We're really looking forward to, in our vision, to have more Latin Americans investing in a European port. So again, this is just another opportunity to actually bring transparency to a more integrated region between Latin America and Europe. Right, Tercio?
Yes. So it's important to consider one thing about the Brazilian economy. You know, Brazilian economy trade with China, an average more than 50% of our trade balance. You see US about 20 to 30%, and the rest of Brazilian trade balance split in Latin America and Europe. This year we signed the final documents about the trade agreement with European Union that create a new road to increase this relationship in the international trade. But beside this approach, we think we have a lot of opportunity to investments between both economic blocks. DEMI bring us not only the track record of dredging projects in Brazil and Latin America, but the perspective to invest in the new projects. And of course, dredging services in the whole world is really concentrated in the 4 companies, European companies, not only in DEMI, but Boskalis, Van Oord and Gendenu. And of course, today in Brazil, you have the presence of Czech dredging, SDC, as Chinese companies that develop some projects here, and of course in Latin America. Beside dredging services, and not only dredging itself, as Disney bring us the perspective of them to invest in offshore services, putting, for example, setting up wind power plants in offshore area, but all the decommissioning of oil and gas platforms, we have the same equipment doing this type of job. So we have a huge opportunity in the east coast of South America to develop this type of services using this type of equipment. But in the other side, increasing the relationship between ports of Europe and Brazil or in Latin America is very important, because we have an example in the morning with Lumuk, Antwerpen, doing investments and developing greenfield projects is a huge example that we can share with the market. Here in Brazil, Porto do Açu is the same model. You have Pecém in the northeast of Brazil, that Rotterdam is a shareholder of this port, and we understand that you can create more relation with the European ports, such as Portuguese ports, Hamburg, and other ports that you can create trade bridges with our market.
Thank you, Terça, for the insights. We see that Marty is here with us. Marty, do you hear?
Sorry, March. I started speaking that I didn't see you here. Welcome.
Let me introduce you before you actually start, because you know you're from the house. We love having you with us. So just to introduce you to our audience. After listening to Demi and part of Setúbal from Portugal, we're actually moving forward with Europe, and we're joined by Marty Driessens, Head of Business Development of Port of Antwerp Bruges, who will be highlighting their global operations and growth strategy. Marty, thank you so much for being here with us. It's good to see you, always great. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Casimiro. Lovely to be here. Let me just share my screen with you.
Eu tinha pensado que era para começar a falar, porque ela não tinha entrado.
One moment.
Ela atrasou 7 minutos.
Ah, tá.
Então você...
Eu tive que enrolar, tá bom. Não tem problema.
Não, tá ótimo, tá ótimo.
It's my job.
Yes, we're getting there. Can you see it well, Raquel?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's go then. So thank you again for the invitation. Always thrilled to be present at the events of Iaports, which are always of an excellent level with a great, let's say, great team and also a great audience. So I'm really excited to be here and also very excited about the topic. Let me please tell you a little bit about the activities of Port of Antwerp-Bruges International. We are a daughter company of the Port Authority of Antwerp-Bruges, and of course our bread and butter really is, let's say, teaming up with ports abroad, facilitating growth for the mother company. So this is where we work. This is the port house. This is located in Antwerp. As you can see, it's a combination of old and new. And here we are always open to receive visitors. The Brazilian friends, they know the way. So this is where we work. It's our business card, and it shows a little bit how we embrace history of several centuries, but also are oriented towards the future in exciting but challenging times. So our mother company is the Port of Antwerp-Bruges. We are located in the heart of Europe. We are a small country in Belgium, but we do serve as a gateway for the entire region. So this is really something that contributes a lot to the national GDP. And a couple of years ago, Antwerp and Bruges got married. So we used to be two port.
Hi, Marty. Just a second. Let me interrupt you because we need to switch to presenter mode. We're still seeing your first slide.
You must put you must share the presentation on the screen.
No.
No, you stop sharing and share again the presentation screen. Actually, you must stop sharing, put in the presentation model, and when you share the screen, you share the presentation screen and not the PPT screen.
That's all right. Yes. Are you sharing two screens? Should be. Now it's perfect. Yes.
Work. This is the port house. Always welcome. Second of all, so this is where we are located in the heart of Europe. One port, two port platforms, thanks to the fusion between Antwerp and Bruges. Some key facts and figures. Basically, in a nutshell, we are one of the main gateways for Europe. Of course, in volume, we are in the top 3. We do about 300 million tons per year. But not only that, we are also home to the biggest petrochemical cluster in Europe, the second one in the world. This is wonderful because it creates a lot of employment, value-added services, production industries. Nevertheless, it also comes with the challenge of energy transition. So we really have to make sure that the pole, the hub, remains competitive in the long run. So energy transition is a must to remain resilient and be future-proof. So as I mentioned, we represent the daughter company, the one you see in the middle. We are a daughter company. And moreover, there's also APEC, our training institute for foreign ports. We have three, let's say, KPIs, a very important objective for us. The first one is that we can guarantee sustainable growth. This can be in Belgium, but can also be outside of Belgium. You mentioned ASU, you mentioned Lumut. So this is a tool for us to keep growing in other countries. Second of all, we want to remain a front runner in the energy transition. So this is very important for the to enable green corridors and the import of green molecules through partner countries like Brazil, amongst others. And thirdly, to have a strong position in the global supply chain. Here you can imagine it's very important for us to diversify because, of course, we have the traditional exporters are let's say, the main trade nations, but in volatile times, trade tariffs and so on, let's say these, there's a lot of disruption, and it's important that we put our eggs in different baskets and also can receive cargo flows from other countries and the new kids on the block, let's say. So these are our three KPIs: growth, energy transition, and remain a leader for the global supply chain wherever the goods come from, east, west, north, south, export or import. So this is also for us important pillar. Of course, as I mentioned, we have this ambition of becoming a green hub, a green chemical hub. And of course, we are a tiny country, so we will need to import the feedstock from elsewhere. Hence the importance of green corridors, where of course Brazil has a lot of potential. And this is of course where we come in at the daughter company, and the idea is that we can facilitate those ambitions of the mother company. How do we do this? Basically, we have 4 key activities that we can offer to our partners abroad, to our port partners. There's a logical one, advisory. Yes, we can share our best practices from Antwerp Bruges with our ports abroad. Then there are port management solutions. This means that we can have also expats located on a permanent basis at the partner ports. So nowadays we have expats located in Lumut, in Oman, in Benin, myself, I was in ASU for about 7 years, so to also have really a focal point that can coordinate the collaboration between two teams. Training programs, this is very, very important in my eyes, that we can receive our friends from other ports in Belgium and show them the operations, let's say, live. Nothing is so interesting as seeing the things with your own eyes. And fourthly, the investment pillar. So also when a project is strategic, we are also able to invest and to become a shareholder. And this really is kind of serious is no money. So it will help us to be there to show that we are serious in the long run. The expertise we have is various. So we have kind of 5 solution leads. Goes from port strategy and governance to digital business, innovation. The third pillar, check practices, sustainability is under that. Then the fourth pillar is operations, whether it's nautical or whether it's from the land side, of operational expertise, blue-collar training of the dockers, thanks to our simulators, and last but not least, the white-collar training of the managers, thanks to our APEC training academy. So basically what we offer to the partners is know-how. I think that is obvious, but we can offer more. We also offer network. Of course, we have a lot of private companies in the port that we can connect you to. And thirdly, we have a brand that can also help to open doors, especially for new ports, greenfields. If they can use our logo, it can also facilitate, let's say, commercial negotiations. Just a quick word on APEC. So via APEC, our academy, it's our sister company, we give standard seminars and also tailor-made seminars. We've been operating since '77, and we have received up until now students from over 150 countries and have more than 22,000 alumni year to date. So this is really something amazing because you have people from all over the world, and it also allows for a lot of exchange of ideas between the group. Not only with Antwerp Rouge, but also between the ports present in the group. And moreover, we also have some schools abroad, like in India and in China. Now we also launched a new academy in Suriname. So also in Latin America, it's our first academy. And hopefully we are also talking to Brazil to set something up. So I can't say too much yet, but I think soon you will know more. And this is really trending, let's say, training at the spot, so that it's a bit more democratic and it allows you to receive bigger groups. The courses, it goes from, let's say, all the way from port management to dredging, so it can be very high level to very specific. There's a new course called Energy Transition. This is really worthwhile. It's one of the newest courses. Also one on smart port technologies, cyber resilience, the use of drones. So if this is interesting for you, have a look at the website. Also, we are allowed to give certain scholarships. It's very well possible that your profile applies, and then you can also get a scholarship from the Flemish government. So please feel free to reach out if you're interested. It's really a great experience. I've done it myself, and it's really nice to have this 2-week experience. I'd like to end also with some examples, because for many ports we do ad hoc consultancy, but with some we call it strategic partners. So this means that with them we've been partnering up for years, and it's really a partnership where we provide all those services that I mentioned: training, investment, advisory, and so on. We have a project in Suriname. We are located in Africa and Asia, and so on. So it's really diverse. And let me just give you some specific examples. There is our partnership with Benin and West Africa. Here the focus is really on making the port a bit more modern. It had to expand, it had to professionalize. Here we focused a lot on infrastructure and really making it more up-to-date, state-of-the-art infrastructure, and very much also on blue-collar, decent work. This is also something that is now better organized. We have dedicated training programs for women as well, so to get more women on the payroll. So this port, let's say, has grown a lot from a small national port to a regional gateway. Then there is Lumut, who was a guest before, and so also there we are involved. Of course, this is one of the countries that has tremendous potential to grow as a let's say, a nearshoring hub. Next to the traditional big producers, Malaysia has great potential, and of course a huge coastline thanks to its island composition. The support we give to Lumut and the development is also supported by Global Gateway. You know that the European Union wants to diversify their supply chains, wants to partner up with various countries that can be, let's say, providers of commodities and energy. So there, of course, Malaysia is a great candidate. So this is supported by the European Union. Third example, and now we go to the Middle East, the port of Duqm in Oman. Here there's it's supported, first of all, as a great location between, let's say, the Indian subcontinent and Africa. There's a lot of room. It's a stable country in quite a volatile region, but this is a safe haven. And next to import and export of traditional cargoes, this is really bound to become a hub for green steel. So we have players here like Mitsui with Kobelco. There is another project with Jindal Steel, Vulcan, Vale as well. Of course, you know them very well for the production of HPI. There's a lot of sun, there's a lot of land. So this could be the let's say a great production hub for that region. And the same applies for Walvis Bay, also a lot of land, a lot of sun. Here the focus is different. This would really be for the production of ammonia. So ammonia would be produced in the retro area, and this ammonia would be through the jetty, could be exported to Europe. Nevertheless, let's say the commercial approach is diverse. So we also are in conversation with the carriers, so that they could also bunker ammonia for their fleets. When they go from Asia to Europe, for example, they automatically pass by. And thirdly, of course, the local offtake for fertilizers for Namibia, for South Africa, and so on. So this is also here, we work together with the European Union on this. Again, part of the Global Gateway initiative to become as resilient and future-proof as possible, and make a friendship with new countries with lots of potential in the global south. And of course, I kept the best for last. There's Porto do Açu, a private port located close to São João da Barra in the state of Rio de Janeiro. And they started off as a port complex for oil and gas and iron ore, really a commodity port, but since then have managed to diversify. So nowadays they handle grains, for example. Plus, they have a dedicated green hub where we signed pre-land lease agreements with companies like, for example, HIF, Sempen, Fuela, and so on, for SAF, ammonia, methanol, etc. So also here, what Açu wants to do, they really want to diversify their product portfolio, make sure they're also, let's say, future-proof, and I imagine one day the oil and gas business is declining, that the green fuels and also the green goods can take over as a main business. So here also the objective is also that they can export these green molecules to Antwerp and Bruges, shaping a green corridor next to the local industry. They are a gateway for the Sudeste, for Minas Gerais and so on, so that also they could produce locally fertilizers, for example, hereby making Brazil less dependent upon imports from other countries regarding fertilizer. The same for green steel and so on. So yeah, just Raquel and Mr. Casimiro, a small overview of what we are doing. My email is here below, so if anybody would like to do a call afterwards, I'm always available. Just email me and we can set a call. Again, for us, I think in a nutshell, what's very important that we are a tool of the mother company. So the idea is that we can fortify Port Authority, supporting them in basically accomplishing those 3 KPIs. So we are a tool and we can allow growth, we can allow energy transition, we can also enable new volumes. So the international departments, we are really a tool for them. And for the future, what we expect, basically, if we look at what's in the pipeline, upcoming regions and new partners, new countries. Energy transition is also a hot topic, I think there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of diversification. So also for training, this is nice that we also see there a lot of demand, capacitation, to really enable the people at the spot, the teams. And we have the new school in Suriname. We're planning to do something in Brazil. So this is also something where we hope the capacitation segment that we can make APEC more of a reference in Latin America. So that was it from my side. If you have questions or if you want to do Q&A, please reach out to me via email, and it was a big pleasure. Thank you for the invitation.
Marty, thank you so much for your presentation. It was brilliant as always. I do have a question for you, if that's okay. Hearing from all of these projects that you mentioned, the Port of Cotonou, the Port in Oman, and then Brazil. So we're talking about today, how do we finance the investment, or how do we actually, how do we actually make all of these projects happening worldwide? So I guess like my burning question for you is related to how do you actually finance, or what is the financial architecture behind all these global partnerships that you have today with the ports?
Not one standard formula. So of course everything starts with our own, let's say private equity. So we have via the mother company, we have let's say a certain amount available to invest in projects abroad. Nevertheless, our ambition is not to become a DP World or a PSA. So usually we remain in the position of a minority shareholder. We are a strategic partner. We can provide knowledge, brand, and network. But very often this is in, let's say, collaboration with other companies. It can be, for example, in a JV formula that we invest together with a big equity investment fund, for example. If you look at ASU, it's together with EIG and Mubadala. Also, we can go for loans when we talk about big infrastructure works. There is, for example, EIB, the European Investment Bank. They can also provide loans with, let's say, very interesting long-term conditions, and hereby also de-risking a bit additional loans from private institutes. So again, we have those public players that can facilitate. And also, of course, if you look at Oman, for example, there we have other shareholders from Belgium, like DEME, for example. Everybody knows DEME in Brazil for dredging, but they also can invest in infrastructure. They're also very active in the area of energy transition. So they are also a shareholder of the port of Duqm. So it really depends on the situation, and often it's kind of a puzzle that we have our own equity together with a bank, public or private, and some input from the local partner, and then potential consortium partners, private companies that also want to that want to invest. So again, not one standard solution, but we have our network, and we always manage to, how should I say, to create, to set up something that's interesting for that particular case.
That's great. Thank you so much for your participation here with us. We're going to wrap up now, Marci. So if anyone would like to talk to Marci or understand more about Apex programs that are wonderful, really looking forward to receiving more news on your expansion to Latin America when it's possible to share this announcement, we will be happy to. So thank you so much for your time, Marci. We really appreciate your collaboration, and thank you for showing us all these global operations that Port of Antwerp Bruges is developing worldwide.
Looking forward to seeing you very soon in Rio or any other place very soon.
Fantastic, thank you. So now we're moving on with comments, Tercio. We've heard presentations from Portugal and two presentations from Belgian leaders, actually, Demi and Port of Antwerp Bruges. I think Marci actually gave us two keywords that I'm taking forward, which is opportunities and diversification. We see port leaders actually working on this, and of course leveraging investment schemes to be able to make those projects a reality. How do you see these European trends on global expansions?
Yeah, actually we can consider this type of strategy a form to interaction with all different types of ports in different scale regionally and worldwide. So not only Antwerp are investing in this model, but if you see Valencia do the same thing with training programs and integrating with different types of port. And in the end of the day, these ports can achieve any type of action in the country, or selling services such as digitalization, training, management models, management tools to the port authorities. But one thing that I would like to bring to our conversations is almost a mantra in all over our presentation during this day. It's about the decarbonization projects. So you can see these in the DEMI initiatives, Setúbal and Lisbon ports as well, and of course Antwerp and Bruges is not only doing this, but front running this process with other ports. The same happens with Abu Dhabi port. The same happens with Ashford, looking of course in digital issue. But all over, all the companies all over the world, they are worried about the decarbonization and the net zero, and how you do this in quickly, considering IMO regulation, considering the government, local government and global government pressure in the port market, the shipping market as well. So one thing that I would like to bring to our discussion is how we can accelerate it, how you can keep this movement quickly in port authority contracts and leaseholding contracts. I'm advocating in Brazil to review the leasing holding contracts, setting up new investments such as shore powering, such as green energy in the port, solar panels, all different types of initiative to aiming to achieve these goals of reducing carbon emissions and keep the port greener. We can do this in any kind of contract, in any type of port management model. So in Brazil, you have the traditional tender landlord contracts, and the landlord, the port authorities, can provoke, can push the leasing holder to do these investments and anticipating some goals. But of course, in the end of the day, you must rebalance the contracts, giving more time, or not reducing the port authority fares, because no one wants to reduce your revenues. But time extension is a good example in Brazil to accelerate these investments. So we can bring this conversation and provoke our audience to thinking, and if anyone in the audience is a port terminal, can push the port authority to review the contract, rebalance the contract, and the port authority rebalance the leasing holder contracts as well. So in the end of the day, it's very important to how we can create opportunities and a round table to discuss this investment. And I think it's very it is important in this day that we're talking about investment round in Iaports, to bring this discussion, how you can provoke investments in the private relation from the side of port authority, and of course banks and investment funds can do this investment, because these investments is linked with the contract, with you have not a securitization of the contract, but of the investment, but it's very secure to invest in these greening projects in the port authorities, with the anchoring these investments in the landlord contracts. So this some things that I would like to provoke in this subject.
Yes, we see a lot of qualifiers being added to new port financing, right? With related to actually environmental standards and decarbonization best practices. So I guess that it's here to stay, right? Whenever you're applying for a new credit line, or if you're looking for a new investors, very likely they will have a couple of requirements with regards to the environmental impact. I'm saying a couple of requirements, but they're actually quite extensive on how a project actually needs to be not just financially viable, but also environment. It's not even environment friendly, but environment adequate, right, or qualified. So I guess this is where we can actually see that there's a lot of advancements in the sector. And then when we hear from Antwerp, from Archie's presentation, that they actually do invest in different regions, they don't do it alone. They have a whole network of port leaders that actually go with them, depending on the project, depending on the scope. Again, this is just a major strategy on de-risking up your line of thought.
Everyone is listening? Everyone? I don't know. Yes, okay, perfect. So just to finalize my last speak is about I understand that the Port Authority today has the opportunity to change this mindset and put in a practical way the greener investments in the port. So reviewing, rebalancing the landlord contracts, offering the customers, I'm talking about the shipping services, the shore power, for example, electrification of equipment. All of these, you can extend time in the contracts, rebalance the contracts, and anticipate these investments. And of course, all the contract itself is enough to offer to banks and investment funds to funding this, changing this greening process of our sector. So, Rachel, back to you. Let's come to Flavio from Port of Rio Grande.
Thank you for the insights, Tarcio. With this, we actually close our presentations from Europe, and now we're approaching the Americas with presentations from Brazil to start. So I would like to call from the southern Brazil, Iaports member Flávio Ferreira, Head Office of Portos RS, Portos do Rio Grande, who will highlight the areas of expansion under development at the Portos do Rio Grande do Sul. Flávio, thank you for being here with us. We really appreciate your time. And the floor is yours. Please let us know what's going on at Portos RS.
Hi everyone. Let's get started. Let me share my presentation. Are you see?
Not yet.
Are you heard me?
Yes.
We hear you, we don't see it yet.
And now? Presentation is okay?
No.
No, not yet.
Oh, let's try again. Sorry.
No, we don't see it.
No?
I can share it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I am Flávio Ferreira. Great pleasure to share with you a little bit more our port and our state. Next one, please. So, this is when we are located. We are a port located in south of Brazil, and we are a public company responsible to manage the 3 public ports of Rio Grande do Sul: Port of Rio Grande, Porto Alegre, and Pelotas. Rio Grande is the largest one, and there are 2 numbers that I think it's very important to share with you. We have 776 waterways network It's a great advantage to state of Rio Grande do Sul. And these waterways linked our 3 ports, Rio Grande, Pelotas, and Porto Alegre. And we have an official draft at the port, 15 meters of official draft. This is allow us to receive any ship in the world. So it's important to mention. And next one, please. It's a little bit more our complex. When you see the lagoon is the waterways and our 3 public ports. We have some leased terminal, private terminals, and we have 2 shipyards. Next one. This is an important slide to show you because at the blue areas are the available areas. So I think that's an important opportunity to share with you these areas because it's very near than the coast, and so we have to install any company, any industry, and the states have a lot of benefits to the companies. So if you are interested in the future, we are open to discuss specific opportunities in those areas, but it's important you to know that's available. So the next one. That offshore energy, it's very important to the future, of course, because it's a sustainable business, and it's very important to put resources, to put a lot of money in that. So we have in the state of Rio Grande do Sul more than 30 projects being licensing in the IBAMA, and we strongly believe that our port will be a hub port in offshore energy in the short future. So it's important you to know that we are totally open and ready to receive investments to in this area. So the next one, please. Of course, that it's not all over the 30 projects will be happen, but we are in the phase to study what is the most favorably area to install that port. So this is one of our shipyard, and we believe that the specific area is already to receive and to be a hub in offshore energy, because this is already to receive some industry, to produce some equipments like the biggest blazers, and it's in the coast, so you can produce the blazer, you can put in the ships, and the ships goes to the ocean to install the equipment. And this shipyard is ready, technical capability to receive all of the most biggest equipments to offshore energy. So we strongly believe, I repeat, that this area is perfect to receive this kind of investments. The next one, please. In 2024, it was our main partners in export destination. The first one, China, following the Vietnam, Iran, US, Morocco, and the sequences. The next one. When we talk about import The China is the first one, following by Argentina, Russia, Morocco, and Canada. Our main product in the port of Rio Grande to export is the grain, the soy grain. Next one. So it's just a little bit about our port, and if you need more information, I will be glad to help you. Raquel, Julia, thank you so much. Thanks for the invitation, and thank you for your attention.
Flavio, thank you so much for the presentation. This is really great to see the two main opportunities for expansion in Portos Aires, which are in the port industry area, and the offshore wind projects that are developing, and how the port will actually be able to support on the implementation phase of these projects. I wonder if you can give a little bit more detail on the port industry areas that you showed. Maybe a little bit on the profile, or what kind of projects are you looking to actually attract, or how they can engage with the Port Authority in case anyone is interested in actually establishing operations in one of those, I understand, the blue areas, if I'm not mistaken, of your slide. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you, Julia.
It's available. Like I said, these areas is it's the government is the owner, and they give some benefits to the industries, companies, or whatever that intend to install here in Rio Grande. But we are strong believe that these areas, it's total matched with industries. So any kind of industry. So I'm talking about industries of energy, mobile, technological, chemical, whatever. It's open to any kind of business.
Okay, thank you. Great. Do you have any timeline for the implementation of the offshore wind projects, or how do you see the offshore wind actually fitting within? Does it have any synergy with the port industry projects, or it's a separate area?
Yes, it's total. It's more. It's the match. We believe that it's more adaptable to industries. So we strongly believe that the perfect place to install the industry of offshore energy is in one of the shipyards that it doesn't appear in that image, but it's located in front of our new port. It's located in the city of São José do Norte. So it's not located specifically in the industry area. That is just an industry area. For example, that's the busy areas, occupied areas. It's chemical industries, food industries, like Bungi, the old field, and Yara is located just in the same area. So it's two industries, and to offshore energy, it's located in other place in the port complex.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for your presentation, Flavio. We really value your participation at Iaports and all your presentation here with us today. It's great to see the opportunities in the south of Brazil with regards to investment in the port sector. And I guess it's also great to see port industries related projects. Some ports actually lack areas to actually develop port industry. So to see ports in Brazil that actually have areas to offer so that we can leverage on those port capacity increases, really, through these industrial investments. It's absolutely strategic. And again, it's just, you're located near Mercosur, right? So being close to Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay, another great asset in terms of regional connections with our neighbors. So we really, really appreciate your participation here. And if that's okay, we're going to move on with the presentations.
Great pleasure for your attention. Bye-bye.
Bye. 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 Okay, guys. So next, we're going to hear, we're going north from Rio Grande do Sul, I would say. So we will hear from Gabriel Vieira, Director of Operations at Portos do Paraná, who will present the port's impressive infrastructure, which handles over 70 million tons per year, and they have an upcoming concession that is really being the hot topic in our industry now. So we're really looking forward to hearing what's on the pipeline. Gabriel, thank you so much for joining us today.
Me?
Yes.
My audio is okay?
Yes.
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to talk to you also, Tercio. A great professional in our segment here in Brazil, in the world, and helping so much Paranaguá and Antonina ports in our infrastructure projects. I separated two presentations. One presentation is in Portuguese, but I will use just the images to highlight you all the projects and the numbers that we are achieving since the beginning of our management here in Paranaguá ports. We started to manage the port structure here in Paraná State with 53 million tons per year, and this year we will handle 70 million tons. Paranaguá and Antonina ports that makes part of Paraná ports. It's a old infrastructure, as we used to call, but a very efficient and productivity structure. We only have 5 kilometers of quay, with considering the liquid berths, the multi-proposal berths, and the container terminal. And even that we only have these 5 kilometers, we can handle 70 million tons. So I will start to share one of the presentations, one of the screens actually. I don't know if you are already seeing.
Not yet.
Okay, share.
Now we see it.
Okay, so this is Paranaguá structure. In the image, you can see our export corridor, the west export corridor, that is a berth that can handle 9 million tons per year, more or less. We already managed 3 million tons only this year in this berth. We have the other berths for multi-proposal cargo, pulp and paper, sugar. We are the main fertilizer importers in Brazil in terms of throughput. So last year we imported more than 11 million tons of fertilizers in Paranaguá and Antonina ports. This year we will break this number with more than 12 million tons imported by Paranaguá and Antonina ports. And we have the East Export Corridor, as we call, that manages more or less 22 million tons with 25 million tons of capacity. We mainly export soy, corn, and soy meal. And we have also the container terminal where we can handle more than 2 million TEUs per year. So with all this structure, we are the second largest port in Brazil in terms of area and throughput, not considering iron too. So looking for the agriculture business, we are the second largest port, only behind Santos. I will skip some screens just to show you who doesn't know Paranaguá in details, but we have services all over the world in terms of segments and type of cargo. So we export a huge amount of pulp and paper and wood for United States, Asia, and Europe. We export also sugar for Africa and Asia as well. And we are the biggest chicken exporter of chicken meat, poultry, the biggest poultry exporter in the world. And our market share in Brazil, only in August, was 50% of all poultry exported from Brazil used Paranaguá port as the main port, the main structure. I will show you another screen that is very interesting. In the last 5 to 6 years, we increased our throughput 26% comparing to 2018. So we advanced more than 13 million tons only in the last 5 to 6 years, and this year we will reach 70 million tons of throughput, increasing more than 30% from the last 6 years. And this screen is very interesting because when we call our infrastructure old infrastructure, it's old, but we have a huge reliability in our infrastructure. We have the same infrastructure, almost the same infrastructure for the last 50 years. But in the last 50 years, we use it to manage 2.5 million tons per year. We manage this amount in 10 days nowadays. And we can see the increase of our operations. Obviously, we had a huge increase of production and demand in Brazil. So and all the projects that we are building for the future is to attend the future demand, as in the 70s and 80s we could saw the projects that were built to attend the future demand as we are using the infrastructure right now. So I would like just to use this last screen of this presentation to show you that we have the same infrastructure from the 70s. We only increased 1 kilometer since 1970, and with this increase and with these projects that we are building in terms of warehouses, container terminals, and all the interland of our port structure, we could increase 60 million tons almost with the same infrastructure. So we achieved more depths in terms of maritime infrastructure. That is the main subject that I will show you in the next presentation. Nowadays, we are operating related to one of the more challenging projects of our management, and that is fully related and integrated with our federal government that worked with us to build this project. That is the access channel concession. Paranaguá has 25 to 26 nautical miles of access channel. In terms of kilometers, it takes 40 kilometers outside our channel to reach Antonina. So Paranaguá port is in the middle of our access channel. Then we have Antonina, that is a small port that handles 2 million tons per year. In terms of challenge, the Port Authority here in Brazil and Paranaguá Port Authority, Paraná Port Authority, has the obligation or the responsibility to manage the dredging works. And we spend more or less per year 80 to 100 million reais in dredging works only to maintain our depths. As I said, we use it to work with 10.6 meter draft, and now we are working with 13.3 meters draft. We had a huge increase of maritime infrastructure in the last few years, and now we have the capacity to attend the biggest vessels, new Panamax, with 13.3 meters draft. And in terms of challenge, seeing that we have this long channel to manage, the concession project, as we call, the concession project was something challenging because we wanted to reply projects all over the world that went well and brought several benefits to the ports to our port structure. In a concession contract, we could saw that we could bring more efficiency, safety, and a biggest investment in terms of infrastructure, in terms of capex. If we could build a concession contract for 25 years, extendable to 70 years in the process. But when we look for this 25 years, what we really needed was to increase our maritime infrastructure to 15.5 meters draft, seeing that we have very, how can I say, a very good container terminal in our port structure that can handle more or less 2.5 million TEUs per year. And we have all of our new projects, new concessions that brings new berths to the export corridor and to the liquid bulk that we will need this 15.5 meters draft for the next 25 years. The projects that we saw in the past are attending our at the concession, the concession of the channel concession project can bring for us. So in terms of investment, the investment on the increase of the infrastructure, the deepening dredging will bring us 15.5 meters draft, widening the channel by up to 40 meters, and we will have a guarantee 86 million reais to Port Authority in terms of fixed remuneration. Today, our incomes in this line is about 250 million reais, and we will receive also 3% of the gross revenue of the concessionary. So this is just terms of investment, just capex. When we talk about opex, these numbers doubles, and the maintenance of the channel will be more or less 2.4 billion reais in the next 25 years. So this is very important for the Port Authority to guarantee not only the maintenance of the channel, but also the increase of our maritime infrastructure. And this is something I will skip the part of the technical qualification for the companies that will be part of this project, but we have an auction already scheduled for October 22 in our stock market, Brazilian stock market, where we can see that all the project was built between the federal government and with the public hearing made in 2023 with our financial court, federal financial court, approving our project. That is the first project in terms of channel concession in Brazil. And the most interesting thing in this project that, as I already explained, we will mix the bidding criteria. So it will be hybrid with the lowest tariff plus the highest grant value. And we have the opportunity here to reduce in 12% the tariffs that are being applying right now. So we have a maximum discount on the 12.63 on the maximum tariff. That is more or less what we are being applying now. And with the service quality indicator that are already presented to provide an escrow account to deliver this escrow account as soon as the concessionary delivers the increase of the maritime infrastructure. So to resume, this project, this concession project that will be bid on the next month is something pioneer in our country. And with this project, we will have the opportunity to guarantee the investments that we need in our concession channel to not only maintain our debts, this is something very challenging in our country, but also to increase the maritime infrastructure for Paranaguá Port, the second largest port in Brazil, to achieve 15.5 meters draft beam making possible that Paranaguá Port can be hub port in our country. So in terms of our presentation, and sorry to speak fast, but I would like to speak so much more about our infrastructure. But what I prepared for you guys was that presentation, and I can share with you our presentation, not only the concession channel, but also our infrastructure port presentation with all the other projects that we have, also looking for the roadway access, railway access, and terminal that we are providing for the future, for the next 25 to 35 years. So thank you so much for your attention.
Hi, Gabriel. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was great listening to you and understanding about your next concession for the concession of the channel. It's been a popular topic here in the Brazil port market. We just heard previously Disney Barroca from Demi also commenting on this project and the expectations for not just major dredging companies to participate, but also major port stakeholders that are looking for an entry in the Brazilian market, and just seeing how these international investors can also add value to our Brazilian port market. So we really appreciate your presentation. Is there anything specific that you would like to actually tell us related to this upcoming bid that it's coming on? What's your expectation for the stock market day, for the auction?
Yes, we have a huge expectation in terms of attendance. We had in the 3 to 4 months ago, we had 3 bidding process in the stock market that brought to us almost 1 billion reais in grant value directly on the concession contract. Three main terminals of grain export that we provided to the market. We make all the regularization of the contracts, and in these contracts we brought the opportunity to the construction of 2 new berths that is inside our strategic planning since we started the management of our state port. So in the next month, our main expectation is to have all the dredging companies attending the public bidding, because since the beginning of the project and the public audience, we had several contributions and the full participation of the dredging companies, and all the port community here in Paranaguá is with a high expectation in terms of attendance, discount, tariff discount, and increase of our maritime infrastructure. So this is something that we are working for several years, and we are going to see the results in the next month and the next year.
We're definitely looking forward to it. And we really wish you luck. Good luck in the next auction. I know that everybody in the Brazilian Stock Exchange will be there with their eyes really open to see who is the winner. But yeah, this is all a very dynamic sector, and we're always excited about new concessions coming up and more investment being delivered both by the private and the public sector. So we really appreciate your participation here, Gabriel. Thank you. Portos do Paraná is a founding member of Iaports, so we truly appreciate the support that you give for our association. And again, very active team internationally. So if you're looking to engage, again, like this port is really ready to be more active in the global port scene. So thank you, Gabriel. Thank you for being here with us today. Bye. Okay. Next.
Yes.
Yes, we do hear you.
Okay. So, well, thank you, Iaports. I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and expose a little bit about Port of Santos, which is so important for our port system. I will just need some help with the screen transmitting, because we are not so used to work with Zoom. So I will try to share my screen and then play the PowerPoint. If you can see the presentation in the screen, then we can start. Do you see the presentation on the screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
So let me see what I have to. I have to work with the configuration of Windows. And now?
Not yet. Do you want me to share?
That's a possibility. It won't allow me to share. Julia, can you play the presentation I sent you, please, so we can... Okay, that's perfect. So we have 15 minutes. Okay, so this presentation will be an overview of Port of Santos, more like an institutional presentation. As Raquel said, I work as a GIS manager, working for the port planning superintendents, and working directly with development of new business and new services, new terminals. I'm not the person of the numbers, of the values, prices, and etc. I'm the person who takes care of the square meters and the destination of what is going to be used with these areas are going to be used for the future. So, Julia, please, next slide. This is just an overview of the area of the port. So it shows a bird eye view of the estuary with the navigation channel, the red lines representing the mooring berths, the railway access represented in green, and the roadway access represented in yellow. So we have this complex of the right bank and the left bank. Some areas still to be developed in the future, but this presentation will focus on the area of the public port, which is managed by the Santos Port Authority. Next slide, please. Just for everybody to have an idea, we divide the zoning of the terminals in terms of the type of operations. So some operations were grouped, and these are the terminals represented by color. Only the terminals that are located in the public port. In other words, the terminals that have contracts with the Santos Port Authority. And now on the next slide, we can see that the port complex is much more than just the public port. If you can change the slide, Julia, please. Then we can see the what we call the port complex, including private terminals and other port-related activities like special and specific facilities for export of cargo, some of them for import of cargo. We have the depots for empty containers, also integrating this huge environment, and the management conducted by the Port Authority. Therefore, we'll have to understand all this complex and how different players are interacting in this arena, right? So please, we'll go to the next slide. These are some big numbers of the port. Just so everybody can have an idea, it's Port of Santos at a glance. Last year we handled 180 million tons of cargo. That includes basically all types of different cargo. The only cargo that we're not handling in Santos will be crude oil and iron ore. All the rest we have terminals. We have container terminals, liquid bulk terminals, dry bulk terminals, general cargo terminals. With a huge focus on exports. Our navigation channel counts with 15 meters depth, and we will increase the depth 1 more meter in the next year, and possibly to 17 meters in the next future. We have like some. These numbers will all be available for the market. They are all available in our website. I will show you a slide with the address that everybody can have access to this publication, which is Port of Santos Facts and Figures. Next slide, please. The important part of Port of Santos, something that we always repeat for the market. We have a hinterland formed by 5 of the most important states of the country. It covers around 30% of the area of Brazilian area, with concentrating around 80 million people, and these 5 states will stand for half of Brazilian GDP. So it's the most important port, of course, of Brazil. We're talking about the most important port of Latin America and the southern hemisphere, but for the country, this is the most important port for the port complex, the national port system. Among the products that we export, we have soybeans leading the ranking. We have sugar. We have coffee exported in containers, corn. We have fuels, chemicals. A lot of different products are not listed here because of the volume. And for the imports, we have more value aggregated products that we are importing because of our geography and how our economy has developed in the previous decades. This is how Brazil is working right now, with very competitive products, especially in terms of exports, and with huge opportunities of growth. Next slide, please. In the world ranking, Port of Santos responds for some important rankings in important positions in terms of size, population, economy, and container handling is always a good way of understanding the economic importance of a port. And Port of Santos has been in the 40 positions. It depends on the year. During the pandemics, this ranking was varying with more intensity, but we have been in the top 40s in the previous years. So this position is probably increasing and diminishing depending on the situation of the economy. These are just some numbers so we can have an idea of the importance and how Port of Santos represents global trade market. Next slide, please. So this is our publication. It has all the numbers for those who are interested in knowing how much tanks we have in the port complex, how much warehouses, the square meters of container yards. All the information is in this publication, and we update this publication every year. So it's a very good source of information available and in Portuguese and also English, so everybody can study Port of Santos. Next slide, please. So this is a very important image for the Port Authority. It represents years of a great effort to approve our development and zoning plan. The last approval was in 2020, and we were able to organize the terminals in clusters according to different types of cargo. So there's in the upper left we have all the specifications. Of course, this legend will it brings the reference of the type of cargo based on its physical properties, whatever is a solid bulk or a dry bulk or a liquid bulk or general cargo. But this is very, very interesting to have an overview of how the port is organized, since Port of Santos has been developed since centuries, and the port started in the Valongo area, which is this narrow part right in the center of the image, and it spread on the lower estuary and also to the upper estuary. So we have this growth in two directions, and in the right and the left bank almost at the same time. Next slide, please. So this other slide, it shows basically the same thing, but focusing on the sectors of the economy that each of these clusters are attending. So we in the right bank, for instance, where we have the most significant changes during the approval of our last development and zoning plan, we have four very distinct corridors. We have an agriculture corridor that it's basically half of the port. We have an area that we dedicated to cruises, to the passengers. Close to the entrance of the city, we have two different clusters, a cluster of general cargo and containerized cargo, which are basically cargo with more aggregated value, and also a petrochemical cluster. And in the left bank, we didn't have significant changes in our development and zoning plan in 2020 because it was already organized in this form, with an agriculture cluster, general cargo container, and also a petrochemical cluster in Barnabé Island. So this is important because the different forms of receiving cargo from the land are related to this organization. Since agriculture terminals will receive 50, 60, or 70% of the cargo via railway, and that's what we want to incentive also in the port, a higher participation of the railway handling. Next slide, please. This is the area of the STS-10, or Tecon Santos 10, which will be the next container terminal in Port of Santos. It will increase our handling capacity. And in the area of Alamoa, the red part, we will have the STS-8, which will be the next liquid terminal that we will have in Port of Santos. And then the next slide will bring some of the information regarding the Tecon Santos 10. If you could change to the next slide. This will be the same slide that we presented in the previous meeting of Iaports that was performed by Felipe. And he also highlighted the investments of the tunnel and other projects that I will not bring here because our board, the board for business and development, is handling the next auctions of terminals, while the tunnel and other projects are being handled or conducted by our team of engineering. That we showed in the previous presentation, there's some of these numbers are probably updated. I just didn't have time to update, since the presentation is this presentation was made by different areas of the company, and I just sent you in some minutes ago. This is predicted to December, I guess. And the other, STS-8, which will be the next slide, is predicted for November. And if you can change to the next slide, please. It will bring the numbers of the STS 8. In terms of keywords or highlights for investors, for the Tecon Santos days, I would highlight the scale, forecast stability, and its prime location in Latin American main important logistics hub. And for the STS aid, similar, but it's also highlighting the fact that it is a resilient sector. It will be a logistics ready location solution, and with long-term returns. That's what we expect as the Port Authority, and always repeating the idea that the Port of Santos is an asset that you cannot replicate in any other part of the country. So we expect a lot of participation from the market for this too. Expansion. And now for the next years, we will have to update the development and zoning plan, and we will have to expand the public a result of which of the areas that we indicated for expansion will indeed be integrated to the Port Authority management. So it's an important increase of area. Today we have something around 9.2 or 9.3 square kilometers of area, just talking about the port facilities, not considering the waterway infrastructure. Areas, and this will increase in a very important way, so that we can therefore develop new projects, not only thinking about cargo handling, but also thinking about aggregating value to the logistics chains that depend on the Port of Santos. That's it. I think I passed some minutes. Sorry about that, but that's what we have to present, and that's our expectations for the next months.
Kleber, thank you so much for the presentation. It's brilliant to see the growth opportunities for the Port of Santos and to see the new expansion areas and the whole positive agenda. Port of Santos is such a major economic driver for the whole of Brazil, and to see it anticipating cargo demands, not to be a bottleneck, but to be able to actually support the growth of the whole country. It's the sort of vision that we always like to see in the port leadership, and the brilliant team that actually leads the Port Authority. So we really appreciate your participation here with us today, and for giving us such a positive note on what's next. I actually wonder, within the presentation, can you just confirm for us probably the expected timeline for the upcoming auctions that we're hosting until the end of the year? Would you happen to know that?
Updated information I got from the economic modeling manager. November will be the STS 8, and then December the Consantos days. I might be confusing the dates, the months, but I guess that's what she passed me.
Yeah.
But I can confirm that information for you in some minutes. I don't want to cause any more delays on your presentations, on the other presentations.
No, we really appreciate your time with us here today. We know that you're in Europe actually for training, which is just what Marcia was talking about, right? Apex initiative. So we do understand that between paraprofessionals, it's great to do a continuous effort into a professional training. So we truly appreciate the time of you actually being with us today and presenting this. I want to say this amazing asset that we have, the Brazilians are so proud of, which is the Port of Santos. So thank you for being here with us today. We're now going to move on with the presentations and our program. Thank you. Okay, Tércio. We heard 3 amazing presentations from Brazil. We heard Portos Aéreos, Portos do Paraná, and Porto de Santos. 3 Iaports members that are actually doing a lot to attract foreign direct investment to Brazil and the port sector. As we heard Kleber actually say, Brazil actually ranked 5th in foreign direct investment worldwide, which means we're a huge magnet for new investment, new investors, and we see a lot of growth in the port sector overall. How do you see this trend of international investors coming to Brazil and being interested in our ports? How do you see the match between the assets and the investor's view?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Raquel. I think we can start this thought. Understanding that supply chain is a worldwide framework. This is the reason because a lot of foreign investment come to Brazil, understanding that we have 2 huge types of investment. The agribusiness investment, and I ever say that Brazil is a great ground, sun and water exporter. So everything that we use in that corridor that Kleber showed us in agriculture sector, we are talking about pulp and paper, and we export ground, sun and water. All different types of protein, animal protein, so cattle, pork, and any kind of protein. We are saying the same idea. Grains itself and so on. So we can give it a lot of examples to exportation in products: cotton, coffee, soybean, corn, maize, all the things. All of these are integrated in a vertical integration supply chain. So this is one of the reasons that Gabriel told us about the last auction that you have in the stock market, and we saw Cargill disputing with new companies for a brownfield terminal. So, and I want to bring a parenthesis to this expression that Brazil is facing a lack of capacity. So all of these investments, huge auctions, and a lot of money on the table, all of this, in the end of the day, means that we need more port capacity. This is the big message that we must send to the government, to the port authorities, public modelers, that every time that we decide to offer a new asset, so we saw in the ports of Rio Grande, Paraná, and Santos the same way, the same thoughts, the same procedures, increasing the capacity, giving competitivity to our market, to port market. So this happens in any port in Brazil today, and I don't know in other countries this lack of capacity, but today all the east coast of Brazil needs capacity, and I'm not talking about only in the southwest and south of Brazil, but when you go to the northeast and North Arc in Brazil, we need more capacity. So when you're talking about, for example, Port of Itaqui, they are increasing, the ground is increasing their capacity, and when they finish all the investment, they will need to do more investment because we have a lack of competitivity in these ports. And when we talk about competitivity, it's not in the sport side, but it is about the commodity side. For example, in Port of Itaqui, the price of commodity, the final price of commodity is in the average 20% less than, for example, in Port of Santos or Port of Paranaguá. So this 20% is the lack of competitivity of the farmer in the north that operate in Itaqui. So how to deliver it back to the agricultor, the farmer, this competitivity? It begins in the port side. So investment is necessary to develop it and create this competitivity to the market. In one side the port, and on the other side to the importer, the exporter, and so on. So when I talk about TechCon days, and Gabriel brought to us today about the needs to increase the capacity of Port of Paranaguá in terms of container. He told about 2.2 million TEUs of needs. So today, last year, Paranaguá has operated 1.5 million TEUs. So we need this capacity, the southeast and south, to offer to the Brazilian market. This is one of the reasons that a lot of international companies are very interested in TechCon 10. So it's not only the shippers, the shipping lines, but you have what I do call in Brazil the white flag, that companies that operate just the terminal. DP World is an example of white flag. ICTSI as well, and Port of Singapore Authority that is today is a terminal operator. All of them are interested in the content as well. So how we create a good port planning when we talk about to develop this modeling. So firstly, in my point of view, is you must open the competition in the stock market for any type of company. So, and I think this issue it is in the past. So we don't have this discussion today after technical opinion of the government, one of the technical infrastructure department in the TCU, the National Court Account, and after the last events that I've participated, for me it's a thing in the past. But
so wait, do you think everybody will be able to bid?
I believe that. I believe because we can show that, and everyone knows that this this fight belongs to APM terminals and TIL. So the two biggest players in the world that invest in the whole world, and anyone knows, but they really invest and acquire terminals and port authorities. I don't know if anyone knows, but today 50% of the Hamburg Port Authority belongs to MSC. So, and this transaction was approved by the Hamburg Senate. I think last year. I don't know if I'm good with the time, but what I'm trying to bring to our audience is investment give competitivity to the market, transfer competitivity to the port authority, to the port terminal, to the supply chain. So, and much more investment, much more competitivity. And it's quite crazy, but every trade company has the same position in Paranaguá and Santos. And the port is so close to each other that you think, why you operate in both of terminals? Because we need, in a position of the trade company, they need a position in any port as a second plan to manage the lineup, to manage the warehouses, to manage the supply chain. So all of this is a question of time, is a question of acquire the product. We know that every trade contract we sign 1 year early of the harvest, but it's very important to understand that even we have all these contracts signing, we have super harvest times, we have harvest broken. I don't know if this is the correct expression, but when you miss a harvest because of the weather, the climate, you really lose all the harvest, not all, but a huge percentage. And all of this you must answer these events. So position in Santos, position in Paranaguá, position in the North Arc, all of them will have the same position. The same happens with container market. Position in for example, APM terminals, they have position in Itapuá, in São Francisco do Sul. TIL have a position in Navegantes, position in Rio de Janeiro, and they need a position in Santos as well. And if you consider that the two biggest players in the market, considering MSC, Maersk, and CMA in this order, the biggest players in the container market, it's very natural that all the three need a position in Santos and with capacity. And you know, today, BTP 50%, TIL 50% terminals, and they operate 1.5, 1.4 million TEUs. So it's less than 750,000 TEUs per ship line. So, and in the other side of the bank, we have CMA now with more than 2 million TEU capacity. So, how we can keep balance in this market? So, in the end of the day, let everyone dispute, let everyone invest and bring a better level of service to our customers. That is the Brazilian industry, Brazilian importers, Brazilian exporters, and in the end of the day, the logistic cost will be decreased because of the competition. So the whole of port authorities, our three colleagues that present this afternoon, they are showing that they are doing the job. So they are doing what is needed to do. Put a tender on the stock market and create an auction to bring investment. One thing that is curious is about the consideration of Gabriel about the channel of navigation. So if you keep deeper the navigation channel, you can bring in not only bigger vessels, but you create a open window to moor your vessel. So everyone knows that our port operation in Brazil depends on of the tide behavior. So if you are in a higher tide or a lower tide, but this create a closer window to moor when you have a dispute. For example, when you need to moor a big container vessel and a bigger grain vessel. So which one will you choose when you need this window to make your movement and your moor the vessel in the terminal? So when you increase this window, you increase your port competition, your port competitiveness. That is the case of Gabriel brought today about the navigation channel concession. So what they want is big vessel, bigger container vessel, that TCP increase your operation and compete with Santos, and is okay. Everyone needs to compete, of course, with fair rules. But our whole as an institution is promote this good fair competition in the market.
Yes, exactly. And I guess this afternoon is all about giving transparency to new players that are actually looking into the market and see what's next. And I feel that there was a lot of synergy between the three presentations when we look at Portos RS actually sharing their port industry landscape, and then seeing Port of Santos actually having new expansion areas that could actually have some sort of vocation for, of course, cargo handling, but maybe there's opportunity for some port industry projects there. I would really be interested in seeing what those new areas of expansion would be dedicated to. Seeing that, I mean, within the Port of Santos, and we both live in Santos, right, Tercio? We see the city actually being quite just right there within the port operation. So I guess these new areas are critical as a breather, as a new opportunity for the port to expand, and just in terms of new opportunities. And again, just looking at how Portos do Paraná is positioning itself as keeping up as a relevant player in the market, really well managed, really up to date within dredging and channel management. Again, like every channel in a port is a critical asset that needs to be operational full time. So just looking at how our ports operate, most of our ports, if not all of our ports, are 24/7 in Brazil. So again, there's just a great. It's interesting because not all ports around the world are 24/7. So we should be able to actually say that looking at continuous operation, being fully managed, really well up to date investment, this is what Brazilian port leaders are looking for. So with that, we close our Brazil session, our Brazil block, and now we're going to hear from Spanish-speaking LATAM, which we're very happy to have presentations from Chile and Panama coming up next. Andres, I see you're here with us, so we would like you to turn on your camera when you can, and I'll just do a brief presentation about you. So from Chile actually, but I think you're in Miami, so I really want to hear from you where you're based And we want to introduce Andres Christensen, Chief Development Officer for AGS Agunsa, who will share the company's upcoming investment projects and global operations. So, Andres, thank you for being here with us today. Looking forward to learning more about Agunsa's current plans for expansion and investment. Thank you.
Hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Couple of slides that we prepare for this here. Okay, so as I mentioned, my name is Andres Christensen. I'm the Chief Development Officer for AGS Agunsa, and I will explain a little bit who is Agunsa. Actually, I'm based in Tampa, Florida, and I will explain a little bit why. So, Agunsa is part of a larger group of companies that is called Grupo de Empresas Navieras, GEN. And it's a group that has more than 100 years of experience in the maritime industry, more than 20 countries and 7,000 staff. And GEN has different, let's say, pillars or industries where it works with in different countries. So GEN has a ship owning company, more than 110 vessels, starting from tugboats, and specific vessels in the south of Chile for the salmon industry. Also, CMC, which is the company that is part of GEN Group, started when CCNI was sold to Hamburg Süd in 2015. Okay, so GEN Group, and we will see in the next slide, is the holding company that used to own CCNI, the container steam shipping line that was a Chilean flag, and it was sold in 2015 to Hamburg Süd. Also, we have, I will show you a little bit of the footprint that we have in terms of ports. Shipping agency is part of our portfolio. Agunsa actually stands for Agencias Universales S.A., which used to be the main shipping agent for CCNI. That was why Agunsa was created. Then we have a large footprint of logistics companies, and one of the other verticals is our airports in mainly in South America, mainly in Chile today. We are working mainly in Chile. So the timeline, fourth generation, this is still a family driven company. In the fourth generation, it's running the new venture in the northern hemisphere. It started in 1930 with CCNI, and again it started incorporating new companies. Then CPT, which is the tugboat company that Agunsa owns, is the oldest company within the portfolio of companies. In 2004 was the first venture of Agunsa in the US. With the joint venture of FIT, Florida International Terminals in Everglades. This is a JV that was started with SAM, former agency for CSAV. And again, the two Chilean flags opened a new operation in the States, still running as a JV, but today with Hanseatic. And again, 2015, it started CMC, which is the ship owning company operating as a different company from CCNI. TPN is the terminal in Manta. It's one of the largest terminals in Ecuador. TPV is Valparaíso, and in 2023 we started our operations when we got into a terminal in Manatee, Florida. AMT. We bought a bulk terminal from Carver companies. Then a couple of other investments in logistics, mainly in Europe, ESBO, and we bought into Air Savage, which is one of the largest shipping agent in the region, in South Florida and in the south east of the US. And we also invested in two inland companies, Omni Transloading and Omni Bulk. And I will explain a little bit why this APT, it's a terminal that we are leasing here in Tampa, in the Tampa port. I was mentioning about why we have been an AGS. It's from Panama to the north of Agunza. Okay, the other terminals are run from Chile mainly, because this is a new actually development within the group. So from AGS we are scouting opportunities again in North America and Central America. And Asia, it's also part of our footprint. It's mainly because all the cargo coming from Asia on the TP trade, it's going through Central America, Mexico, and straight to for us, those three pillars are absolutely connected, and that's why we're developing that way our footprint. This is part of the company's AGS USA. It's mainly Air Savage, FIT, AMT, Agunza, Port Tampa, and then in the logistics side, Omni Transloading and Omni Bulk. The other countries, we have a large stevedoring company in Guatemala, in Quetzal, which is the largest port. We don't have a stevedoring company on the Atlantic side because it's run by the own port authority. Couple of big things. FIT is the largest terminal in Everglades. We have we are competing with other operators. Again, we are partners with Hanseatic, former SAM. Hanseatic is the port side of Hapag-Lloyd. But FIT also compete with terminals that are MSC or King Ocean, which are their own terminals in Everglades. And having said that, we are the largest terminal in Everglades. And Omni, it's one of the top 3PL companies within Florida, and it's mainly related with rail access. Actually, our main Florida, and as well going up from the Florida terminals up to the Midwest or vice. With some agency services, but also with terminals of breakbulk cargo or bulk cargo that we transload from rail into our terminal. In the West Coast, we're only serving as a shipping agent for some of our customers. So in terms of terminal operators or port operators, our footprint, again, it's mainly in the Americas. We were seeing only North America in the last slide, but here we see that we're very focused on the west coast of South America. We're one of the main players in Ecuador. Again, we run terminals, multi-purpose, which is Manta, or very focused on reefer containers, which is Aretina, or Banana Port, which is in Guayaquil. And there in the north of Chile, we have a couple of operations very related with the mining industry. The central area of Chile, we run the multi-purpose terminal in Valparaíso. And in the south, we're very focused on bulk moving cargo. It started with wood chip, but then we're also doing imports of raw materials like clinker or sugar coming in bulk. And we run specific terminals for customers that export, and we operate private terminals in the east coast of South America as well. Again, we are running multi-purpose terminals, bulk terminals, general cargo in different areas of the Americas. These are the footprints that I mentioned in the North America again, mainly focused on in Florida. We are also developing other footprints in the Gulf. That actually it's connecting all the network of terminals within our region. Manatee, it's mainly a break bulk and bulk terminal in the Tampa Bay area. Tampa and Manatee are kind of an hour of distance, and we're focused this operation mainly for bulk cargo. We just opened a new warehouse of 6,000 square meters that is already full of salt coming from an operation that we have in Chile with in the north of Chile with a customer. So we do an end-to-end solution from South America to the US, and this salt it's then rebagged to be part of the pool industry by being converted into salt to be dumped into a pool. In Tampa, it's a very different location in terms of footprint. It's literally on one of the main gateways to Orlando. Between Tampa and Orlando, it is a very big highway. It's called I-4 that connects the whole consumption of Central Florida. So the Port Authority of Tampa have developed a large footprint of containers coming from Asia, services coming from the west coast of South America, a multi-purpose cargo. And so we started our development here with a new footprint and developing warehouses in the terminal. And last but not least, again, our Florida International Terminal, it's specialized in the north and south north trade, cargo coming mainly from South America, serving South Florida. Although the throughput is 250,000 TEUs, we're expanding this terminal, doing all the investments to double that capacity in the next few years. Again, this is a joint venture with Hanseatic, part of Hapag-Lloyd, and that's my contact information. If you have any question, Andres Christensen at agunsa.com. And again, thank you. I try to be on time with the 15 minutes that I was asked to have.
Andres, thank you so much for your presentation. it's so great to see a Latin American player actually going full on the Americas. So we truly appreciate the presentation and the overview that you gave us. I guess the question is, when you're now in a point of like consolidating your existing operations, but what would be next in terms of expansion, or what are you looking for in the future? Are you looking for specific countries, or are you deepening part of your operations? I think you mentioned roughly 4 business units overall. So where do you see growth in the near future?
Our growth is actually going north from Chile. Probably our consolidation in Chile, Ecuador, it's really steady. We're a few operators in Chile that are expanding our footprint north, and we have a lot of opportunities to grow in the U.S., mainly again in the southeast. Then we would like to expand our footprint in other continents like Europe, but we need to consolidate what we have today in our portfolio in order to take advantage of that network experience. You know that at the end of the day, we're not developing ports or terminals. We are developing solutions for customers. So we follow customers in their needs. And a good example is starting from an agency perspective in some place. Then we're doing a service on vessels that could be part of CMC, and then ports that can be operated by us as well. So that kind of strategy and trying to grow within our 3 pillars is really important for us. Again, to be seen as a solution in at least some of our of the needs of our customers. So regions, again, we are in the U.S. We're expanding our footprint in the U.S. So now we're consolidating our presence in the U.S. and trying to also combine with other footprints in the region.
Great. I guess just one more question for me. And the whole day today is about port investment and financing scheme. Can you share a little bit on how do you actually go about financing this new operations? Is it all through own resources? Do you actually work in partnership with development banks? How do you actually go, whatever you can share that is not sensitive information, of course, but how do you actually go about doing that extensive growth in terms of financing design?
It's a little internal, but what I can share actually, although Jen, it's a public, it's an open company within Chile. Actually, we use our own resources to do this growth strategy. So probably in some specific areas, we have to finance with different instruments available in the market. But again, our main goal is to grow with our own equity, and in some cases, we're partnering with some local companies. But in terms of operations, it's more buying some existing companies or buying into existing companies. But again, our financing strategy is actually is going to it's case by case, depending on the size of the investment, etc.
Okay, great. So I see that within your resources, you're doing really well on your strategy and your growth strategy. Andre, so I really want to thank you for your time And we really appreciate it. It's great to see again a Latin American player just going global like that. We really wish that we could multiply you by 10, 20, that we could have more AGS, more agunsas coming out of Latin America and just exploring the world as you are. So we see you as an inspiring example for our region, for other players to actually pursue. Not a similar route, because we understand that everyone has its own strategy, but just trying to be more international within their investments is a fantastic example.
Thank you for the, and just a little bit of insight. When we decided the name of AGS, it was part of the strategy. Agunsa is really difficult to pronounce here in the US. So we had to come with Agunsa Global Solutions or AGS. It's part of how we have to accommodate our strategy to different markets. Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly, yes.
And the rest of the group here.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, Tercio. A global player from Chile.
Yes.
That in Brazil we have very little exposure.
Yes, and we have another example from Chile that is Neptune group. They have a quite similar storytelling when you compare it to Agunsa, the AGS group, a group that increase your investment from Chile and start to acquiring assets all over the world, in Americas and other continents. And quite interesting because they develop all different types of services in different verticals. And today you have another company that show us the same idea, some verticals of investments, such as port services, digital vertical, agents. So in the end of the day, what we are looking with this project day of Iaports is all the groups, all the companies, they are looking to integrate your presence in the whole supply chain, from door-to-door services to shipping lines, covering all the services and anywhere, anytime. So Neptune, AGS, Abu Dhabi ports, all of them, of course, different histories, but the same DNA. MJ is in Portuguese. DNA.
Fantastic. So I see that Rafa is here with us. So we're going to hear from Panama initiative that it's actually coming on together quite well. Rafa, are you here with us? Can I introduce you? Yeah. I asked you to unmute. Let's see if we can hear you. Julia, do you mind sharing the presentation? Huh? He's good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Rafa? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we definitely can. So let me go ahead and make an introduction for you. So next from Panama, we will hear from Rafael Diaz Balart, my dear friend and my dear mentor in the port sector, who is the chairman of the board of ATPA Logistics, and he will present their port investment project in Panama. So Rafa, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us today. and you can start your presentation.
Presentation on?
Yes, yes, the presentation is on.
The thing that I want to say is that it's not a privilege, it's an honor to be in a panel with Raquel Kibrit and Tercio Carvalho, two very dear friends of mine. And Raquel, I would have to spend hours saying good things about you, because that's what I feel about you. And before starting, I want to have a dear friend with whom I've been this morning, and you know him, Raquel, Tom Ranak. Remember that he was with AAPA for 6 years?
Yes.
Well, he came to visit me in Miami this morning, and we had lunch together, and he sends you all his very best.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hello, are you there?
Thank you, Rafa. Yes, we're here. Thank you.
ATPA Logistics and Puerto Armuelles in the province of Chiriquí, Panama. ATPA stands for Atlantic Pacific Logistics. And I'm going to be talking about Puerto Armuelles, which is actually on the Pacific side of Panama. Puerto Armuelles years ago was Panama's fourth most important port, when Chiquita Banana was a major player in Panama. Then Chiquita left, and for example, the city of Puerto Armuelles that had 57,000 population, decreased population to 30,000 because there was no economic activity in Puerto Armuelles. And it is Puerto Armuelles with whom it's the terminal that we precisely la Autoridad Marítima de Panamá that handles everything in the maritime industry in Panama. That which you're seeing there is the province of Chiriquí, which is a westernmost province of a ramal, ¿cómo se dice? A train line from Puerto Armuelles to the railroad line that is being built today by the government of Panama between Panama City, Colón, which is on the Atlantic side, and the Costa Rican border. And so Puerto Armuelles will have, railroad connectivity eventually as well. ACOM is the entity that is doing all of our engineering work for that connection. This is what eventually Puerto Armuelles is going to look like, with two docking stations. Can you go to the next slide? ¿Qué pasó? And eventually, this will be a multi-purpose port. Right now, it's like a fishing port because, Chiquita having left, then it just became a fishing amateur port, but we're going to make it into a multi-purpose port, exporting a lot of agro-industrial products. One of our main partners in the initial phase is a huge exporter of palm oil. And so he has a very sophisticated production plant, getting raw material like the palm raw material and producing oil out of it. And so we will be exporting palm oil, but we're also going to be importing soy and making soybean oil. And we will be exporting a lot of agricultural products from the Chiriquí province area, which is extremely rich in agricultural production. And very recently, the Port of Miami and the Airport of Miami have received and Andy Hecker will probably talk about this when Andy Hecker of Port Miami speaks. They're building a 30 million plus a cold storage facility at Port Miami and MIA, Miami International Airport, and will receive a lot of agricultural production from Latin America. As you all know, California, which has been the largest producer and distributor of fruit and vegetables to the rest of the United States, has a lot of problems. They have fires, they have a lot of issues, and the Panamanian and Colombian agricultural products will be much cheaper in the United States. So that's one of the things that we're looking at. Next slide. So what you're seeing is all conceptual slides of what the port will look like. We cannot give details because we haven't signed the actual concession agreement. It's in the works. As soon as it's signed, we can share with you more details of Puerto Armuelles and the whole ATPA project, which also will include a terminal on the Atlantic side. So, we will be eventually a corridor, not to compete with the Panama Canal, but let's say an alternative to the Panama Canal. As you all know, the Panama Canal has had issues like the water level of the Lago Gatun, Lake Gatun. That has affected the transmission, the voyages within the Panama Canal, and also it has the very high fees that are charged by the Panamanian Canal. But anyway, we're not going to compete. We're going to be a collaborative, place. So anyway, just so that you know that this is in the works, we'll be putting it together in, the final stages of it will be in the, next months. And then we will be able to give you very specific details on the whole project. And I thank you very much for the time that you have allotted me. And again, I reiterate my admiration to
Thank you, Rafa. Thank you for the presentation. And it's great to see you're involved in another great ambitious project, which is related to Panama. So I guess we could take a few minutes if you allow us, and you're still here with us. How do you see the impact on the trade war within the Panama? Wait a minute, let me rephrase. How do you see the impact of the US trade war impacting Panama's operation as a whole, or impacting Latin America? How do you see those opportunities, or how are players trying to position themselves, including your project, within this new context of the trade war that President Trump has actively started?
Raquel, that's the $64,000 question. Nobody knows exactly how this trade war or these trade wars are actually going to turn out over time. I'm rather optimistic in the sense that I think that, somebody like President Trump will ultimately see that it benefits nobody to be in a trade war forever. I see Trump's position as a position of negotiating tactics, and he's very good at that. And think about what he did with Western Europe. He got a trade agreement with Western Europe, and those are 23, 26 countries, and he put them all together and he got it going. And so I see Trump as ultimately a coherent guy, but he has a personality that is, let's say, acute, abrupt, and we have to deal with that reality. But I think that ultimately he will come to a good position in terms of the trade wars, if you will. Now, there are other issues at hand. For example, I don't know what's going to happen now between the United States and Brazil with the Bolsonaro 27 years in jail. I don't know, because Trump looks at things from very different perspectives than most leaders in the world look at, and so I don't know what is going to ultimately happen via Brazil, United States. He was very adamant that he thought that the justice system in Brazil was being weaponized against Bolsonaro. So I don't know what's going to happen there. But going back to trade, let's say through Panama and so on, it's going to continue, Raquel and Terzu. The world cannot shut off trade, because trade ultimately is what makes the world happen. So I'm very optimistic. I'm not pessimistic at all.
Is there any impact of the BlackRock acquisition to the Panama Canal, or just or going back to actually the investment with Hutchinson Ports within Panama? Does that have any impact on your project or what you're building, or are you actually leveraging on that context with your new project?
Let me put it this way, Raquel. We have a group of investors that are wholly committed, and the issue of pulling out because of trade wars is not even discussed. So everybody is optimistic, like I am, in terms of looking at trade as something that is there to stay.
That's great. Well, I really appreciate your time being here with us, and we're now going to continue with the with the insights from Tercio. You're welcome to stay, Rafa, but you know you have a busy agenda. So please feel free if you would like to stay. Are you available to stay until 5, or do you have to go?
Longer. The only thing is that for some reason the volume from your side has decreased tremendously, and I don't know how to put that back up.
Okay, we will see with our technical team what we can do. Is everybody else hearing us fine? Please raise your hand if you do. Okay, so Julia raised her hand, so she's hearing us fine. So we're going to continue, and we can ask the team to see how to fix your side, Rafa. But if you have, just log out from Zoom and then log in again, and you should be able to hear us fine. We hope. So I guess just to putting a little bit more flavor into this
discussion.
Yes, into this discussion. You know, we heard Agunza's presentation, and then we heard Rafa's presentation, and we know that there's a lot of context in Latin America. Latin America thrives on opportunistic strategies. Let's put it like that. And then just hearing about Agunza's presentation actually reminded me of a local player that we have here in Brazil called Wilson Sons, which is not the same size as Agunza is, but I guess it started as a family business. It expanded to multiple operations. It does tugboats. It has terminals. It's another player in the region that actually sort of mirrors how companies between Brazil and Spanish-speaking Latin America are born and how they grow within the markets that they're more familiar with, right? And then just looking at how there's such a huge opportunity for even Latin America players between, all of us actually to be more connected and do more business within each other, right? Or just invest in multiple geographies across Latin America. Of course, expanding to the US must make sense to many players, but just looking at how we actually grow internationally, traditionally, just taking disruptive routes could make sense. Or just when you look at Agunza actually now saying, their next border for expansion is actually Europe, looking at Spain, right? So how do we see the next investments coming out of Brazil or coming out of Spanish-speaking Latin America? How do we see these players expanding internationally?
Let's get one step back, understanding the behavior of Latin American economy and the scalability of the business in Latin America. So let's split our discussion in commodities. Okay, that is, you have another behavior and container. Container is a direct proxy of GDP, a direct proxy of economic trends. So if you have a metropolitan area, if you have a urbanized area, a lot of people consuming with a lot of money, you have more economic activity, and of course the container operation will increase in this interland. And the commodities is the opposite. So you need only a huge production area or consumer area in terms of, for example, Brazil is a huge importer of fertilizing. We import yearly about more than 30 million tons of fertilizings, almost 40, to make accomplishment of our agriculture sector production. But when in terms of oil and gas industry, mining industry, and agribusiness industry, normally you have the traditional international trade companies, and now we have more position of farmers understanding that together they create value in the supply chain, saving money when they sell the commodities to the trade market. So, but I bring up the discussion to separate the behavior of AGS and Neutumi, for example, that they are local Latin American companies and they invest abroad, they increase investing, and in the Neutumi is quite crazy because they are shareholders in a lot of companies, including Wilson Sons in the tugboat services. So these guys, they look abroad because Chile, they have a concentrated economic activity in copper, in fishing and wine and touristic sector. So Chile do not have a huge economy to consume port services. So to create scale to this group, they spend it in some time. The AGS bring us all the story of the group, history of the group, and they go to US and all over the countries that needs this type of service. Iaports are doing the same one. When you look to Brazilian market, you have as well family companies. For example, Tucumã, they developed the TCP, the container terminal in Paranaguá. They've sold the terminal to the Chinese, to China Merchant ports, and go to Peru to invest in the port in Peru. So I can bring this as an example, but they didn't expand it worldwide, such as AGS or Neutumi. You can bring another companies, family companies in Brazil, such as Júlio Simões. It's the biggest truck transportation company in Brazil. Today, Simpar, they hold in that conglomerate all different types of services. The stock market value is more than 25 billion reais company. And they have a port company that is CS Infra. They are operating in Aratu, grains, agri-book to export it and fertilize in opposite side, importing the product. And they are looking for new port assets, but they are not expanding the activity to other countries. So maybe you can compare that the Chilean people, maybe Chile and Panama companies, they are more, how do you say, conqueror spirit to go abroad and make business internationally. It's very different when you compare to the Brazilian families. But of course, I'm talking about just in the port sector, in the logistics sector, because you know JBS, they are huge worldwide when you talk about in the protein market, and they are really the biggest company of protein in the whole world. So each chicken pocket in Middle East, you have the stamp of a JBS there. But they are now in the Itajaí port. They start this movement through the port market, and maybe next 2 years we'll know if they really like it, the idea, and they will invest more in the port sector. But I can separate the different behaviors of our brothers in Latin America at companies that don't have a lot of to invest in the same countries such as Chile, so they must go abroad. They must invest outside Chile to create a scale. And Brazil, we have a lot of space to invest. Maybe that is one of the reasons, because you have this different among the solutions that we have today in our day. So maybe this movement to go to be bigger depends on a lot of issues. First, money, of course, investment, but to create the business connected. And you see the AGS ecosystem, the Neutum ecosystem, the Iaports ecosystem, all the services are combined and help each other to have a good cash flow inside each business. So this is one of the reasons that we open your business services wallet, services portfolio to connect to your market, even if it is in Europe or US. And quite interesting because you have a Chilean group with a huge presence in US, and you have an Emirate group inside in Spain acquiring Notum with more than 16 ports inside Spain. So all of these movements, they happen in a different way, but what we can bring to discussion is this movement connected different types of solutions, and all the solutions help each other. So the digital vertical of Abu Dhabi port, of course, all the ports and terminals that they manage, they hire this vertical. So how to help the family companies, the same group companies, each other, hiring and give life and cash flow to this business unit. So AGS, of course, do that. Neutum, of course, do that, and so on. Mm-hmm. And maybe we can identify the core business, which is the most important whole in this ecosystem. So I can give an example when we talk about vertical integration. Stolthaven or Oldfell, the core business of the company is the shipping line, and they develop terminals operation to keep the safety and security of the shipping line. So to keep this business alive with a good cash flow, with a guarantee that the cargo will arrive in the terminal, in a port, because they have the terminal. So maybe this new business such as Iaports, even Archor that bring us today the focus on the startup market, creating your sandbox inside the Port Authority and earning money, of course, with these startups all over the world. So which will be the real sweet spot to each company, this design, the strategy of this ecosystem, and how each organization are creating your value, adding investment in the best spots to know which is the really sweet spot of this company. So of course AGS, they have the best companies, but maybe if you guarantee that all the business have a good cash flow, not a fantastic EBITDA margin, but a good and sustainable EBITDA margin, maybe it's a good strategy. This is the strategy of Neutum. Mm-hmm. So they have a strong business. The margin is not absurd, but they have guarantee of that operation. Of course, take-or-pay contract, all of the things. So I think summarizing the idea is how is the model, successful model for these families, these investment groups? 80 Ports is a family group, belongs to the Sheikh in Abu Dhabi, so all of them are family companies.
Yeah, so I think that there were some great insights here, right, Terça? So definitely, I call it the Brazilian course. The fact that we're so big that companies don't feel the need of going international at all, considering that we're such a big market. And again, you mentioned JBS as a global player that has just gotten into the port sector and is now getting a need. Of course, JBS is between, I want to say, top 1 or 2 worldwide for animal protein. And we'll see how they move next within the port sector. And within family businesses, of course, and looking at integrated supply chains, of course, we have Suzano, one of our members for Iaports, that have being one of the largest players in the wood pulp market and having terminals not just in Brazil, but in the US and also in China. So yes. Again, just looking at how that expansion plays ahead. And just again, the question for today is how they're financing their expansion, right? So of course we have a vision and we have to make sure that that vision is aligned with available capital across the world. And I guess with Gunza, what we've seen, I think you're right within the vision that for them to grow, they had to go international. There was no way that they could Chile just offers a restriction in terms of market size that for them to grow, it was just natural to go international. And I think that's probably part of the vision of the family, of the founders, on how they should go next. And in Latin America, just looking at how companies are de-risking their operations by going international, just looking at our landscape and our political background. We know that Rafa actually mentioned a little bit of what's going on in terms of our political landscape in Brazil and how that changes from time to time. We live here, so we're kind of used to it now, but we completely understand that how international investors read Latin America actually varies within their ambition and their commitment to invest in our region. I would like to thank Rafa and Terça for this strategic insights, and we're now going to move on to the last part of our program today, which I'm very excited about because we're hearing from North America. And I see we have Ellen here with us. So Ellen, thank you so much for joining us. I'll introduce you now so that we can move on with your presentation. We're so honored to have part of Montreal here with us today, Canada. So from North America, we would like to hear from Alain Berard, Senior Director of Development, Real Estate and Environment of Port of Montreal, that he will provide his presentation now and let us know what's next in terms of expansion for the Port of Montreal. Thank you for joining us, Alain.
Had the opportunity to visit the beautiful country of Brazil back in 2022. I believe I was down for the International conference. It was just awesome. Did you want me to share my screen, Rachel?
Yes, if you would like to. Yes, please. Yes.
Port of Montreal, yes, we have an expansion project, but I thought, Port of Montreal is probably not a household name in Brazil, so I thought I'd just give you a little bit about, what we're doing today, what our markets are, and this exciting expansion project that's going to be hopefully beginning construction in the next month or so. And I'm going to throw quite a bit of information your way, but easy way to remember all this is 3 words. They all start with G. So it's great, green, and growing. And if you remember that, you'll be able to remember what I'm talking about today here. So Port of Montreal, where are we? Well, we're in a great location. We're in the heart of North America. Basically, we're 1,600 kilometers inland from the Atlantic Ocean. So we're an inland port. That makes us a green location because the longer you keep your ton of freight on the water, the lower your carbon emissions. So we've got a great and green location. We have a substantial impact on the Canadian economy. 37,000 people every morning go to work because of the Port of Montreal and it's a logistics infrastructure. And we believe we generate about $2.7 billion in economic activity. Now, as in most ports, containers get all the publicity, but we're a diversified port, right? Actually, our largest market segment in terms of tons is liquid bulk, followed by containers, followed by dry bulk. Mostly grains and fertilizers would be two big market segments there. Liquid bulk, we actually get a little bit of ethanol from both from Brazil. We also export some ethanol locally. I'm also proud to say that we receive about 500,000 or 600,000 tons a year of raw bulk sugar from Brazil. So in North America, really, because of the size, similar to Brazil, right? Big countries. If you want to access the hinterland, you really need to be focused on the intermodal. We're a true intermodal platform. Yes, we handle 2,000 vessels a year, but also 80 trains per week, 40 trains inbound and outbound. And just to put that in perspective, intermodal trains in North America can be 12 to 14,000 feet long, double stack. So a single train with two people in the train can easily handle 500 or 600 containers. And we also handle 2,600 and sometimes even 2,800 trucks a day. And we're really split. 45% of our tons, 43% of our tons go by rail. Consumers, either within a 5 or 6 hour drive, to Toronto, which is about 40 million consumers, as well as upstate New York, and then 70 million consumers within 2 days by rail. So we'll just skip this. This is an aerial overview of the Port of Montreal. It's a large piece of infrastructure. It's about 17 kilometers long in a straight line within the city of Montreal. Our territorial waters actually stretch 50 kilometers.
100 quilômetros
so we've got a large footprint with a liquid bulk section, dry bulk section, and clearly a consumer section. We do a little bit of cruise ships, but not too much. It's not a very big business for us. It's about 40 cruise ships per year. That public space that you see, I see people like cruising, that's great. So that public space you see around there, that's the Grand Quai Port of Montreal. We own that space, parking lot on the right. Second largest rental area in Montreal. We rent this out. During Formula 1, actually, this whole area was rented out by Audi this year. The year before that, it was rented out by Heineken. So it's a great place to organize events if ever you're in Montreal. Before we talk about the exciting expansion, let's just take a quick look at our markets and why investing in Montreal could be a great idea. Oh, sorry, I'm backwards again. So first of all, I mentioned our great location, our great access to the market. Well, Canada is a ridiculously huge country, but the fact of the matter is, 2/3 of Canada's population lives within a 5 or 6 hour drive of the Port of Montreal. And we also have the fastest population growth of any country in the G7, so which will drive an increase in containerized freight for sure. I would also like to highlight that the Port of Montreal is also located within a 5 to 6 hour drive of 75% of Canada's manufacturing basin. So great location again. Results in a balanced trade flow. And I want to highlight a difference between Port of Montreal and several other ports. When a container ship comes to the Port of Montreal, it's 100% offloaded and it's 100% reloaded, which makes for good balanced trade. So if you look at imports and exports, we're 48% export, 52% import in terms of tons. so very evenly balanced. It's a different model than the larger ships that go up and down the east coast of the U.S. Those ships, they'll stop, they'll do what we call a milk run. They'll stop in Halifax, New York, Philly, Savannah, and they'll offload 3,000 or 4,000 containers. But with that many stops, often there's a lot of scheduling issues and blank sailings. So Port of Montreal has a unique model. In terms of global reach, we service 140 countries, and 6 of the largest container ship lines in the world call on the Port of Montreal, including MSC, number 1, Hapag-Lloyd and Maersk call as well, OO and CMA. So we got a good diversity of carriers. You can see that most of our direct routings are from the Mediterranean and Northern Europe, but through transshipment, we absolutely service Asia. And as you can see, our market over the last decade to Asia has grown substantially. It's gone from 15% to 25%. And actually, our largest trading partner for the last 3 consecutive years has actually been India. India has moved the most tons into and out of the Port of Montreal over the last few years. Domestically, about half our tons for containers stay in Quebec, about a third, a little less than a third into Ontario, and then Western Canada, which has seen a bit of an increase. It's probably closer to 10% now. And the US, for all kinds of reasons, is down slightly to 8%. Global reach, again, pretty well balanced between the Mediterranean, Northern Europe, and Asia. This year, for whatever reason, we're having just a great year with the African freight is actually up like 60% this year from a small number, but for reasons unbeknownst that it's just growing very, very quickly. Now I want to, so I told you we're great, green, and growing. So we got a great location. We got hydroelectric, renewable electricity, similar to Brazil. So we have a green carbon footprint. In terms of growing, yes, we're going to grow our physical footprint on the port. We're also working really, really hard to grow our ship size. Historically, we've been receiving ships that have been we're certified now for 6,500 TEUs, and our CEO, Julie Gascon, former ship's captain, thinks we're being very conservative in the way we're using our ship channel. She's very, very confident that next year we're going to get up to 8,500 TEUs, which is important because very few new builds of ships are in the 4,500 to 6,500 TEU range. There's still ships being built in the 8,000 to 10,000 TEU range, and those would be 300 meters long by 44 meters wide. Phase 1 of this project, we're going to add 2 berths. The location is it's further away from the urban area, but still very, very well situated, as you will see. You got the CN rail line going directly north. CN's the largest railroad in Canada. Stretches all the way down to the Midwest, the Gulf Coast of the U.S. You got Highway 30, which is slightly north. It's like a ring road that goes around the western portion of Montreal, slightly south of the island. So it's a great location. And best of all, in North America, not too many neighbors, right? So there's still land to develop regionally, land to invest in for logistics infrastructure. And that's definitely part of our role here, is to develop a logistics hub around the port infrastructure. So, our objective is to recapture or capture as much of the market share in Quebec and Ontario as we can. Again, with the growing population, it's going to be important for the Port of Montreal to carve out as much of that market as it can. Just want to give you an overview of what the terminal is going to look like when it's built. So this is an aerial view. You can see that the rail is going to come in from the west, curve around, and come back into the terminal for phase 1. The Yara facility and the Logistic bulk facility, these are existing bulk terminals that are in operation. There's also a large ArcelorMittal steel plant right here. So you can see the land is already industrial, very well located. It's not going to need much dredging to get up and running. And this is, you might have seen this in the press clippings lately, or the press, the Journal of Commerce, but we've announced that we've signed a joint development agreement with DP World. So DP World is going to be our terminal operator. We just need to finalize the contractual phase of this. We're missing one permit basically to get a shovel in the ground and start building. So I mean, this is very exciting. So, and DP World, as you know, is an established operator globally. They bring a lot to the table. So you can see that Contrecoeur here is about 40 kilometers east of Montreal, and this whole sector is growing very, very rapidly. 20% of the population of Quebec, which is the province where Contrecoeur is located, lives nearby. There's also already large distribution centers going up. There's also green energy. We've got biofuels. Walmart, Canadian Tire, which is one of the largest BCOs in Canada. They import 40 to 50,000 boxes a year from all over the world. And there's also an Amazon distribution facility that's being built a little west of the island. So you can see that the migration of logistics infrastructure has already begun with the official announcement of the port, which is here in yellow. That's only going to accelerate. So we expect to see a very dense logistics infrastructure establish itself along Highway 30. So as we were mentioning, the way the build out is structured, the Port of Montreal is going to be building the dock and performing the dredging. DP World is going to be responsible for all of the on-dock infrastructure, cranes, track, truck gates, buildings. That's all going to be DP World, which we're jointly going to design the facility. Very, very excited about this. We're almost at the finish line or the start line, depending what your perspective is. So be adding a lot to global logistics with the addition of this terminal. Raquel, did you want to take questions, or is there anything else your audience would like to hear?
Alan, thank you so much for the presentation. I remember meeting you in person here at Intermodal when you came. So it's great to see you again, and really looking forward to seeing you in person sometime soon. I really appreciate the presentation that you just did, and then just looking at how Port of Montreal plays a role for the region, right? As this is your main expansion project, and just looking at how DP World is actually investing, which is again very exciting news to have a new global player actually join the port. How do you see the opportunity for international players outside of North America investing in Canada's port sector? And then just taking Montreal as an example.
So, I mean, in terms of, so I'll just explain the commercial structure of the ports in Canada. So the large ports in Canada are owned by the Crown. We still say that. So they're owned by the federal government. And we basically act as a standalone entity. We rent land to terminal operators or other businesses, in some cases not associated to the maritime industry. We then operate terminals, offload ships. So we have long-term leases. Our two main sources of revenue are leases and wharfage. So we get a certain amount for every dock that goes across the dock. So this helps us maintain and improve our infrastructure. Our key mission is to stimulate the Canadian economy. Now, in terms of investment opportunities for the international community, I would say mostly surrounding logistics operations, warehousing, refrigerated warehousing would be substantially. I mean, you know, lately, I'm sure you followed the news. Canadian consumers are consuming fruits and vegetables from areas other than the U.S. in greater quantities. So we'd sure like to get some more of that across the dock. You know, certainly trucking, any kind of logistics operations are probably the areas of investment, as well as clearly digital and supply chain visibility are great areas of investment for the international companies that want to establish a footprint in Eastern Canada.
Okay, thank you so much for your participation here with us, Alan. It was great having you. We're going to leave for the audience, so if any of you would like to interact with Alan and Port of Montreal, please feel free to actually contact him directly via LinkedIn or here via Zoom for those of you that have joined us. And we're going to move forward with our next presenter, Alan. So thank you so much for your time here with us. Yeah, bye. Yeah, bye. Yeah. Okay, Andre, I see you're here with us. So I'm gonna go ahead and make your introduction if that's okay. Are you ready? Yes. Okay, awesome. So next from the United States, we're joined by Andre von Hoek, Principal Investment Officer at the International Finance Corporation, IFC, who will present the financial schemes for ports looking for investment, financing, and other opportunities to interact with this amazing international organization that is the IFC. So thank you for being here, and the floor is yours, Andre.
Okay. Can you see me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me well? Okay, thank you. Yes. So hello everyone, my name is Andre van Hoek. I'm part of the global transport team here in Washington at the IFC. So as you may know, IFC is part of the World Bank Group, which includes different units. One is on the left side is the IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. which basically lends to the public sector, but mainly to middle income countries and credit-worthy low-income country governments. You then have the IDA, International Development Association, that basically provides interest-free loans and grants to governments of the poorest countries in the world. And then IFC is the International Finance Corporation. We basically provide financing to the private sector, but in my particular sector, port sector, it also includes commercially run state-owned enterprises, which can be port authorities, and I will go over an example in the next slide. You have MIGA, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, that basically provides guarantee products for investment operations and for the private sector. And then the last one, which is the one you probably don't want to meet, is the ICSID. This is basically the center where you go when you have for settlement of investment disputes. This is basically the arbitration court. So basically conciliation and arbitration of investment disputes. So if we look at the World Bank Group as a whole, when we look at recent investment in the port sector, can you see my presentation or not?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, we see it.
Ah, you see it. Okay. So you basically have different level of involvements with various entities of the World Bank Group. So on the left-hand side, you recently had a transaction in Bangladesh for a project between IDA, which is a development agency, and IFC in Bay Terminal. So IDA provide financing to the People's Republic of Bangladesh. It was an IDA facility of 650 million. This one was committed in April 2025 and with the Chittagong Port Authority as project implementing agency. So the purpose of this interest-free loan is basically to support all of the common infrastructure of the port. So the marine infrastructure, equipment, navigation system, and climate resilient breakwater. It also provides capacity development at the level of the port authority. In parallel to this support, IFC has entered into a joint development agreement with PSA, which is a Singapore port operator, for the development of a specialized container terminal. In September 2024 with Tangemet, which is a port authority in Morocco with a significant that were linked to the procurement of renewable power. By 2030, Tangemet would procure all of its electricity from renewable resources. If they achieve that KPI, along with a gender target by 2030, then the loan is structured so that the spread is reduced by a certain amount. So this acts basically as an incentive. And the commercial tranche benefit from a product Tangemet is a port authority, so that was protecting the commercial lenders against losses that result from failure by Tangemet to make payment. So this is a product that can be provided in markets where commercial banks are yet not fully comfortable with the payment risk of an SOE. And then on the right-hand side, this is, I would say, more of the typical products that we do, or transactions that we do in the port sector. And this one was in Egypt with the Suez Canal container terminal, which is the transshipment hub of AP Moller-Maersk. And the operator of the terminal was this APM Terminals. And IFC there provided a loan of $175 million. That one was provided in January 24 to support a 2.5 million TEU container terminal expansion and to electrify all of the port equipment by purchasing new STS cranes and RTGs and trucks, etc., that are all electrified. So maybe I wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of when IFC can work with port authorities, because this may not be fully known by the market. So typically IFC is seen as a financier for the private sector, but as I said, in some particular cases we can work with port authorities, as you have seen in the case of Tangemet. So if we consider a port SOEs in their home market, there basically the process as IFC, we need to assess if the state-owned enterprise operates in a commercial manner, if the state-owned enterprise has operational autonomy from the government, if it's generally subject to commercial corporate laws applicable to private companies, including whether it can go into bankruptcy, yes or no. And then the last point is we need to ensure that the SOE doesn't displace the private sector. Then there's another other situation where we could consider working with state-owned enterprises. Those are when state-owned enterprises start to invest cross-border. So by example, Tangemet, as a port authority for Morocco, deciding to invest in another country in Africa. And there again, we want to make sure that they operate on a commercial basis, they don't get special subsidies from their own country. So they need to operate at the project level commercially, and that they apply good corporate governance standards. Here I wanted to give you an idea of what IFC, the products that IFC can provide over the life cycle of a project. So on the left side, you have basically the advisory component, and one typical component that we offer is that we can advise IFC as a unit that advise governments on PPPs, on concessioning, by example, in the port sector. And we have provided advice to various governments, whether it's in Bangladesh, Latin America, Africa, in all of the regions. IFC has provided those type of advice to governments that at some point want to take the decision or want to explore the potential concessioning of some of the activities that are currently managed by the state-owned enterprises or by the government. Then we have general advisory services that we can provide to clients, whether it's on ENS, community engagement strategies, on gender diversities, corporate climate advisory, and so on and so on. Then in the middle, you have IFC's pre-investment services, and this is the one that I described briefly in Bangladesh, where we can act as a co-developer. And the involvement can be more light touch and can be more heavier touch. We have done projects where, by example, in some of the sectors, like in the power sector in Nepal, where we have acted as a co-developer along with the Korean investors to develop hydropower projects. And the development phase can take a long time in those projects, from negotiation of a concession agreement with the authorities, the production of environmental and impact assessment, legal analysis, market analysis, etc. We can basically finance, co-finance those studies, and the budget that could be available for this is typically up to $7 to $8 million that we could help to co-finance a pre-investment project. And then on the right-hand side, this is the classical project for which IFC is probably more known, is a typical debt financing that we can provide for project finance, but also for corporate finance and sustainability-linked facilities. We also, as IFC, can provide equity in projects, and equity can take different forms: common, preferred, convertibles, etc. IFC also can provide risk mitigation products, whether it's currency hedges, interest rate hedges, and so on. We have a blended finance facility that can be available also if we see that some markets have barriers that make a project not really bankable or really challenging, and there that blended finance component can be used to basically make the projects more financially viable. And this is another product that can be used. And then the last one is a typical mobilization platform. One is traditional syndication of a commercial bank, and we have another product called MCPP, whereby IFC has raised money from sovereign funds and from insurance companies that we have credit enhanced also. And we basically, as IFC, are responsible for the origination process, the negotiation of the transaction, and we manage the entire portfolio on behalf of those investors. And IFC has raised more than $12 billion from those institutional investors and sovereign wealth funds. So here is a bit more of a description of the different products that we offer. In terms of sustainable finance, I wanted to go quickly over it. We have the typical use of proceeds type of financing that are where the proceeds are tied to a green component, basically green bonds or green loans, whereby the use of proceeds focus on eligible categories that include climate adaptation, climate mitigation, social aspect, ocean conservation, etc. And then you have the target-driven, which is sustainability-linked financing, and which was the one that I touched upon on the Tangemet transaction. The proceeds are not linked to the target. By example, in Tangemet, we financed a passenger terminal and a RoRo terminal, but the targets were actually linked to the procurement of green power and gender targets. So those two targets are not linked to our proceeds, but the targets, general corporate targets that we want to, we basically want the corporate, we want to incentivize the corporate to achieve those targets. So those are one example of advisory that I wanted to quickly touch base is we have one initiative with the Panama Canal, which we financed the Panama Canal expansion now quite a time ago, but we're also helping them on their climate strategy. And this is the type of services that we can provide to our clients also. In terms of investment, when it comes to opportunities to decarbonize, it can touch all of the different sectors that have an impact on decarbonization. It can be the greening of fleets, the greening of buildings, investment for modal shifts, but it can also come, investment for digitalization and optimization, so as to reduce the turnaround time of ships, etc., so that to mitigate the carbon impact of a terminal. So here again is a bit more detail of the type of examples that, things that can be done to decarbonize ports, and IFC would be keen to support any of those initiatives. One of the big challenges for port is comes, and we see this with many of them and many of our terminal providers. One of the big challenges is the provision of green electricity. that remains a big challenges in many countries. While the port can do all of the investment to decarbonize, often they don't control, the procurement of electricity, how the electricity is generated. But there at IFC, we can also work with clients that we have on the power sector who could potentially help develop projects to provide, green electricity, whether it's from solar sources, wind sources, hydro sources, for port authorities, or directly enter into corporate PPAs to the extent this is possible with terminal operators. And I think this is what I had to present. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Hey, Andre, thank you so much for the presentation. It's so good to see consistency in an international. I wouldn't say you're a development bank, even though you're more within the private sector initiative. You're still fostering this transition within the port decarbonization, and also to see the qualifiers that you have within every financing scheme, and just how diverse financing schemes can be within the framework of what IFC provides is great. And I think that for the audience here, is just giving us transparency on how much is available for the port sector, and a lot that can be done within the interactions with IFC within the port sector. So just looking forward to more opportunities of actually interacting with you. Just on a final note, I do want to hear from you with regards to project submission, and how they can actually, if there's a port authority here or a private terminal who is actually wanting to reach out to IFC and consult on financial schemes that would be available to get a project off the ground, how they would go about it with the IFC. And also, if you can provide a comment, if this is something that happens in reality. Sometimes we feel from development banks that actually there is a shortage of well-rounded projects for financing. Do you see that within the IFC?
To answer your first point, I mean, to the extent you have any port authorities or private concessionaire, I mean, they can reach out to me, and then depending on the nature of the project, I will dispatch them to the right people within the World Bank group. So let's say if it's a port authority that wants to raise money with the backing of the Ministry of Transport, I would say that's probably more a project for my colleagues at the World Bank, whether it's IBRD or IDA, because those would typically lend to governments, and then with an implementing agency, which would be the port authority. If it's a port authority that used to use sovereign banking, used to raise financing with sovereign backing, like Tangemet, by example. Tangemet used to have raised financing with government guarantees, but if they want to move away from this, I think we would be the right counterpart to look at such opportunity, and we could also potentially involve our colleagues at MIGA to see if a combination of an IFC financing and a MIGA cover could be the appropriate strategy. And this is what was developed, by example, in the case of Tangemet, where you have two tranches. A tranche that was raised with JP Morgan, and a tranche that was raised with IFC, and the JP Morgan tranche benefited from a MIGA guarantee. And then you have the more traditional projects, which is more with private concessionaire. Then it would be with IFC, and we would be happy to explore the different strategies. But I would say, a priori, we can serve the entire type of projects within a port. So the common infrastructure, or sub-concessionaire within the port with certain activities. When it comes to challenges of finding well-rounded projects, yes, I mean, I think what I've learned in this sector, you have to be patient. I mean, projects take time to develop, and it's not unseen that they sometimes take several years. I remember on some of the projects with sponsors like APMT, we were working on a project in Africa, in Ghana, and we were exchanging views on the concession agreement, and that process took several years. With other clients I've been exchanging on a concession, it's been 6 years, 7 years. So developing a project takes time. I think if you are a port authority and you want to attract private concessionaire, I mean, I think entities like IFC can help you, and we have the advisory unit that is specialized in concessioning and PPPs that can accompany you over the evaluation of this, how to look at it, what type of structure is advisable, and then if a decision is taken to go to the market, then they will prepare the entire package, looking at all of the aspects of a project, from the market risk, the technical risk, the environmental and social risk, financing strategy, etc., the concessioning, all of this IFC can support it. But yes, to conclude, projects, they take time to develop. We sometimes intervene really early in the projects, as I indicated, and sometimes later when sponsors have already done a lot of the work, or port authorities have already done a lot of the work.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your...
Don't be disappointed by challenges. Every project will have ups and downs, and sometimes when you think that a project is dead, they have the ability to
rise up again.
Often.
This is great to hear. Thank you so much, Andre, for your presentation and for your insights. We truly appreciate IFC's partnership with this initiative from Iaports, and we really value your presentation and the information you shared here with our audience today. So thank you so much for your time, and we're looking forward to keeping the conversation with you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye. Okay, I see Andy Hacker is here with us. So we're going to hear our last presenter of the day. This was such a rich agenda out there, so I cannot believe we're hearing from Andy now, and it's been so full of insights. So without further ado, Andy, we would like to welcome you to actually do a presentation. Andy Hacker is the Chief Financial Officer at Port Miami, and he will share Port of Miami's investments and expansion projects. And I know that this is an exciting, very vibrant port, so can't wait to hear your presentation. Thank you for being here with us.
Cal and everybody that's online. I hope it's exciting because it's a little hard to go as the last one of the day, but I'll do my best. I'm going to share that presentation. We're very, very excited to be here. Presentation popped up. You can see it?
Not yet.
Now we see it.
Excellent, excellent. So, we're very excited to be on here. I know I heard from Rafa and some of the others during the course of the day. What's important to us, and the reason that Miami really wants to be involved, is we feel like we're the northernmost Latin American port. We have cultural, geographical, strong family ties to the Latin American region. And so how we integrate and what goes on there is extremely important to us. So I want to tell you guys a little bit about Port Miami. We're available to talk further, as you guys wish. Kind of how we're approaching the port space and international trade, and the opportunities to generate economic benefits and things of that nature. So, tell you a little bit about us.
Andy,
Yes?
do you mind switching for presenter mode on your PDF? Is it possible?
Okay, sorry, I'm not an expert on this.
That's okay. If you go down to your right hand corner, there's a zoom, and then there's like a sheet, kind of like just on the bottom on the PDF to your right. Yes, you see the zoom button just above the zoom.
Yes.
Yes. So if you there's like a sheet of paper kind of drawing, and there you should have your full present full mode.
Full presenter mode.
If you can, that's absolutely fine.
No, how's it showing? It's not showing full on the screen?
No.
Oh my.
If you go on your bottom right, you're going to find a button that says present mode. Yeah, that's right there.
Still not showing up, is it?
No. If you see, we have our, I don't know if you can see a mouse here on the screen of the Zoom. There's a mouse shaking because we have our IT guy actually showing you where to click.
Yeah, unfortunately, the mouse is not appearing on my screen.
That's all right. You can proceed with the presentation. No problem. We can see you fine and we can hear you fine.
Okay, but you can see some of it, or would you like me to stop sharing? I think you guys have a copy of it. What's best for you?
No. Please keep sharing. We're good.
Okay, thank you. Sorry then if the screen is small. I want to share, obviously, introduce us. I want to share a little bit of our financial highlights. You know, everything, and this applies to most ports, this applies to most going concerns, is everything we try to do to expand and grow, integrate into the community, expand markets, takes money. And we take a great deal of pride in how we financially manage things, and it gives us a lot of wherewithal to achieve the growth and make the investments. A little bit about where we're going, where we've been in cruise and where we're going in cargo and international trade, and then a little bit about our investment strategy. Where are we focusing the available funds, or what are we hoping to achieve out of that? So this is Port Miami. It's 520 acres. On the south side, or the bottom of the screen, is where we handle cargo. We do about 1.2 million TEUs per year. Fluctuates a little bit. The geopolitical winds and tariffs and things like that can, change it periodically. But our business is split almost evenly between north-south trade with Latin America, and then the remainder with Asia, Europe, especially the Mediterranean, and then other regions across the world. To the north, I don't know if you can see cruise passenger terminals, is where we handle our cruise business. We're the largest cruise terminal in the world. We handle about 8.2 million cruise passengers per year. We generate 340,000 jobs, direct, indirect, and induced, and we generate $61 billion in economic impact. To put that in perspective, we're about 4% for the entire state of Florida, and that's a larger economic impact than Disney generates. We're a self-funded proprietary department. That means we need to operate and act like a private business. Our investments, covering the cost of operations, our personnel, our available funds are all based on the revenues that we're able to generate. As I mentioned, we're the cruise capital of the world. We're the largest container port in Florida, and we're the 11th largest container port in the U.S. Like I said, growth takes money, and we take a lot of pride and a lot of time we've spent on our financial standing, and these are some of our key credit attributes. We have about $300 million in guaranteed annual revenues that increases every year. There are built-in escalators. We have gravitated to long-term contracts. As you know, when you make infrastructure investments, a portion of that is usually covered by issuing debt, and debt typically comes with 25 and 30-year terms. So since over about the last 10 years is either contracts have expired or there's been reasons to renegotiate them, most of our contracts are now in excess of 30 years, some as long as 60 plus years. We focus a lot on operational efficiency and operational excellence. Those margins provide the additional capital to invest in infrastructure and to borrow additional funds for that infrastructure. Our margins, our EBITDA usually exceeds 50%, and we dictate the amount of our debt capacity and when we're able to issue, and that's led to really strong ratings with our rating agencies, Moody's and Fitch. We have a highly experienced management team, a diverse management team. The average age or the average experience of our senior executive is north of 20 plus years. I'll go real quickly. We have a very strong bond rating that allows us to go out to the marketplace. For those of you that are considering or wanting to get into the capital markets, we have found that it's really beneficial to take a proactive approach with the rating agencies. We are constantly sending them updates and information, new contracts, where we're going, because it's hard for them to stay up to speed on who we are and what we're doing and get familiar. And they haven't heard from you in a couple of years. The relationship is not nearly as strong. So we are very much in touch with them and stay very active in our relationships with the capital markets. I've already mentioned cash, but it's something we focused on a lot. It gives us a lot of bonding capacity, and it gives us a lot of rainy day availability. When I first got here in 2015, community, including organizations and what have you, is really strong. We feel like we're part of them and they're part of us. We invest in a lot of smart infrastructure. We're very careful in designing our projects and how we sequence bringing them online so that we don't create any conflicts or unintended consequences, that when we construct something, perhaps it works brilliantly in isolation, but we need to make sure it fits into the total operation of the port. Trusted relationships, that's extremely important. As I mentioned, we have developed long-term relationships with our key partners, the countries we trade with, our cruise lines, our ship lines, our terminal operators, and we've been able to build trust. And a couple of outcomes that have been beneficial is, as I mentioned, that turns into long-term relationships and long-term contracts. It also creates an environment where our partners are equally willing to invest. We have about $3 billion in debt outstanding. I'll show a little bit about our future capital plan. That's about $4 billion, but we have about $3 billion in debt outstanding. About 1/3 of that is borne by our partners and our customers through agreements where when we build something, they have recurring payments to us over time, and so they cover about 1/3 of our investment when it's all said and done. We spend a lot of time on innovation. We're piloting new technologies. We have 4 in the works right now. We look at digitalization. We're starting to look at AI and see what its offerings are. All of these things, a lot of what we do in ports is about capacity and infrastructure, but they're all either enhanced or in some cases adversely impacted by these other areas and how they're all integrated together. Our vision, we sometimes go back and forth based on the market between cruise and cargo, and we really have just finished executing a major vision and a major change in the cruise world that started in about 2018. We've built these iconic cruise terminals. When you look at the skyline now, driving across from Miami Beach to downtown Miami, it's changed dramatically in terms of what we've put out there. It increases the capacity for the cruise industry. These are beautiful architectural wonders. Of course, the cost has increased, but this is a big area where our partners have invested. For a lot of these terminals that you see on the screen, our partners are paying somewhere between 45 and 55% of the debt service cost for those through additional fees and things that they are contributing under their long-term agreements. I don't have a specific slide on green and sustainability, but we do incorporate that into everything that we do. We're electrifying in all areas when we do renovations or modernizations. We just finished a $120 million project to bring shore power or cold ironing to the cruise side, where 5 vessels can hook up to the grid and turn off their generators when they're at port. And we spend a lot of time at that. The net zero concept or green economy comes and goes out of flavor in the United States, but we don't necessarily rely on the term. We rely on the sustainability and the investments in lowering emissions and creating efficiencies. So as we start to move out of all of these previous investments in cruise that have come online, we're moving to cargo. Rafa mentioned on an earlier call, we are investing a lot in trading with Latin America. We see huge growth opportunities there. And anyone that's been in the port industry for a while will understand the analogy of when the US started outsourcing manufacturing and a lot of it went to Asia. You saw these dramatic increases on the east-west trade and cargo coming in from Asia onto the West Coast, most notably the ports of LA and Long Beach. Perhaps not at the same scale, but we see something similar happening with Latin America on a couple of different fronts. We have seen some shifts towards what they call nearshoring or friendshoring. I don't know whether any of that is for geopolitical reasons, but what I do know is that during the pandemic and perhaps sometimes slightly before that and sometimes slightly after that, it became obvious what happens when really long supply chains get disrupted or broken. So I think we're finding companies are kind of splitting up their locations and not putting all of their eggs in one basket. And we're starting to see growth in, like I said, manufacturing and production coming out of Latin America. Miami in particular, but Florida geographically is well positioned to handle large sections of that cargo. In addition, we're starting to see, and we continue to see, increases in agricultural products. I think on an earlier presentation, they talked about things that were going on in the West Coast of the United States. It's really dramatic, the amount of drought, the loss of water rights. I think San Joaquin Valley in California, which is a major agricultural producer in the United States, is losing about 100,000 acres per year or more due to either drought or water getting diverted to residential areas and things of that nature. And people still need to eat, and the products are fabulous coming out of Latin America. Blueberries out of Peru, and I could go on. And so we're starting to see a lot of trade. So we're investing also in some cold storage facilities. One is a shared facility out at Miami International Airport. So whether the cargo comes by air or the cargo comes by ocean, we can handle it seamlessly, get it into cold storage, get it inspected, cleared by customs, and out into the marketplace. I stopped on this slide because this is on the trade and logistics and supply chain. This is our big project. So because we're an island port and we're land constrained, we've been looking for how do we connect to an inland location so that we can create capacity. And about a year and a half, 2 years ago, we came across a 400-acre site that used to be an airport owned by Miami-Dade County. It's under title to Miami International Airport. That was decommissioned 15, 20 years ago. And it is right on the outside of the urban area of Miami as you start to go north towards Orlando. So our port is on the east end of Miami, and this location is on the northwest. So we're going to kind of bookend Miami and build out this location. What our vision includes bringing rail there directly from the port. Currently, rail is about 2 miles away, 2.5 miles away. We'll use about 100 or 150 acres for cargo port type operations, and then the remainder will be perfectly situated for economic development. So whether you're a Latin American company looking to land a location to handle your projects and entry into the United States, or for those companies that import goods and then handle them and sell them into the United States, this is going to be an excellent location. For those of you that are familiar with inland ports and intermodal parks, we've been out there kind of pre-selling or pre-marketing it. I'm of the opinion that we could put about 2 million square feet under roof as soon as we have the pads available, based on what the market's telling us and where we're looking. This will be about a $370–400 million project. My expectation is the first phase, where we're able to move cargo out there and stage it for the rest of the geographies, should be online in about 3 years. Our capital improvement program, in addition to that inland port and the cold storage location that I mentioned that we share out with Miami International Airport, is about $3.2 billion plus or minus. 630 million of it is going to come online next year. A lot of it is in cargo optimization, densifying by moving from a current operation of, say, reach stackers or top picks into more dense electrified RTGs. We have some bulkheads we need to improve. We're going to buy another 4 to 8 ship-to-shore gantry cranes and continue to improve the road network and the access in and out of our port and out to the rest of our trading partners. A lot of detail, but Raquel, I'm guessing you guys can share the presentation if anybody's interested in a more detailed list of the projects that we're going to be working on and when we plan on bringing them online. But we are your partners in trade, and we're willing to make the investments to grow our capacity, our service level, and our attractiveness out to the marketplace. So that's just a quick overview of Miami, who we are and what we're doing up here.
Andy, thank you so much for the presentation. It's great to see Miami's work and Miami's commitment to Latin America, always supporting the growth of our region, right? Through your investments, you really make it happen for us. So we really appreciate it.
You make it happen for us too. You know, we could be out at the end of a cul-de-sac if it weren't for trading with Latin America. Instead, we now feel like we're kind of like the tip of the spear, and we're the entry point into the United States for Latin America. And I know cargo goes to other ports, but we continue to increase, you know, our rail capacity and our service offerings, and you know, Latin America. You know, we have such a diverse population that they wouldn't allow us to ignore Latin America even if we wanted to.
That's right. Okay, so on that note, I guess I just want to share a perception that knowing that there is land within Miami ports to actually expand gives a lot of possibility for Latin American players that are looking for more areas to just expand within the port operation and increase their trade within the U.S. I wonder if you can just share with us what is the framework for that land? Is it going to be a dry port? Is it going to be a free zone? Is that still under discussion? Can you give us a little framework on that perfect, beautiful square picture that you shared with us?
So we control FTZ or free zone in Miami-Dade County, so it certainly will have that capability. We plan on using, I think, the capacities we're looking at. We plan on using maybe as much as a third for a dry port, and then the other 2/3 being available for economic development. Those companies that want to locate close to there to receive their product at that location, whether they're warehousing and distribution, whether it's cold storage, whether it's light manufacturing or assembly that takes those imported products and turns them into something else. Perhaps there are some exporters that want to consolidate as they then go into Latin America. So we're kind of open in terms of who lands on the 2/3 or so of the property where we plan on seeing partners and customers and cargo owners locate next to what's going to be a dry port. But about a third of it dry port, rail served, highway served, and you know all of the functionality. We're looking at moving the cargo in bond, so it truly is a port, and that we can increase our capacity dramatically here at the berth to handle more cargo coming off the vessels by reducing the amount of time that it stays here.
Great. So Andy, with that, I do want to thank you for your presentation. It's great to have you as an active partner here with Iaports. We're really looking forward to actually keep this conversation going in the future. And we're going to move on to the final minutes of today's agenda. So I really want to thank you. Yeah, bye. Tércio, what a day. So much information. I feel like my brain is...
I exhausted.
I mean, we heard from 2 development banks. We heard from global port players from across 7 regions of the world. We had different visions and so much opportunity for investment and expansion. Any final insights you want to give to our audience?
I can summarize all the day in one thing, is integration. So good investments, good players, competitive players, focus on activity integration. Integration in supply chain, integration among partnerships, integration with the customers and your suppliers. So integration is the key word that you can summarize all the presentations. Of course, each one has your idiosyncrasy insights, but to summarize, I would like to bring this concept. So, in other words, how we can develop our job, our work as a port authority manager, as a terminal manager, freight forward, logistic operator, consultant, and all the community, the port community that you have in our market. How do you think to integrate your solution? Because when you are integrated in the supply chain, when you are integrated with your customer or supplier, you make your business stronger. You bring the opportunity to investment. So if I can offer to IFC or to NDB or any other investment board, if you show that you have a thesis, investment thesis, based on integration relations, is a strong point of the adjective is strong. So it makes your business is strong. So you have money, you have investment, and of course you can have prosperity with this business. So this is my main issue to bring to our final insights. During the day we develop a lot of sites, but this is to summarize all the presentation, and I think everyone is very tired because it's a long journey of port presentation, port immersion in different countries, different corporations, and that's it, Raquel.
Thank you so much for your final insights, Tércio. And as we do wrap up, I just want to send a final message to all of you. So today we really traveled the world. We saw from Asia to the Middle East, to Europe, to Latin America, to North America, just hearing from leaders that are shaping the future of port development and investment. So the message is clear. There's no shortage of ambition. There's no shortage of opportunity or need in the sector. What we must do now is align capital with projects and policy in ways that are predictable, transparent, and sustainable. And today's lineup of presentations objective was really to do that. It was to give transparency to the global port sector on what's going on and what's next, and the key players in each region. So on behalf of Iaports, we want to thank our speakers for the day, who were amazing. To Tercio, who's here, who spent the day with me, listening to all of you do these amazing presentations and just sharing very valuable insights. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to BE News and Brazil Export for being such a strategic partner for us, providing professionals and this amazing structure so that we could have all of these presentations actually broadcasted live on YouTube for anyone who wants to watch later on. And this is one of our legacies that we're living from these initiatives. And for all of the participants who have been here with us today and interacting on Zoom and sharing comments and just insights, it's really a pleasure and an honor for you to have dedicated your day to being here with us. And I want to give a special thanks to Julia Marcelino for our team for the dedication into making this day a reality. So thank you, Julia, for being here with us, for your dedication, your persistency. You're truly a valuable member of the team. So thank you so much for the contribution for this day. And then before we actually close, I just want to give you a glimpse on what's coming next. So tomorrow, September 17th, we open our exclusive investment matchmaking round. Over 30 port players will be participating in this private targeted meetings. Some of our speakers will be with us in the next couple of days for an unprecedented opportunity to connect projects to investors directly. So across 3 dedicated rounds, we will see infrastructure and net zero projects. They will come face to face with capital needed to make them a reality. Again, these matchmaking rounds, no excuses, it's online, there are no budget restrictions, there's just time and availability, and they will be with us. So everybody that has pre-registered and got approved to participate in this matchmaking sessions will be there on the 17th. And then on the 18th, we continue with 3 more rounds for matchmaking, including a powerful focus on net zero projects, just weeks ahead of COP30, ensuring that sustainability is not just a vision, but an investable path forward. Again, this is one of Iaports' mission, as we have a net zero committee to actually foster port development within this agenda. And this is where the impact happens, in the connections that we forged, the opportunities that are unlocked, and the collaborations that will define the future for port development worldwide. So please also remember that on September 18th, we celebrate our first year as an association, and we're now open for membership. So we warmly invite all of you to join us and be part of the movement for port development. So join Iaports and become a member and benefit from all these global interactions that we're bringing to the table. And we're very grateful for your engagement, and I look forward to staying connected. Thank you. Have a very good evening. Iaports, connecting ports, navigating the future. Bye.